Criminal. Written by Karin Slaughter. Chapter 1. August 15th, 1974. Lucy Bennett. A cinnamon-brown Oldsmobile Cutlass crawled up Edgewood Avenue, the windows lowered, the driver hunched down in his seat. The lights from the console showed narrow, beady eyes tracing along the line of girls standing under the street sign. Jane, Mary, Lydia. The car stopped. Predictably, the man tilted up his chin toward Kitty. She trotted over, adjusting her miniskirt as she navigated her spiked heels across the uneven asphalt. 2 weeks ago, when Juice had first brought Kitty onto the corner, she'd told the other girls she was 16, which probably meant 15, though she looked no older than 12. They had all hated her on sight. Kitty leaned down into the open window of the car. Her stiff vinyl skirt tipped up like the bottom of a bell. She always got picked first, which was becoming a problem that everyone but Juice could see. Kitty got special favors. She could talk men into doing anything. The girl was fresh, childlike, though, like all of them, she carried a kitchen knife in her purse and knew how to use it. Nobody wanted to do what they were doing, but to have another girl, a newer girl, picked over them hurt just as much as if they were all standing on the sidelines at the debutante ball. Inside the Oldsmobile, the transaction was quickly negotiated. No haggling because what was on offer was still worth the price. Kitty made the signal to Juice, waited for his nod, then got into the car. The muffler chugged exhaust as the Olds made a wide turn onto a narrow side street. The car shook once as the gear was shoved into park. The driver's hand flew up, clamped around the back of Kitty's head, and she disappeared. Lucy Bennett turned away, looking up the dark, soulless avenue. No headlights coming, no traffic, no business. Atlanta wasn't a nighttime town. The last person to leave the Equitable building usually turned off the lights, but Lucy could see the bulbs from the Flatiron glowing clear across Central City Park. If she squinted hard enough, she could find the familiar green of the CNS sign that anchored the business district. The New South. Progress through commerce. The city too busy to hate. If there were men out walking these streets tonight, it was with no amount of good on their minds. Jane lit a smoke, then tucked the pack back into her purse. She wasn't the kind to share, but she was certainly the kind to take. Her eyes met Lucy's. The dead in them was hard to look at. Jane must have felt the same. She quickly glanced away. Lucy shivered. Even though it was the middle of August, heat wafting off the pavement like smoke from a fire. Her feet were sore, her back ached, her head was pounding like a metronome. Her gut felt like she'd swallowed a truckload of concrete. Cotton filled her mouth. Her hands felt the constant prick of pins and needles. A clump of her blonde hair had come out in the sink this morning. She had turned 19 2 days ago, and already she was an old woman. In the side street, the brown Olds shook again. Kitty's head came up. She wiped her mouth as she got out of the car. No dawdling, no giving the John time to reconsider his purchase. The car drove away before she could shut the door, and Kitty teetered for a moment on the high heels, looking lost, afraid, and then angry. They were all angry. Fury was their refuge, their comfort, the only thing that they could truly call their own. Lucy watched Kitty pick her way back toward the corner. She gave Juice the cash, trying to keep her forward momentum, but he caught her arm to make her stop. Kitty spat on the sidewalk, trying to look like she wasn't terrified as Juice unfolded the wad of cash, counted off each bill. Kitty stood there, waiting. They all waited. Finally, Juice lifted his chin. The money was good. Kitty took her place back in line. She didn't look at any of the other girls. She just stared blankly into the street, waiting for the next car to roll up, waiting for the next man who would either give her a nod or pass her by. It had taken 2 days, tops, for her eyes to develop the same dead look as the rest of the girls. What was going through her mind? Probably the same as Lucy, that familiar chant that rocked her to sleep every night. When will this be over? When will this be over? When will this be over? Lucy had been 15 once. From this distance, she could barely remember that girl. Passing notes in class, giggling about boys, rushing home from school every day to watch her soap, dancing in her room to the Jackson 5 with her best friend, Jill Henderson. Lucy was 15 years old, and then life had opened up like a chasm, and little Lucy had plummeted down into the unrelenting darkness. She had started taking speed to lose weight, just pills at first, Benzedrine, which her friend Jill had found in her mother's medicine cabinet. They took them sparingly, cautiously, until the feds had gone crazy and banned the pills. The medicine cabinet was empty one day, and the next, or so it seemed, Lucy's weight ballooned back up to well over 150 pounds. She was the only overweight kid in school save for Fat George, the boy who picked his nose and sat by himself at the lunch table. Lucy hated him the same way he hated her, the same way she hated her own reflection in the mirror. It was Jill's mother who taught Lucy how to shoot up. Mrs. Henderson wasn't stupid. She had noticed the missing pills, been pleased to see Lucy finally doing something to get rid of her baby fat. The woman availed herself of the drug for the same reason. She was a nurse at Clayton General Hospital. She walked out of the emergency room with glass vials of methadone chattering like teeth in the pocket of her white uniform. Injectable amphetamine, she told Lucy, the same as the pills, only faster. Lucy was 15 years old the first time the needle pierced her skin. "Just a little bit at a time," Mrs. Henderson coached, drawing a red tinge of blood into the syringe, then slowly pressing home the plunger. "You control it. Don't let it control you." There was no real high, just a lightheadedness, and then, of course, the welcome loss of appetite. Mrs. Henderson was right. The liquid was faster than the pills, easier. 5 pounds, 10 pounds, 15, then nothing. So Lucy had redefined her just a little bit at a time until she was drawing back not 5 cc's, but 10. Then 10 turned to 15. Then her head exploded and she was on fire. What did she care about after that? Nothing. Boys? Too stupid. Jill Henderson? What a drag. Her weight? Never again. By the age of 16, Lucy was just under 100 pounds. Her ribs, her hips, her elbows jutted out like polished marble. For the first time in her life, she had cheekbones. She wore dark Cleopatra eyeliner and blue eyeshadow and ironed her long blonde hair so that it slapped stiffly against her impossibly thin ass. The little girl her 5th-grade PE coach had, much to the delight of the rest of the class, nicknamed Steamroller, was model-thin, carefree, and, suddenly, popular. Not popular with her old friends, the ones she had known since kindergarten. They all spurned her as a waste, a dropout, a loser. For once in her life, Lucy didn't care. Who needed people who looked down on you for having a little fun? Lucy had only ever been a token anyway, the fat girl to pal around with so the other girl could be the pretty one, the charming one, the one all the boys flirted with. Her new friends thought Lucy was perfect. They loved it when she made a sarcastic quip about someone from her old life. They embraced her weirdness. The girls invited her to their parties, the boys asked her out. They treated her as an equal. She finally fit in with a group. She finally didn't stick out as two anything. She was just one of many. She was just Lucy. And what of her old life? Lucy felt nothing but disdain for everyone who had inhabited it, especially Mrs. Henderson, who abruptly cut her off and said Lucy needed to get her shit together. Lucy's shit was more together than it had ever been. She had no intention whatsoever of giving up her new life. All of her old friends were squares, obsessed with college prep, which mostly consisted of debating which sorority they would rush. The finer points of these sororities, whose Victorian and Greek revival-style mansions dotted Mill Edge Avenue and South Lumpkin Street at the University of Georgia, had been part of Lucy's vernacular since the age of 10. But the lure of amphetamine reduced her Greek to a forgotten language. She didn't need the disapproving glances from her old friends. She didn't even need Mrs. Henderson anymore. There were plenty of new friends who could hook her up, and Lucy's parents were generous with her allowance. On the weeks she was short, her mother never noticed money missing from her purse. It was so easy to see now, but at the time, the spiraling down of her life seemed to happen in seconds, not the actual 2 full years it had taken for Lucy to fall. At home, she was sullen and sulky. She started sneaking out at night and lying to her parents about stupid things, mundane things, things that could be easily disproven. At school, Lucy failed class after class, finally ending up in rudimentary English with Fat George sitting in the front and Lucy and her new friends in the back row, mostly sleeping off the lows, biding their time until they could get back to their real love, the needle. That finely honed piece of surgical steel, that seemingly innocuous device of delivery that ruled every moment of Lucy's life. She dreamed about shooting up. That first prick of flesh, that pinch as the tip pierced vein, that slow burn as the liquid was injected, that immediate euphoria of the drug entering her system. It was worth everything, worth every sacrifice, worth every loss, worth the things she had to do to get it, worth the things she all but forgot about the second the drug entered her bloodstream. Then, suddenly, came the crest of the last hill, the biggest hill, on her roller coaster ride down. Bobby Fields. Almost 20 years older than Lucy. Wiser, stronger. He was a mechanic at one of her father's gas stations. Bobby had never noticed her before. Lucy was invisible to him, a pudgy little girl with lank pigtails. But that changed after the needle entered Lucy's life. She walked into the garage one day, her jeans hanging low on her newly lean hips, bell-bottoms frayed from dragging the floor, and Bobby told her to stop and talk a while. He listened to her, too, and Lucy only then realized that no one had really listened to her before. And then Bobby had reached up with his grease-stained fingers and stroked back a piece of hair that was hanging in her face. And then, somehow, they were in the back of the building, and his hand was on her breast, and she felt alive under the bright glare of his undivided attention. Lucy had never been with a man before. Even high as a kite, she knew she should say no. She knew that she had to save herself, that no one wanted spoiled goods. Because as improbable as it now seemed, back then there was still a part of her who assumed that despite the slight detour, one day she'd end up at UGA, pledge herself to whichever house she chose, and get married to an earnest young man whose bright future met with her father's approval. Lucy would have babies, she would join the PTA, she would bake cookies and drive her kids to school in a station wagon and sit in her kitchen smoking with the other mothers while they complained about their boring lives. And maybe while the other women discussed marital discord or colicky babies, Lucy would smile pleasantly, remembering her reckless youth, her crazy, hedonistic affair with the needle. Or maybe one day she would be on a street corner in the middle of Atlanta and feel her stomach drop at the thought of losing that homey kitchen, those close friends. Because while 16-year-old Lucy had never been with a man before, Bobby Fields had been with plenty of women, plenty of young women. He knew how to talk to them. He knew how to make them feel special, and, more important, he knew how to move his hand from breast to thigh, from thigh to crotch, and from there to other places that made Lucy gasp so loudly that her father called from the office to see if she was okay. "I'm all right, Daddy," she had said, because Bobby's hand had felt so good that Lucy would have lied to God himself. At first, their relationship was a secret, which of course made it more exciting. They had a bond. They had a forbidden thing between them. For nearly a full year they carried on their clandestine affair. Lucy would avoid Bobby's gaze when she made her weekly trek to the garage to count quarters with her daddy. She would pretend Bobby didn't exist until she couldn't take it anymore. She would go to the dirty bathroom behind the building. He would grip his greasy hands so hard around her ass that she would feel the pain when she sat back down beside her father. The hunger for Bobby was almost as intense as her hunger for the needle. She skipped school. She fabricated a part-time job and fake sleepovers that her parents never bothered to verify. Bobby had his own place. He drove a Mustang fastback like Steve McQueen. He drank beer and he smoked dope and he scored speed for Lucy, and she learned how to go down on him without gagging. It was all perfect until she realized that she couldn't keep up her fake life anymore. Or maybe she just didn't want to. She dropped out of high school 2 months before graduation. The final straw came the weekend her parents took a trip to visit her brother in college. Lucy spent the entire time at Bobby's. She cooked for him, she cleaned for him, she made love to him all night, and during the day she stared at the clock, counting down the minutes until she could tell him that she loved him. And Lucy did love him, especially when he got home at night with a big grin on his face and a little vial of magic in his pocket. Bobby was generous with the needle, maybe too generous. He got Lucy so high that her teeth started chattering. She was still high when she stumbled home the next morning. Sunday. Her parents were supposed to go to church with her brother before driving back, but there they were, sitting at the kitchen table, still in their traveling clothes. Her mother hadn't even taken off her hat. They had been waiting up all night. They had called her friend, her alibi, who was supposed to say that Lucy had spent the night. The girl had lied at first, but after only the slightest bit of pressure told Lucy's parents exactly where their daughter was and exactly what she'd been up to for the last several months. Lucy was 17 by then, still considered a child. Her parents tried to have her committed. They tried to have Bobby arrested. They tried to prevent other garages from hiring him, but he just moved to Atlanta, where no one cared who fixed their car so long as it was cheap. 2 months of hell passed, and then, suddenly, Lucy was 18. Just like that, her life was different. Or different in a different way. Old enough to quit school, old enough to drink. Old enough to leave her family without the pigs dragging her back home. She went from being her daddy's girl to Bobby's girl, living in an apartment off Stewart Avenue, sleeping all day, waiting for Bobby to come home at night so he could shoot her up, screw her, then let her sleep some more. The only regret Lucy felt at the time was toward her brother, Henry. He was in law school at UGA. He was 6 years older, more like a friend than a sibling. In person, they generally shared long moments of silence, but since he'd gone away to school, they had written each other letters 2 or 3 times a month. Lucy had loved writing letters to Henry. She was the old Lucy in all of her correspondences, silly about boys, anxious for graduation, eager to learn how to drive. No talk of the needle, no talk of her new friends who were so far outside the margins of society that Lucy was afraid to bring them home lest they steal her mother's good silver. That is, if her mother even let them through the door. Henry's responses were always brief, but even when he was covered up in exams, he managed to send Lucy a line or two to let her know what was going on. He was excited about her joining him on campus. He was excited about showing around his baby girl to his friends. He was excited about everything, until he wasn't, because her parents told him that his darling sister had moved to Atlanta as the whore of a 38-year-old hippie, drug-dealing gearhead. After that, Lucy's letters came back unopened. Henry's scrawl informed her, "Return to sender." Just like that, he dropped Lucy like trash in the street. Maybe she was trash. Maybe she deserved to be abandoned. Because once the rush wore off, once the highs turned less intense and the lows became almost unbearable, what was there left to Lucy Bennett but a life on the street? 2 months after Bobby moved her to Atlanta, he kicked her out. Who could blame him? His hot young fox had turned into a junkie who met him at the door every night begging for the needle. And when Bobby stopped supplying her, she found another man in the complex who was willing to give her anything she wanted. So what if she had to spread her legs for it? He was giving her what Bobby wouldn't. He was supplying her demand. His name was Fred. He cleaned planes at the airport. He liked to do things to Lucy that made her cry, and then he'd give her the needle and everything would be okay again. Fred thought he was special, better than Bobby. When Fred figured out that the gleam in Lucy's eye was for the drug and not for him, he started beating her. He didn't stop beating her until she landed in the hospital. And then when she got a taxi back to the apartment complex, the manager told her that Fred had moved out no forwarding address. And then the manager told Lucy that she was welcome to stay with him. Much of what came next was a blur. Or maybe it was so clear that she couldn't see it. The way putting on someone else's glasses makes your eyes cross. For almost a year, Lucy went from man to man, supplier to supplier. She did things, horrible things, to get the needle. If there was a totem pole in the world of speed, she had started at the top and quickly hit bottom. Day after day she felt the dizzying spin of her life circling the drain, yet she felt helpless to stop it. The pain would kick in, the need, the yearning, the longing that burned like hot acid in her gut. And then, finally, the very bottom. Lucy was terrified of the bikers who sold speed, but eventually, inevitably, her love of the speed won out. They tossed her around like a baseball, everyone taking a hit. All of them had fought in Vietnam and were furious at the world, the system, furious at Lucy, too. She had never overdosed before, at least not bad enough to end up in the hospital. Once, twice, a third time she was dropped off the back of a Harley in front of the Grady emergency room. The bikers didn't like that. Hospitals brought the cops, and the cops were expensive to buy off. One night, Lucy got too high, and one of them brought her down with heroin, a trick he'd picked up fighting Charlie. Heroin. The final nail in Lucy's coffin. As with the speed, she was a quick convert. That deadening sensation, that indescribable bliss. The loss of time, space consciousness. Lucy had never taken money for sex. Her transactions until this point had always had an air of bartering, sex for speed, sex for heroin, never sex for money. But now, Lucy found herself in desperate need of money. The bikers sold speed, not heroin. Heroin belonged to the coloreds. Even the mafia was hands-off. H was a ghetto drug. It was too potent, too addictive, too dangerous for white people, especially white women. Which is how Lucy ended up being tricked out by a black man with a tattoo of Jesus on his chest. The spoon, the flame, the smell of burning rubber, the tourniquet, the filter from a broken cigarette. There was a romantic pageantry to the whole thing, a drawn-out process that made her former affair with the needle seem woefully unsophisticated. Even now, Lucy could feel herself getting excited at the thought of the spoon. She closed her eyes, imagining the bent piece of silver, the way the neck resembled a broken swan, black sheep, black man's whore. Suddenly, Juice was at her side. The other girls cautiously moved away. Juice had a way of sensing weakness. It was how he got them in the first place. "What is it, sexy?" "Nothing," she mumbled. "Everything's dynamite." He took the toothpick out of his mouth. "Don't play me, gal." Lucy looked down at the ground. She could see his white patent leather shoes, the way the bell-bottom of his custom-made green pants draped across the wingtips. How many strangers had she screwed to put the shine on those shoes? How many back seats had she lain down in so he could go to the tailor in 5 Points to have his inseam measured? Sorry. She chanced to look at his face, trying to gauge his temper. Juice took out his handkerchief and rubbed the sweat off his forehead. He had long sideburns that connected to his mustache and goatee. There was a birthmark on his cheek that Lucy stared at sometimes when she needed to concentrate on other things. He said, "Come on, gal. You don't tell me what's on your mind. I can't fix it." He pushed her shoulder. When she didn't start talking, he pushed her harder to get the point across. He wasn't going away. Juice hated when they kept secrets from him. "I was thinking about my mother," Lucy told him, which was the first time she'd told a man the truth in a long while. Juice laughed, used the toothpick to address the other girls. "Ain't that sweet? She been thinking about her mammy." He raised his voice. "How many of y'all's mamas here for you now?" There was a titter of nervous laughter. Kitty, ever the suck-up, said, "We just need you, Juice. Only you." "Lucy," Mary whispered. The word nearly got trapped in her throat. If Juice got pissed off, none of them would get what they wanted, and all that they wanted right now, all that they needed, was the spoon and the H that Juice had in his pocket. "Nah, it's all right," Juice waved off Mary. "Let her talk. Come on, girl. Speak." Maybe it was because he said the same thing that you'd say to a dog. Speak, like Lucy would get a treat if she barked on command. Or maybe it was because she was so used to doing exactly what Juice told her to do that Lucy's mouth started moving of its own volition. "I was thinking about this time my mama took me into town." Lucy closed her eyes. She could feel herself back in the car, see the metal dashboard of her mother's Chrysler gleaming in the bright sunlight. It was hot, steamy, the sort of August that made you wish you had air conditioning in your car. She was going to drop me off at the library while she did her chores. Juice chuckled at her memory. "Aw, that's sweet, girl. Your mama taking you to the library so's you can read." "She couldn't get there." Lucy opened her eyes, looked directly at Juice in a way she'd never before dared. "The Klan was having a rally." Juice cleared his throat. He cut his eyes to the other girls, then zeroed back in on Lucy. "Keep going." His deep tone wedged a splinter of cold into her spine. "The streets were blocked. They were stopping traffic, checking cars." "Hush now," Mary whispered, begging for Lucy to stop, but Lucy couldn't stop. Her master had told her to speak. "It was a Saturday. Mama always took me to the library on Saturdays." "That right?" Juice asked. "Yes." Even with her eyes open, Lucy could still see the scene playing out in her head. She was in her mother's car, safe, carefree, before the pills, before the needle, before the heroin, before Juice, before she lost that little Lucy who sat so patiently in her mother's car, worried that she wasn't going to get to the library in time for her reading group. Little Lucy was a voracious reader. She gripped the stack of books in her lap as she stared at the men blocking the streets. They were all dressed in their white robes. Most of them had their hoods pulled back because of the heat. She recognized some from church, a couple from school. She waved at Mr. Sheffield, who owned the hardware store. He winked at her and waved back. Lucy told Juice, "We were on a hill near the courthouse, and there was a black eye in front of us, stopped at the stop sign. He was in one of those little foreign cars. Mr. Peterson walked right up to him, and Mr. Laramie was on the other side." "That right," Juice repeated. "Yes, that's right." The guy was terrified. His car kept rolling back. He must have had a clutch. His foot was slipping because he was so panicked. And I remember my mama watching him like we were watching Wild Kingdom or something, and she just laughed and said, "Look at how scared that coon is." "Jesus," Mary hissed. Lucy smiled at Juice, repeated, "Look at how scared that coon is." Juice took the toothpick out of his mouth. "You best watch yourself, gal." "Look at how scared that coon is," Lucy mumbled. "Look at how scared." She let her voice trail off, but it was only like an engine idling before it was gunned. For no reason, the story struck her as hilariously funny. Her voice went up, the sound echoing off the buildings. "Look at how scared that coon is! Look at how scared that coon is!" Juice slapped her, open palm, but hard enough to spin her around. Lucy felt blood slide down her throat. Not the first time she'd been hit. Not the last. It wouldn't stop her. Nothing could stop her. "Look at how scared that coon is! Look at how scared that coon is!" "Shut up!" Juice punched his fist into her face. Lucy felt the crack of a tooth breaking. Her jaw twisted like a hula hoop, but she still said, "Look at how scared!" He kicked her in the stomach, his tight pants keeping his foot low so that she felt the toe of his shoe scrape her pelvic bone. Lucy gasped from the pain, which was excruciating, but somehow liberating. How many years had it been since she'd felt something other than numb? How many years had it been since she'd raised her voice, told a man no? Her throat felt tight. She could barely stand. "Look at how scared that—" Juice punched her in the face again. She felt the bridge of her nose splinter. Lucy staggered back, arms open. She saw stars, literal stars. Her purse dropped. The heel of her shoe snapped off. "Get out of my face!" Juice waved his fist in the air. "Get out of here before I kill you, bitch!" Lucy stumbled into Jane, who pushed her away like a diseased dog. "Just go," Mary begged. "Please." Lucy swallowed a mouthful of blood and coughed it back out. Pieces of white speckled the ground. Teeth. "Get on, bitch," Juice warned her. "Get on out of my sight." Lucy managed to turn. She looked up the dark street. There were no lights showing the way. Either the pimps shot them out or the city didn't bother to turn them on. Lucy stumbled again, but kept herself upright. The broken heel was a problem. She kicked off both shoes. The soles of her feet felt the intense heat of the asphalt, a burning sensation that shot straight up to her scalp. It was like walking on hot coals. She'd seen that on TV once. The trick was to walk fast enough to deprive the heat of oxygen so your skin didn't burn. Lucy picked up her pace. She straightened herself as she walked. She kept her head held high despite the breathtaking pain in her ribs. It didn't matter. The darkness didn't matter. The heat in her soles didn't matter. Nothing mattered. She turned, screaming, "Look at how scared that coon is!" Juice made to run after her, and Lucy bolted down the street. Her bare feet slapped against the pavement, her arms pumped, her lungs shook as she rounded the corner. Adrenaline raced through her body. Lucy thought of all those PE classes in school, when her bad attitude had earned her 5, 10, 20 laps around the track. She had been so fast then, so young and free. Not anymore. Her legs started to cramp, her knees wanted to buckle. Lucy chanced to look behind her, but Juice was not there. No one was there. She stumbled to a stop. He didn't even care enough to chase her. Lucy bent over, bracing her hand against a phone booth, blood dripping from her mouth. She used her tongue to find the source. 2 teeth were broken, though thank God they were in the back. She went inside the booth. The light was too bright when she closed the door. She let it hang open and leaned against the glass. Her breath was still labored. Her body felt as if she'd run 10 miles, not a handful of blocks. She looked at the phone. The black receiver on the hook, the slot for the dime. Lucy traced her fingers along the bell symbol engraved in the metal plate, then let her hand move down to find the 4, the 7, the 8. Her parents' phone number. She still knew it by heart, just like she knew the street number where they lived, her grandmother's birthday, her brother's upcoming graduation date. That earlier Lucy was not completely lost. There still existed her life in numbers. She could call, but even if they answered, no one would have anything to say. Lucy pushed herself out of the phone booth. She walked slowly up the street in no particular direction, but away. Her stomach clenched as the first wave of withdrawal made itself known. She should go to the hospital to get patched up and beg the nurse for some methadone before it got really bad. Grady was 12 blocks down and 3 over. Her legs weren't cramping yet. She could make the walk. Those laps around the high school track hadn't always felt like a punishment. Lucy used to love to run. She loved jogging on weekends with her brother Henry. He always gave up before she did. Lucy had a letter from him in her purse. She'd gotten it last month from the man at the Union Mission, where the girls took their downtime when Juice was mad at them. Lucy had kept the letter for 3 whole days before opening it, afraid it would be bad news. Her father dead, her mother run off with the Charles Chips man. Everyone was getting divorced now, weren't they? Broken homes, broken children. Though Lucy had been broken for a long time, so it was nothing to open and read a simple letter, right? Henry's cramped script was so familiar that it felt like a soft hand on her cheek. Tears had filled her eyes. She read the letter through once, then again, then again. 1 page. No gossip or family news, because Henry was not that way. He was precise, logical, never dramatic. Henry was in his last year of law school. He was looking for a job now because he'd heard the market was tough. He would miss being a student. He would miss being around his friends. And he really missed Lucy. He missed Lucy. This was the part she had read 4 times, then 5, then so many more that she had lost count. Henry missed Lucy. Her brother missed his sister. Lucy missed herself, too. But Lucy had dropped her purse back on the street corner. Juice probably had it now. He'd probably shaken it out onto the sidewalk and combed through everything like it belonged to him, which meant he had Henry's letter and Lucy's kitchen knife that was sharp enough to cut the skin on her leg, which she knew because she had done it last week just to make sure she could still bleed. Lucy took a left at the next corner. She turned around to look at the moon. It punctured the black sky with the curved edge of its fingernail. The skeleton of the unfinished Peachtree Plaza Hotel loomed in the distance, the tallest hotel in the world. The whole city was under construction. In a year or 2, there would be thousands of new hotel rooms opening downtown. Business would be booming, especially in the streets. She doubted she'd live to see it. Lucy tripped again. Pain shot up her spine. The damage to her body was making itself known. Her rib must be fractured. She knew that her nose was broken. The clenching in her stomach was getting worse. She would need a fix soon or she'd go into the DTs. She made herself put 1 foot in front of the other. Please, she prayed to the god of Grady Hospital. Let them give me methadone. Let them give me a bed. Let them be kind. Let them be... Lucy stopped. What the hell was wrong with her? Why was she leaving her fate to some bitch nurse who would take 1 look at her and know exactly what she was? Lucy should go back to her strip. She should make up with Juice. She should get down on her hands and knees and beg him for forgiveness, for mercy, for a hit, for salvation. Good evening, sister. Lucy spun around, half expecting to see Henry, though he had never greeted her that way. There was a man standing a few feet behind her, white, tall, covered in shadow. Lucy's hand flew to her chest. Her heart pounded underneath her palm. She knew better than to let some John sneak up on her like that. She reached for her purse, the knife she kept inside, but too late remembered that she'd lost everything. "Are you all right?" the man asked. He was clean-cut, something Lucy hadn't seen in a long while except on a pig. His light brown hair was shaved into a buzz cut, sideburns short, no shadow of a beard, even this late at night. Military, she guessed. Lots of guys were coming home from Nam. In 6 months, this asshole would be just like all the other vets Lucy knew, wearing his dirty hair in a braid, beating down some woman and talking shit about the man. Lucy tried to make her voice strong. "Sorry, handsome. I'm done for the night." Her words echoed in the cavern formed by the tall buildings. She was aware that she was slurring, and straightened her shoulders so he wouldn't think she was an easy target. "Closed for business." "I'm not looking for business." He took a step forward. He had a book in his hands. The Bible. "Shit," she mumbled. These guys were everywhere. Mormons, Jehovah's Witnesses, even some of the freaks from the local Catholic Church. "Look it, I don't need saving." "I hate to argue, sister, but you look like you do." "I'm not your sister. I have a brother, and you're not him." Lucy turned around and started walking. She couldn't go back to Juice right now. Lucy didn't think she could stand another beating. She would go to the hospital and make such a stink that they'd have to sedate her. That at least would get her through the night. "I bet he's worried about you." Lucy kept walking. "Your brother?" the man asked. "I bet he's worried about you. I know I'd be." She clutched her hands together, but didn't turn around. Footsteps followed her. Lucy didn't quicken her pace, couldn't quicken her pace. The pain in her stomach was strong, a knife cutting through her viscera. The hospital was fine for one night, but there was tomorrow and the next day and the next. Lucy would have to find a way back into Juice's good graces. Tonight had been slow. Even Kitty wasn't bringing in much. Juice was all about cold, hard cash, and Lucy was betting this Jesus freak had at least $10 on him. Sure, Juice would still beat her, but the money would soften his blows. "I want to call him." Lucy kept a careful pace. She could hear the man following, keeping his distance. "My brother. He'll come get me. He said he would." She was lying, but her voice was strong. "I don't have any money. To call him, that is." "If it's money you want, I can give you that." Lucy stopped. Slowly she turned around. The man was standing in a sliver of light that came from the lobby of a nearby office building. Lucy was too tall, 5'10", with her shoes off. She was used to looking down at most people. This guy was well over 6 feet. The hands that held the Bible were huge. His shoulders were broad, long legs but not lean. Lucy was fast, especially when she was scared. The minute he took out his wallet, she would grab it and dash away. She asked, "You a Marine or what?" 4F. He took a step toward her. Medical disability. He looked capable enough to Lucy. He probably had a daddy who bought him out of the draft, same as Lucy's dad had with Henry. "Give me some money so I can call my brother," she remembered. "Please?" "Where is he?" "Athens." "Greece?" She sputtered a laugh. "Georgia. He's in college. Law school. He's about to get married. I want to call him, congratulate him," she added. "Get him to pick me up and take me home, to my family, where I belong." The man took another step forward. The light picked out the features of his face, which were normal, even average. Blue eyes, nice mouth, sharp nose, square jaw. "Why aren't you in college?" Lucy felt a tingle at the back of her neck. She wasn't sure how to describe it. Part of her was afraid of the man. Part of her was thinking she hadn't talked to a guy like this in more years than she could remember. He wasn't looking at her like she was a whore. He wasn't proposing a transaction. There was nothing in his eyes that told her he was a threat. And yet, it was 2 a.m, and he was standing in the empty street of a city that pretty much closed its doors at 6 o'clock after all the white people went back to the suburbs. The truth was, neither one of them belonged here. "Sister." He took another step closer. Lucy was shocked to see the concern in his eyes. "I don't want you to be afraid of me. I let the Lord guide my hand." Lucy had trouble answering. Years had passed since anyone had looked at her with anything close to compassion. "What makes you think I'm afraid?" I think you've lived with fear for a long time, Lucy. You don't know what I've... She stopped. How do you know my name? He seemed confused. You told me. No, I didn't. You told me your name was Lucy just a few minutes ago. He held up the Bible for emphasis. I swear. All the saliva in her mouth was gone. Her name was her secret. She never gave it away to strangers. No, I didn't. Lucy. He was less than 5 feet away from her now. There was that same concerned look in his eyes, though he could easily take one more step and wrap both hands around her neck before she knew what was happening. But he didn't. He just stood there holding his Bible to his chest. Please, don't be scared of me. You have no reason to be afraid. Why are you here? I want to help you, to save you. I don't need saving. I need money. I told you I'd give you all the money you need. He tucked the Bible under his arm and took out his wallet. She could see bills stacked neatly in the fold, hundreds. He fanned them out in his hand. I want to take care of you. That's all I've ever wanted. Her chest shook. She eyed the money. There was at least 500 there, possibly more. I don't know you. No, not yet. Lucy's foot stepped back, but she needed to go forward, needed to grab the cash and run. If the man sensed her plans, he didn't show it. He stood there with the hundreds looking like postage stamps in his large hands, not moving, not speaking. All that cash. $500. She could rent a hotel room, keep herself off the street for months, maybe a year. Lucy felt her heart banging against her shattered rib. She was torn between snatching the dough and running for her life and just plain running from her life. The hair on the back of her neck stood at attention. Her hands were shaking. She felt heat radiating somewhere behind her. For a moment, Lucy assumed the sun was coming up over Peachtree Plaza, streaking down the street, warming her neck and shoulders. Was this some sign from above? Was this finally her moment of salvation? No. No salvation. Just money. She forced herself to take a step forward, then another. I want to know you, she told the man, fear making the words slur on her tongue. He smiled. That's good, sister. Lucy made herself return the smile, made her shoulders curve so she looked younger, sweeter, innocent, and then she grabbed the wad of cash. She turned to run, but her body jerked back like a slingshot. Don't fight me. His fingers were clamped around her wrist. Half her arm disappeared inside his grip. You can't escape. Lucy stopped fighting. She didn't have a choice. Pain was shooting up her neck. Her head was throbbing. Her shoulder crunched in the socket. Still, she kept her fist wrapped around the money. She could feel the stiff bills scraping against her palm. He said, Sister, why do you crave a life of sin? I don't know. Lucy shook her head. She looked down at the ground. She sniffed back the blood that dripped from her nose, and then she felt his grip start to loosen. Sister. Lucy wrenched away her arm, her skin feeling torn, like a glove ripping off. She ran as fast and as hard as she could, feet slapping pavement, arms pumping. 1 block, 2. She opened her mouth, taking deep gulps of air that sent stabbing pains into her chest, broken ribs, busted nose, shattered teeth, money in her hand. $500, a hotel room, a bus ticket, safety, all the H that she could handle. She was free. God damn it, she was finally free. Until her head flew back. Her scalp felt like the teeth of a zipper being wrenched apart as chunks of hair were snatched out at the root. Lucy's forward momentum didn't stop. She saw her legs shoot out in front of her, feet level to her chin, and then her back slammed down flat to the ground. Don't fight, the man repeated, straddling her, his hands wrapping around her neck. Lucy clawed at his fingers. His grip was relentless. Blood poured from her torn scalp. It went into her eyes, her nose, her mouth. She couldn't scream. She blindly reached out, trying to dig her fingernails into his eye sockets. She felt the side of his face, his rough skin, then her hands dropped because she couldn't hold up her arms anymore. His breath quickened as her body spasmed. Warm urine ran down her leg. She could feel his excitement, even as a sense of hopelessness took over. Who was Lucy fighting for? Who cared if Lucy Bennett lived or died? Maybe Henry would be sad when he heard the news, but her parents, her old friends, even Mrs. Henderson, would probably feel nothing but relief. Finally, the inevitable. Lucy's tongue swelled in her mouth, her vision blurred. It was useless. There was no air left for her lungs, no oxygen going to her brain. She felt herself starting to give, her muscles releasing, the back of her head hit pavement. She stared up. The sky was impossibly black, pinholes of stars barely visible. The man stared down at her, the same concerned look in his eyes. Only this time, he was smiling. Chapter 2. Present Day. Monday. Will Trent had never been alone in someone else's home before, unless that person was dead. As with many things in his life, he was aware that this was a trait he shared with a lot of serial killers. Fortunately, Will was an agent with the Georgia Bureau of Investigation, so the empty bathrooms he searched and the deserted bedrooms he tossed all fell under the category of intrusions for the greater good. This revelation didn't help ease his mind as he walked through Sarah Linton's apartment. Bill had to keep telling himself he had a legitimate reason to be here. Sarah had asked him to feed and walk the dogs while she worked an extra shift at the hospital. Barring that, they were hardly strangers. They'd known each other for almost a full year before they'd finally gotten together 2 weeks ago. Will had spent every night here since. Even before that, he'd met Sarah's parents. He'd dined at her family's table. Given all of this familiarity, his feelings of trespass didn't really add up. Which still didn't stop him from feeling like a stalker. Maybe this came from the way Will felt being alone here. He was pretty sure that he was obsessed with Sarah Linton. He wanted to know everything about her. And while he wasn't seized by the urge to take off his clothes and roll around naked on her bed, at least not without Sarah there with him, he felt the compulsion to look at all the things on her shelves and in her drawers. He wanted to flip through the photo albums she kept in a box in her bedroom closet. He wanted to peruse her books and scroll through her iTunes collection. Not that he would act on these impulses. Unlike most serial killers, Will was aware that any one of these things crossed the line into creepy. But the desire left him feeling unsettled all the same. He looped the dog's leashes around the hook inside the hall closet. Sarah's 2 greyhounds were piled onto the living room couch. A ray of sun bleached their fawn-colored fur. The loft was a penthouse corner unit, which was one of the perks of being a pediatrician instead of a lowly civil servant. The L-shaped wall of windows gave a stellar view of downtown Atlanta. The Bank of America Plaza that looked like the builders had forgotten to remove the scaffolding up top. The step-like Georgia Pacific Tower that was built over the movie theater where Gone with the Wind premiered. The tiny Equitable building sitting like a black granite paperweight beside the pencil cup of the Westin Peachtree Plaza. Atlanta was a small town in the scheme of things. The population inside the city limits was slightly north of 500,000. Bump that out to the metro area and it was closer to 6 million. The city was a mecca on the Piedmont, the center of business in the southeast. Over 60 languages were spoken here. There were more hotel rooms than residents, more office spaces than people. 300 murders a year, 1,100 reported rapes, nearly 13,000 aggravated assault charges. More like a small town with a chip on its shoulder. Will made his way to the kitchen and picked up the water bowls from the floor. The thought of going home to his small house made him feel lonely, which was strange considering Will had grown up wanting to be nothing but alone. There was more to his life than Sarah Linton. He was a grown man. He had a job. He had his own dog to look after. He had a home. He'd even been married before. Technically, he was still married, though that hadn't mattered much until recently. Will was 8 years old when the cops dropped off Angie Pulaski at the Atlanta Children's Home. She was 11 and a girl, which meant she stood a good chance of being adopted, but Angie was mouthy and wild, and no one wanted her. No one wanted Will, either. He'd spent most of his early life being checked in and out of the children's home like a dog-eared library book. Somehow, Angie made all of it more bearable, except for the times when she was making it unbearable. Their marriage had taken place 2 years ago. It had been perpetrated on a double-dog dare, which might explain why neither of them took it very seriously. Angie had lasted less than a week. 2 days after the civil ceremony, Will woke up to find her clothes gone, the house empty. He wasn't surprised. He wasn't hurt. Actually, He was enormously relieved that it had happened sooner rather than later. Angie disappeared on him all the time. Will knew that she would be back. She always came back. Only this time, for the first time, something had happened while Angie was away. There was Sarah. There was the way she breathed in Will's ear. There was the way she traced her fingers down his spine. There was her taste, her smell. There were all these things Will had never even noticed with Angie. He clicked his tongue as he put down the water bowls. The dog stayed on the couch, unimpressed. Will's Glock was on the counter beside his suit jacket. He clipped the holster onto his belt. He checked the time on the stove as he pulled on his jacket. Sarah's shift ended in 5 minutes, which meant it was at least 10 minutes past time for Will to leave. She would probably call him when she got home. He would tell her he was doing paperwork or about to get on the treadmill or some other lie that made it clear he hadn't been sitting around waiting for her to call, and then he would run back over here like Julie Andrews prancing up that hill in The Sound of Music. He was heading to the front door when his cell phone vibrated in his pocket. Will recognized his boss's number. For a split second, he considered sending the call to voicemail, but he knew from experience that Amanda would not be easily deterred. He answered, "Trent." "Where are you?" For some reason, he found the question intrusive. "Why?" Amanda gave a weary sigh. He could hear noises on her end, the low murmur of a crowd, a repetitive clicking sound. "Just answer me, Will." "I'm at Sarah's." She didn't respond, so he asked, "Do you need me?" "No, I most certainly do not. You're still on airport duty until further notice. Do you understand me? Nothing else." He stared at the phone for a moment, then put it back to his ear. "All right." Abruptly, she ended the call. Will had the distinct feeling she would have slammed down the receiver if such a thing were possible on a cell phone. Instead of leaving, he stood in the foyer trying to figure out what had just happened. Will replayed the conversation in his head. No obvious explanation jumped out. Will was used to his boss being obtuse. Anger was hardly a new emotion. But while Amanda had certainly hung up on him before, Will couldn't fathom why she cared where he was at the moment. Actually, he was surprised that she was even talking to him. He hadn't heard her voice in 2 weeks. Deputy Director Amanda Wagner was an old-timer, from that group of cops who easily bent the rules to make a case but stuck to the manual when it came to the dress code. The GBI required all non-undercover agents to keep their hair half an inch off their collar. 2 weeks ago, Amanda had actually slapped a ruler to the back of Will's neck, and when he hadn't taken the hint, she'd transferred him to airport duty, which required Will to hang out in various men's toilets waiting for someone to sexually proposition him. Will's mistake was mentioning the ruler to Sarah. He'd told her the story as a sort of joke as well as an explanation for why he needed to run up the street to the barber shop before they went to dinner. Sarah hadn't told Will not to get his hair cut. She was so much smarter than that. She'd told him she liked his hair the length that it was. She told him that it looked good on him. She'd stroked the back of his neck while she said this, and then she had suggested that instead of going to the barber, they go into the bedroom and do something so filthy that Will had experienced a few seconds of hysterical blindness. Which was why he was looking at spending the rest of his career doing a Mr. Bojangles under the bathroom stall of every men's toilet in the busiest passenger airport in the world. But it didn't explain why Amanda had felt the need to locate Will on this particular day at this particular time, or the sound of people gathered in the background, or the familiar clicking noise. Will went back into the living room. The dogs shifted on the couch, but Will didn't sit down. He picked up the remote and turned on the television. A basketball game was on. He flipped to the local station. Monica Pearson, the Channel 2 anchor, was sitting behind her news desk. She was doing a story on the Beltline, the new transportation system that was hated by everyone in Atlanta except for the politicians. Will's finger was on the power button when the story changed. Breaking news. The image of a young woman appeared over Pearson's shoulder. Will turned up the volume as the story was tossed to a live news conference. What he saw made him sit down. Amanda Wagner stood at a wooden podium. A handful of microphones were in front of her. She was waiting for silence. Will heard the familiar sounds, cameras clicking over the low murmur of the crowd. He'd seen his boss do hundreds of news conferences. Usually Will was in the back of the room, trying to stay off camera, while Amanda basked in the glow of undivided attention. She loved being in charge. She lived to control the slow trickle of information that fed the media. Except for now. Will studied her face as the camera closed in. She looked tired. More than that, she looked worried. She said, "The Georgia Bureau of Investigation has released an alert bulletin on Ashley Renee Snyder. The 19-year-old female was reported missing at approximately 3:15 this afternoon." Amanda paused, giving the newspaper journalists time to scribble down the description. "Ashley lives in the Techwood area and is a sophomore at the Georgia Institute of Technology." Amanda said more, but Will tuned out the words. He watched her mouth move. He saw her point to different reporters. Their questions were long, her answers were brief. She didn't put up with much. There was none of her usual bantering back and forth. Finally, Amanda left the podium. Monica Pearson returned. The photo of the missing girl was back over her shoulder. Blonde, pretty, thin. Familiar. Will took his phone out of his pocket. He touched his thumb to the speed dial for Amanda, but didn't press the number. By state law, the GBI had to be asked by the local police before they could take over a case. One of the rare exceptions was with kidnappings, where timing was critical and abductors could quickly cross country and state lines. An alert bulletin would mobilize all of the GBI field offices. Agents would be called back in. Any collected evidence would be given top priority at the labs. All the agency's resources would be directed toward this one case. Every resource but Will. He probably shouldn't read anything into this. It was just another way Amanda had found to punish him. She was still mad about Will's hair. She was petty enough to make a point of keeping him off a case. That was all it was. Will had worked kidnappings before. They were awful cases. They seldom ended well. Still, every cop wanted to work one. The ticking clock, the tension, the chase, the adrenaline jolt was part of the reason they joined in the first place. And Amanda was punishing Will by keeping him off the case. Techwood. A student. Will turned off the TV. He felt a drop of sweat slide down his back. His mind couldn't settle on any one particular thought. Finally, he shook his head to clear it. That was when he noticed the time on the cable box. Sarah's shift had ended 12 minutes ago. Crap. Will had to move the dogs before he could stand up. He headed to the front door. Abel Conford, Sarah's neighbor, was in the hallway waiting for the elevator. "Good after?" Will ducked into the stairwell. He took the steps two at a time, eager to leave so Sarah wouldn't think he'd been mooning over her. She lived a few blocks from the hospital. She would be here any minute. She was actually already here. Will saw her sitting in her BMW as soon as he opened the lobby door. For a foolish split second, he considered darting into the trees. Then he realized that Sarah had already seen his car. His '79 Porsche was parked nose out beside her brand-new SUV. Will couldn't open his door without hitting Sarah's. He muttered under his breath as he plastered a smile onto his face. Sarah didn't return it. She was just sitting there gripping the steering wheel, staring straight ahead. He walked toward the car. The sun was bright enough to turn her windshield into a mirror, so he didn't notice until he was right up on her that she had tears in her eyes. Instantly, his issue with Amanda ceased to matter. Will pulled the handle on the door. Sarah unlocked it from the inside. He asked, "You okay?" "Yep." She turned around to face him, propping her feet on the running board. "Bad day at work." "Wanna talk about it?" "Not really, but thank you." She traced her fingers along the side of his face, tucked his hair behind his ear. Will leaned in closer. All he could do was look at her. Sarah's auburn hair was pulled back into a ponytail. The sunlight brought out the intense green of her eyes. She was wearing her hospital scrubs. There were a few drops of dried blood on the sleeve. She had a series of numbers scribbled on the back of her hand, blue ink on milky white skin. All the patient charts at Grady were on digital tablets. Sarah used the back of her hand to calculate dosages for patients. Knowing this last week would have saved Will 2 sleepless nights of insane jealousy, but he wasn't one to quibble. She asked, "Were the dogs okay?" "They did all the things dogs are supposed to do." "Thank you for taking care of them." Sarah rested her hands on his shoulders. Will felt a familiar stirring. It was like there was an invisible string between them. The slightest tug, and he was incapacitated. She stroked the back of his neck. "Tell me about your day." "Boring and sad," he answered, which was mostly true. "Some old guy told me I have a nice package." She gave a sly smile. "Can't arrest him for being honest." "He was pleasuring himself when he said it." "That sounds like something fun to try." Will felt the string go taut. He kissed her. Sarah's lips were soft. They tasted like peppermint from the lip balm she used. Her fingernails scratched into his hair. He leaned in closer, and then everything stopped when the front door to the building banged open. Abel Conford gave them a scowl as he stomped toward his Mercedes. Will had to clear his throat before he could ask Sarah, "Are you sure you don't want some time to yourself?" She adjusted the knot in his tie. "I want to go for a walk with you, and then I want to eat an entire pizza with you, and then I want to spend the rest of the night with you." Will looked down at his watch. "I think I can fit that in." Sarah slid out of the car and locked the door. Will tucked the key fob into his pocket. The plastic hit the familiar gold metal of his wedding ring. Will had taken off the ring 2 weeks ago, but for reasons he couldn't begin to decipher, that was as far as he'd gotten. Sarah took his hand as they walked down the sidewalk. Atlanta was at its most spectacular in late March, and today was no exception. A light breeze cooled the air. Every yard was packed with flowers. The oppressive heat of the summer months seemed like an old wives' tale. The sun cut through the swaying trees, lighting up Sarah's face. Her tears had dried, but Will could see that she was still troubled about what had happened at the hospital. He asked, "Sure you're okay?" Instead of answering, Sarah wrapped his arm around her shoulders. She was a few inches shorter than Will, which meant she fit like a puzzle piece under his arm. He felt her hand slip up under his suit jacket. She hooked her thumb over the top of his belt, just shy of his Glock. They passed the usual foot traffic in the neighborhood. Joggers, occasional couples, men pushing baby strollers, women walking dogs. Most of them were on their cell phones, even the runners. Sarah finally spoke. "I lied to you." He glanced down at her. "About what?" "I didn't pull an extra shift at the hospital. I stayed around because—" Her voice trailed off. She looked out into the street. "Because no one else was there." Will didn't know what else to say, but, "Okay." Her shoulders went up as she took a deep breath. An 8-year-old boy was brought in around lunchtime. Sarah was the pediatric attending in Grady's ER. She saw a lot of kids in bad shape. He OD'd on his grandmother's blood pressure meds. He took half her 90-day supply. It was hopeless. Will kept silent, giving her time. His heart rate was less than 40 when they brought him in. We lavaged him. We ran through the glucagon, maxed out on dopamine, epinephrine. Her voice got softer with each word. There was nothing else I could do. I called the cardiologist, put in a pacemaker, but... Sarah shook her head again. We had to let him go. We ended up shipping him to the ICU. Will saw a black Monte Carlo coasting down the street. The windows were down. Rap music shook the air. Sarah said, "I couldn't leave him alone." His attention moved away from the car. "Weren't the nurses there?" The ward was already packed. Again she shook her head. His grandmother wouldn't come to the hospital. Mom's in jail. Dad's unknown. No other relatives. He wasn't conscious. He didn't even know I was there. She paused a moment. It took him 4 hours to die. His hands were already cold when we moved him upstairs. She stared down at the sidewalk. Jacob. His name was Jacob. Will chewed at the inside of his mouth. He'd been in and out of Grady as a kid. The hospital was the only publicly funded facility left in Atlanta. He said, "Jacob was lucky to have you." She tightened her grip around him. Her gaze was still lowered, as if the cracks in the sidewalk needed further study. They walked on, both silent. Will felt a weight of expectancy. He knew that Sarah was thinking about Will's childhood, the fact that his own life could have ended the same way Jacob's had. Will should at least acknowledge this, remind her that the system had done better by him than most, but he couldn't find the words. "Hey," Sarah tugged at the back of Will's shirt. "We should probably turn around." She was right. The foot traffic had thinned out. They were nearing Boulevard, which wasn't the best place to be this time of day. Will glanced up, blinking at the bright sun. There were no tall buildings or skyscrapers blocking the light, just rows and rows of government-subsidized housing. Techwood had been like this neighborhood up until the mid-90s, when the Olympics had changed everything. The city had raised the slums, the inhabitants had been moved farther south, Students lived in the upscale apartment buildings now. Students like Ashley Snyder. Will spoke before he could stop himself. "Why don't we go up that way?" Sarah gave him a curious look. He was pointing toward the projects. He said, "I want to show you something." "Around here?" "It's just a few blocks this way." Will pulled at her shoulder to get her going again. They crossed another street, stepping over a pile of litter. Graffiti was everywhere. Will could practically feel the hair standing up on the back of Sarah's neck. She asked, "Are you sure about this?" "Trust me," he said, though as if on cue, they approached a seedy-looking clump of shirtless teenagers. All of them sported scowls and low-hanging jeans. They were a veritable rainbow coalition of tweakers, representing almost every ethnicity Atlanta had to offer. One of them had a small swastika tattooed on his fish-white belly. Another had a Puerto Rican flag on his chest. Ball caps were turned backward, teeth were missing or covered in gold. All of them held liquor-shaped brown paper bags in their hands. Sarah leaned closer to Will. He stared back at the kids. Will was 6'3" on a good day, but pulling back his jacket sent the stronger message. Nothing discouraged conversation more than the 14 rounds in a government-issued Glock Model 23. Wordlessly, the group turned and headed in the opposite direction. Will let his eyes track them just to make it clear they should keep moving. "Where are we going?" Sarah asked. She obviously hadn't planned on their afternoon stroll, turning into a tour of one of the city's most crime-ridden areas. They were in the full glare of the sun now. There was no shade in this part of town. No one planted flowers in their front yards. Unlike the dogwood-lined streets in the more affluent areas, there was nothing here but bright xenon streetlights and clear open spaces so the police helicopters could track stolen cars or fleeing perpetrators. "Just a little bit more," Will said, rubbing her shoulder in what he hoped was a soothing manner. They walked silently for a few more blocks. He could feel Sarah tense up the farther they got from home. Will asked, "Do you know what this area is called?" Sarah glanced around at the street signs. "Sono? Old Fourth Ward?" "It used to be called Buttermilk Bottom." She smiled at the name. "Why?" "It was a slum. No paved streets, no electricity. See how steep the grade is?" She nodded. "The sewage used to back up here. They said it smelled like buttermilk." Will saw she wasn't smiling anymore. He dropped his arm to Sarah's waist as they turned onto Carver Street. He pointed to the boarded-up coffee shop on the corner. "That used to be a grocery store." She looked up at him. "Mrs. Flanagan sent me there every day after school to buy her a pack of Cool 100s and a bottle of Tab." "Mrs. Flanagan?" "She ran the children's home." Sarah's expression didn't change, but she nodded. Will felt an odd sensation in his belly, like he'd swallowed a handful of hornets. He didn't know why he'd brought Sarah here. He wasn't generally impulsive. He'd never been one to volunteer details about his life. Sarah knew Will had grown up in care. She knew that his mother had died shortly after he was born. Will assumed she'd figured out the rest on her own. Sarah wasn't just a pediatrician. She'd been the medical examiner back in her small town. She knew what abuse looked like. She knew what Will looked like. Given her training, it wasn't hard to put together the clues. "Record shop," Will said, pointing out another abandoned building. He kept his arm around her waist, guiding her toward their ultimate destination. The hornet sensation got worse. Ashley Snyder kept flashing into his mind. The photo they showed on the news must have been from her student ID card. The girl's blonde hair was pulled back. Her lips showed an amused smile, as if the photographer had said something funny. Sarah asked, "Where did you live?" Will stopped. They had almost passed the children's home. The building was so changed that it was barely recognizable. The Spanish Revival brick architecture had been completely bastardized. Large metal awnings eyebrowed the front windows. The red brick had been painted a roomy yellow. Chunks of the facade were missing. The huge wooden front door that had been gloss black as long as Will could remember was now a garish red. The glass was caked with dirt. In the yard, Mrs. Flanagan's white-painted tires no longer held tulips and pansies. They were no longer white, either. Will was afraid to guess what was inside them now, and he didn't want to get close enough to find out. There was a sign slapped onto the side of the building. "Coming soon, luxury condos," Sarah read. "Not too soon, I'm guessing." Will stared up at the building. "It didn't used to be like this." Sarah's reluctance was palpable, but she still asked, "Do you want to look inside?" He wanted to run away from here as fast as he could, but Will forced himself to walk up the front steps. As a kid, he'd always felt a certain amount of dread every time he entered the home. There were new boys constantly in and out. Each of them had something to prove, sometimes with their fists. This time it wasn't physical violence that sent a cold fear through Will. It was Ashley Snyder. It was the unreasonable connection Will was making because the missing girl looked so much like his mother. He pressed his face close to the window, but couldn't see anything other than the reflection of his own eyes staring back. The front door was secured with an expensive-looking padlock. The wood was so rotted that one yank on the hasp pulled out the screws. Will hesitated, his palm flat to the door. He felt Sarah standing behind him, waiting. He wondered what she would do if he changed his mind and walked back down the stairs. As if sensing his thoughts, she said, "We can go." Then more pointedly, "Why don't we go?" Will pushed open the door. There was no expected creaking of hinges, but the door caught on the warped wooden floor so that he had to shove it open. Will tested the floorboards as he entered. Though it was still light out, the house was dark, thanks mostly to the heavy awnings and dirty windows. A musky smell greeted him, nothing like the welcoming scent of pine sol and Cool 100s Will recalled from his childhood. He tried the light switch to no avail. Sarah said, "Maybe we should—" "Looks like it was turned into a hotel." Will pointed to the caged front desk. Keys still hung from the cubbyholes along the back wall. "Or a halfway house?" Will glanced around what he guessed was the lobby. Broken glass pipes and tinfoil littered the floor. The crack addicts had demolished the couch and chairs. There were several used condoms melted into the carpet. "My God," Sarah whispered. Will felt oddly defensive. "Picture it with the walls painted white, and the sofa this big, yellow kind of corduroy sectional." He looked down at the floor. Same carpet. It was a lot cleaner, though. Sarah nodded, and he walked toward the back of the building before she could run out the front. The large open spaces from Will's childhood had been chopped up into single-room apartments, but he could still remember what it had looked like in better times. He told Sarah, "This was the dining hall. There were 12 tables, kind of like picnic benches, but with tablecloths and nice napkins. Boys on one side, girls on the other. Mrs. Flanagan was careful about letting the girls and boys mingle too much. She said she didn't need more kids than she already had." Sarah didn't laugh at the joke. Here, Will stopped in front of an open doorway. The room was a dark hole. He could easily picture how it used to be. Flowery wallpaper, a metal desk and wooden chair. This was Mrs. Flanagan's office. "What happened to her?" "Heart attack. She died before the ambulance got here." He continued down the hallway and pushed open a familiar-looking swinging door. The kitchen, obviously. This space at least hadn't changed. "That's the same stove from when I was a kid." Will opened the pantry door. There was still food stacked on the shelves. Mold had turned a loaf of bread into a black brick. Graffiti marred the back of the door. "Fuck you, fuck you, fuck you," was carved into the soft wood. Sarah said, "Looks like the addicts redecorated." "That was always there," Will admitted. "This is where you had to go if you acted up." Sarah pressed her lips together as she studied the bolt on the door. Will said, "Trust me, being locked in a pantry wasn't the worst thing that ever happened to a lot of these kids." He saw the question in her eyes. "I was never locked in there." She gave a strained smile. "I should hope not." "It wasn't as bad as you're thinking. We had food, we had a roof over our heads, we had a color TV. You know how much I love watching television." She nodded, and he led her back into the hallway toward the front stairs. He tapped a closed door along the way. "Basement." "Did Mrs. Flanagan lock kids down there, too?" "It was off limits," Will answered, though he happened to know that Angie had spent a lot of time down there with the older boys. Carefully, Will walked up the stairs, testing each step before letting Sarah follow. The scruffy treads were just as he remembered, but he had to duck at the top of the landing to keep from smacking his head on a structural beam. Back here, he took purposeful strides down the hallway, acting as if this was exactly what he'd planned to do with his evening. As with downstairs, the space was divided into single rooms that met with the needs of the prostitutes, drug addicts, and alcoholics who'd likely rented space by the hour. Most of the doors were open or hanging off their hinges. The plaster around the baseboards had been nibbled away by rats. The walls were probably crawling with their offspring, or cockroaches, or both. Will stopped at the next-to-last door and pushed it open with his foot. An iron cot and a smashed wooden table were the only contents. The carpet was a fecal brown. The one window in the room was cut in half, the other side shared with a next-door neighbor. My bed was here against the wall. Bunk bed, I got the top. Sarah didn't respond. Will turned around to look at her. She was biting her lip in a way that made him think that the pain was the only thing keeping her from crying. I know it looks awful, he said, but it wasn't like this when I was a kid, I promise. It was nice. It was clean. It was an orphanage. The word echoed in his head like she'd shouted it down a well. There was no getting past this difference between them. Sarah had grown up with 2 loving parents, a doting sister, and a stable, solidly middle-class life. And Will had grown up here. "Will," she asked, "what just happened?" He rubbed his chin. Why was he such an idiot? Why did he keep making mistakes with Sarah that he'd never made with anyone else in his life? There was a reason he didn't talk about his childhood. People felt pity where they should have felt relief. "Will?" "I'll take you home. I'm sorry." "Please don't be. This is your home. Was your home. It's where you grew up." "It's a flop house in the middle of a slum. We're probably going to get stabbed by a junkie as soon as we leave." She laughed. "It's not funny, Sarah. It's dangerous here. Half the crime in the city happens." "I know where we are." She put her hands on either side of his face. "Thank you." "For what? Making you need a tetanus shot?" "For sharing part of your life with me." She gently kissed him on the lips. "Thank you." Will stared into her eyes, wishing he could read her mind. He didn't understand Sarah Linton. She was kind. She was honest. She wasn't storing up information to later use against him. She wasn't jabbing her thumb into open wounds. She wasn't anything like any woman he'd ever met in his life. Sarah kissed him again. She stroked his hair back over his ear. "Sweetheart, I know that look, and it's not going to happen here." Will opened his mouth to respond, but stopped when he heard the sound of a car door slamming. Sarah jumped at the noise, her fingers digging into his arm. "It's a busy street," Will told her, but he still went to the front of the house to investigate. Through the broken window at the end of the hallway, he saw a black Suburban parked at the curb. The glass was smoked black. The freshly washed exterior sparkled in the sun. The back end was lower than the front because of the large metal gun cabinet bolted into the rear of the SUV. Will told Sarah, "That's a G-Ride, a government-issued vehicle." Amanda drove one exactly like it, so he shouldn't have been surprised to see her get out of the Suburban. She was talking on her BlackBerry. A hammer was in her other hand. The claw was long and nasty. She swung it at her side as she walked toward the front door. Sarah asked, "What's she doing here?" She tried to look out the window, but Will pulled her back. "Why does she have a hammer?" Will didn't answer, couldn't answer. There was no reason for Amanda to be here. No reason for her to call and ask Will where he was. No reason to tell him to report to the airport like she was giving a child a timeout in the corner. Amanda's voice carried through the closed window as she talked on the phone. "That's unacceptable. I want the full team answering to me, no exceptions." The front door opened. It creaked this time. Will heard footsteps across the floor. Amanda made a disgusted noise. "This is my case, Mike. I'll work it how I see fit." Sarah whispered, "What is she?" Will's expression must have stopped her. His jaw felt clamped shut. He was gripped by a sudden inexplicable fury. He held up his hand, indicating Sarah should stay there. Before she could argue, Will headed down the stairs, stepping carefully so the treads wouldn't creak. He was sweating again. The hornets in his gut had worked their way into his chest, trapping his breath. Amanda tucked her BlackBerry in her back pocket. She gripped the hammer in her hand as she started down the basement stairs. He said, "Amanda." She spun around, grabbing the handrail for support. There was no mistaking the look on her face for anything but absolute shock. "What are you doing here?" "Is the girl still missing?" She didn't move from the top stair. She was obviously still too shocked to speak. He repeated his question. "Is the girl still—" "Yes." "Then why are you here? Go home, Will." He'd never heard anything like fear in her voice, but he could tell now that she was deathly afraid. Not of Will, but of something else. "Just let me handle this." Handle what? She rested her hand on the doorknob as if she wanted nothing more than to close him out. "Go home." "Not until you tell me why you're alone in an abandoned building when there's an active case." She raised an eyebrow. "I'm not actually alone, am I?" "Tell me what's going on." "I'm not—" Her words were cut off by a loud crack. Panic filled her eyes. Another crack came like a shotgun blast. Amanda started to fall. She clutched the doorknob. Will lunged to help, but he was too late. The door slammed closed as the stairs collapsed. The noise rumbled through the building like a charging freight train. Then, nothing. Will jerked open the door. The knob rattled at his feet. He stared down into absolute blackness. Uselessly, he flipped the light switch up and down. "Amanda?" he called. His voice echoed back at him. "Amanda?" "Will?" Sarah was on the landing. She quickly took in what had happened. "Give me your phone." Will tossed her the phone. He took off his jacket and holster and got down on the floor. Sarah said, "You are not going down there." Will froze, startled by the order, the unfamiliar sharp tone of her voice. "We're in a crack house, Will. There could be needles down there, broken glass. It's too dangerous." She held up her finger as the phone was obviously answered on the other end. "This is Dr. Linton from the ER. I need a bus and rescue sent to Carver Street for an officer down." Will provided, street numbers 316. He sat on his knees and leaned his head into the basement as Sarah rattled off the details. "Amanda?" He waited. No response. "Can you hear me?" Sarah ended the call. "They're on their way. Just stay there until—" "Amanda?" Will glanced around the hallway, trying to put together a plan. Finally, he turned around and got down on his belly. Sarah pleaded, "Will, don't." He elbowed back until his feet hung down into the basement. "You're going to fall." He edged back farther, expecting any moment for his feet to hit solid ground. "There are broken pieces of wood down there. You could shatter your ankle. You could land on Amanda." Will gripped the edge of the door jambs with his fingers, praying that his arms wouldn't give, which they eventually did. He dropped straight down like the blade on a guillotine. "Will?" Sarah was in the open doorway. She got down on her knees. "Are you all right?" Pieces of wood poked into his back like sharp fingers. Sawdust filled the air. Will's nose had banged into his knee so hard that pinpoints of light exploded in front of his eyes. He touched the side of his ankle. A nail had scraped across the bone. His teeth ached at the memory. "Will!" Sarah's tone rose in alarm. "Will!" "I'm all right." He felt his ankle squick as he moved. Blood pooled into the heel of his shoe. He tried to make light of the situation. "Looks like I was right about needing that tetanus shot." She mumbled a shocking expletive. Will tried to stand, but his feet couldn't find purchase. He blindly reached out, thinking Amanda was close by. He got on his knees, leaning out farther, and finally was rewarded with a foot. Her shoe was missing. Her pantyhose were torn. "Amanda?" Carefully, Will picked his way across the shards of wood and broken nails. He put his hand on her shin, then her thigh. He gently felt along until he found her arm folded over her stomach. Amanda moaned. Will's stomach roiled as his fingers followed the unnatural angle of her wrist. "Amanda?" he repeated. She moaned again. Will knew she'd have a mag light in the Suburban. He dug his fingers into the front pockets of her jeans, trying to find her keys. He could send Sarah out to the car. She would have to search for the flashlight. He would tell her it was in the glove compartment or one of the locked drawers. She would spend several minutes looking for the light, which was exactly what Will needed. "Amanda?" He checked her back pockets. The tips of his fingers brushed along the broken plastic case on her BlackBerry. Suddenly, Amanda's good hand clamped around his wrist. She asked, "Where's my Cal?" Will stopped searching for the keys. "Amanda, it's Will. Will Trent?" Her tone was terse. "I know who you are, Wilbur." Will felt his body go rigid. Only Angie called him Wilbur. It was the name on his birth certificate. Sarah asked, "Is she okay?" Will had to swallow before he could speak. "I think her wrist is broken." "How's her respiration?" He listened for the cadence of her breath, but all he could hear was his own blood pounding in his ears. Why was Amanda here? She should be out looking for the missing girl. She should be leading the team. She shouldn't be here, in this basement, with a hammer. "Will?" Sarah's tone was softer now. She was worried about him. He asked, "How long before the ambulance gets here?" "Not much longer. Are you sure you're all right?" "I'm fine." Will put his hand on Amanda's foot again. He could feel a steady pulse near her ankle. He'd worked for this woman most of his career, but still knew very little about her. She lived in a condo in the heart of Buckhead. She had been on the job longer than he had been alive, which put her age in the mid-60s. She kept her salt and pepper hair coiffed in the shape of a football helmet and wore pantyhose with starched blue jeans. She had a sharp tongue, more degrees than a college professor, and she knew that his name was Wilbur, even though he'd had it legally changed when he entered college, and every piece of paper the GBI had on file listed his legal name as William Trent. He cleared his throat again so that he could ask Sarah, "Is there anything I should be doing?" "No, just stay where you are." Sarah used a raised, clear tone Will thought of as her doctor's voice. "Amanda, this is Dr. Linton. Can you tell me today's date?" She groaned out a pained breath. "I told Edna to shore up those steps 1,000,000 times." Will sat back on his heels. Something sharp pressed against his knee. He felt blood sliding across his ankle, dripping through his sock. His heart was pounding so hard that he was sure Sarah could hear it. "Will," Amanda mumbled, "what time is it?" Will couldn't answer her. His mouth felt wired shut. Sarah took over, saying, "It's 5:30. "In the evening," Amanda said, not a question. "We're at the children's home. I fell down the basement stairs." She lay there taking deep breaths of the pungent air. "Dr. Linton, am I going to live?" "I'd be very surprised if you didn't." "Well, I suppose that's as much as I can ask for right now. Did I lose consciousness?" "Yes," Sarah answered, "for about 2 minutes." Amanda spoke more to herself. "I don't know what that means. Are you touching my foot?" Will pulled away his hand. "I can move my toes." Amanda sounded relieved. "My head feels like it's been cracked open." He heard movement, the rustling of clothes. "No, nothing sticking out, no blood, no soft spots. God, my shoulder hurts." Will tasted blood. His nose was bleeding. He used the back of his hand to wipe his mouth. Amanda let out another heavy sigh. "I'll tell you what, Will. You get past a certain age, and a broken bone or a cracked head is no laughing matter. It's with you for the rest of your life. What's left of the rest of your life." She was quiet for a few seconds. From the sound of it, she was trying to keep her breathing steady. Despite the fact that he was obviously not going to answer, she told Will, "When I joined the Atlanta Police Department, there was a whole division assigned to checking our appearance, the Inspection Division. 6 full-duty officers, I'm not making that up." Will glanced up at Sarah. She shrugged. "They would show up during roll call, and if you didn't fix what they told you to fix, you were suspended without pay." He put his hand to his watch, wishing he could feel the second hand ticking by. Grady Hospital was only a few blocks away. There was no reason for the ambulance to be taking so long. They knew Amanda was a cop. They knew she needed help. Amanda said, "I remember the first time I rolled up on a Signal 45. Some jackass had a CB radio stolen out of his car. We were always getting 45s on CB radios. They had those big antennas pointing like arrows off their back bumpers." Again, Will glanced up at Sarah. She made a circling motion indicating he should keep Amanda talking. Will's throat was too tight. He couldn't force out the words, couldn't pretend that they were all just a bunch of friends who'd had a bad day. Amanda didn't seem to need encouragement. She chuckled under her breath. "They laughed at me. They laughed at me when I got there. They laughed at me when I took the report. They laughed at me when I left. No one thought women should be in uniform. The station would get calls every week, someone reporting that a woman had stolen a squad car. They couldn't believe we were on the job." Sarah said, "I think they're here," just as Will heard the distant wail of a siren. "I'll go wave them down." Will waited until Sarah's footsteps were on the front porch. It took everything in him not to grab Amanda by the shoulders and shake her. "Why are you here? Is Sarah gone? Why are you here?" Amanda's tone turned uncharacteristically gentle. "I have to tell you something." "I don't care," he shot back. "How did you know?" "Shut up and listen," she hissed. "Are you listening?" Will felt the dread come flooding back. The siren was louder. The ambulance braked hard in front of the house. "Are you listening?" Will found himself speechless again. "It's about your father." She said more, but Will's ears felt muffled, as if he was listening to her voice underwater. As a kid, Will had ruined the earpiece to his transistor radio that way, putting the bud in his ear, dunking his head in the bathtub, thinking that would be a cool new way to hear music. It had been in this very house, 2 floors up in the boys' bathroom. He was lucky he hadn't electrocuted himself. There was a loud thunk overhead as paramedics shoved open the front door. Heavy footsteps banged across the floor. The bright beam of a mag light suddenly filled the basement. Will blinked in the glare. He felt dizzy. His lungs ached for breath. Amanda's words came rushing back to him the same way sound had come back to his ears when he'd grabbed the sides of the tub and thrust his head above water. "Listen to me," she'd ordered. But he didn't want to. He didn't want to know what she had to say. The parole board had met. They had let Will's father out of prison. Chapter 3. October 15th, 1974. Lucy Bennett. Lucy had lost track of time once the symptoms had subsided. She knew it took heroin 3 days to fully leave your bloodstream. She knew that the sweats and sickness lasted a week or more, depending on how far gone you were. The stomach cramps, the throbbing pain in your legs, the alternating constipation and diarrhea, the bright red blood from your lungs giving up the Drano or baby formula or whatever was used to cut down the boy. People had died trying to leave H on their own. The drug was vengeful. It owned you. It clawed into your skin and wouldn't let go. Lucy had seen its cast-offs laid out in back rooms and vacant parking lots, their flesh desiccated, fingers and toes curled, their nails and hair kept growing. They looked like mummified witches. Weeks? Months? Years? The stifling August heat had been broken by what could only be fall temperatures, cool mornings, cold nights. Was winter coming? Was it still 1974, or had she missed Thanksgiving, Christmas, her birthday? Sands through the hourglass. Did it really matter anymore? Every day, Lucy wished that she was dead. The heroin was gone, but not a second went by when she wasn't thinking about that high, the transcendence, the obliteration, the numbing of her mind, the ecstasy of the needle hitting vein, the rush of fire burning through her senses. Those first few days, Lucy could still taste the H in her vomit. She'd tried to eat it, but the man had forced her to stop. The man. The monster. Who would do something like this? It defied logic. There was no pattern in Lucy's life to explain why this was happening. As bad as some of her Johns were, they always let her go. Once they got what they wanted, they tossed her back into the street. They didn't want to see her again. They hated the sight of her. They kicked her if she didn't move fast enough. They shoved her out of their cars and sped away. But not him. Not this man. Not this devil. Lucy wanted him to fuck her. She wanted him to beat her. She wanted him to do anything but the loathsome routine she had to endure every day. The way he brushed her hair and teeth, the way he bathed her, the chaste way he used the rag to wash between her legs, the gentle pats of the towel as he dried her, the look of pity every time her eyes opened and closed, and the praying, the constant praying. Wash away your sins. Wash away your sins. It was his mantra. He said nothing directly to her. He only spoke to God, as if he would listen to an animal like this man. Lucy asked why. Why her? Why this? She screamed at him. She begged him. She offered him anything, and all he said was, "Wash away your sins." Lucy had grown up with prayer. Over the years she had often found solace in religion. The smell of a burning candle or the taste of wine could send her back to the church pew where she happily sat between her mother and father. Her brother, Henry, would scribble crude drawings on the bulletin, bored nearly to death, but Lucy loved listening to the preacher extol the vast rewards of a godly life. On the streets, it gave her comfort to think about those sermons from long ago. Even as a sinner, she was not completely without salvation. The crucifixion meant nothing if not to redeem Lucy Bennett's soul. But not like this, never like this. Not the soap and water, not the blood and wine, not the needle and thread. There was penance, and then there was torture. Chapter 4. July 7th, 1975. Monday. Amanda Wagner let out a long sigh of relief as she drove out of her father's Annesley Park neighborhood. Duke had been in rare form this morning. He'd begun a litany of complaints the moment Amanda walked through his kitchen door and had not stopped until she was waving goodbye from behind the wheel of her car. Feckless veterans looking for handouts, gas prices through the roof, New York City expecting the rest of the country to bail them out. There was not one story in the morning paper about which Duke did not share his opinion. By the time he'd started listing the seemingly endless faults of the newly organized Atlanta Police Department, Amanda was only half listening, nodding occasionally to keep his temper from turning in the wrong direction. She cooked his breakfast, she kept his coffee mug filled, she emptied his ashtrays, she laid out a shirt and tie on his bed, she wrote down directions for thawing the roast so she could fix his supper after work. Meanwhile, the only thing that made it all bearable was thinking about her tiny studio apartment on Peachtree Street. The place was less than 5 minutes away from her father's house, but it might as well be on the moon. Stuck between the library and the hippie compound along 14th Street, the apartment was one of 6 units in an old Victorian mansion. Duke had taken one look at the space and snorted that he'd had better accommodations on Midway during the war. None of the windows would properly close. The freezer wasn't cold enough to make ice. The kitchen table had to be moved before the oven door could be opened. The toilet lid scraped the side of the bathtub. It was love at first sight. Amanda was 25 years old. She was going to college. She had a good job. After years of begging, she'd finally managed by some miracle to persuade her father to let her move out. She wasn't exactly Mary Richards, but at least she wouldn't pass for Edith Bunker anymore. She slowed her car and took a right turn onto Highland Avenue, then another right into the strip mall behind the pharmacy. The summer heat was almost suffocating, though it was only 7:45 in the morning. Steam misted from the asphalt as she pulled into a parking space at the far end of the lot. Her hands were sweating so badly that she could barely grip the steering wheel. Her pantyhose were cutting into her waist. The back of her shirt stuck to the seat. There was a throbbing ache in her neck that was working its way up to her temples. Still, Amanda rolled down her shirt sleeves and buttoned the tight cuffs at her wrists. She dragged her purse off the passenger's seat, thinking the bag got heavier every time she lifted it. She reminded herself that it was better than what she was wearing on patrol this time last year. Undergarments, pantyhose, black socks, navy-colored polyester blend pants, a man's cotton shirt that was so big the breast pockets tucked below her waist, underbelt, metal hooks, outer belt, holster, gun, radio, shoulder mic, Kel light, handcuffs, nightstick, key holder. It was no wonder the patrol women of the Atlanta police force had bladders the size of watermelons. It took 10 minutes to remove all the equipment from your waist before you could go to the bathroom, and that was assuming you could sit down without your back going into spasms. The Kel light alone, with its 4 D-cell batteries and 18-inch long shaft, weighed in at just under 8 pounds. Amanda felt every ounce of the weight as she hefted her purse onto her shoulder and got out of the car. Same equipment, but now that she was a plainclothes officer, it was in a leather bag instead of on her hips. It had to be called progress. Her father had been in charge of Zone 1 when Amanda joined the force. For nearly 20 years, Captain Duke Wagner had run the unit with an iron fist, right up until Reginald Eves, Atlanta's first black public safety commissioner, fired most of the senior white officers and replaced them with blacks. The collective outrage had nearly toppled the force. That previous chief, John Inman, had done basically the same thing in reverse seemed to be a fact lost in everyone's collective memory. The good old boy network was fine, so long as you were one of the lucky few who were dialed in. Consequently, Duke and his ilk were suing the city for their old jobs back. Maynard Jackson, the city's first black mayor, was backing his man. No one knew how it would end, though to hear Duke talk, it was just a matter of time before the city capitulated. No matter their color, politicians needed votes, and voters wanted to feel safe, which explained why the police force gripped the city like a devouring octopus, its tentacles spreading in every direction. 6 patrol zones stretched from the impoverished South Side to the more affluent modern neighborhoods. Spotted within these zones were so-called model cities, precincts that served the more violent sections of the downtown corridor. There were small pockets of wealth inside Annesley Park, Piedmont Heights, and Buckhead, But a good many of the city's inhabitants lived in slums, from Grady Homes to Techwood to the city's most notorious housing project, Perry Homes. This West Side ghetto was so dangerous it warranted its own police force. It was the sort of job returning vets clamored for, more like a war zone than a neighborhood. The plainclothes and detective units were posted across the zones. There were 12 divisions in all, from vice control to special investigations. Sex crimes was one of the few divisions that allowed women in any numbers. Amanda doubted very seriously her father would have let her apply for the unit had he still been on the force when she submitted her application. She cringed to think what would happen if Duke won his lawsuit and got reinstated. He'd likely have her back in uniform performing crossing guard duties in front of Morningside Elementary. But that was a long-term problem, and Amanda's day, if it was like any other, would be filled with short-term problems. The primary issue each morning was with whom she would be partnered. The Federal Law Enforcement Assistance Association grant that had created the Atlanta Police Sex Crimes Division required all teams to be comprised of 3 officer units that were racially and sexually integrated. These rules were seldom followed because white women could not ride alone with black men. Black women, at least the ones who wanted to keep their reputations, did not want to ride with black men, and none of the blacks wanted to ride with any man who was white. Every day was a battle just to figure out who was going to work with whom, which was ludicrous considering that most of them changed partners once they were out on the streets anyway. Still, there were often heated arguments about assignments. Much posturing was to be found. Names were called. Occasionally fists were employed. In fact, the only thing that the men of the sex crimes unit could agree upon as far as assignments were concerned was that none of them wanted to be stuck with women. At least, not unless they were pretty. The problem trickled down to other divisions as well. Every morning, Commissioner Reginald Eaves's daily bulletin was read at the beginning of roll call. Reggie was always transferring people around to fill whatever federal quota was being forced down their throats that day. No officer knew where he or she would land when they showed up for work. It could be the middle of Perry Homes or the living hell that was the Atlanta airport. Just last year, a woman had been assigned to SWAT for a week, which would have been a disaster if she'd actually had to do anything. Amanda had always been on day watch, probably because her father wanted it that way. No one seemed to notice or care that she continued with the schedule even as Duke sued the city. Day watch, the easiest rotation, was from 8 to 4. Evening watch was 4 to midnight, and morning watch, which was the most dangerous, ran from midnight until 8 in the morning. The patrol officers worked roughly the same schedules as the detective and plainclothes divisions, less an hour on either side, which followed the old 7-3-11 railroad schedule. The thinking was that one would hand over to the other. This seldom happened. Most of the time when Amanda got into work, she'd run into a couple of suspects sporting black eyes or bloody bandages on their heads. They were generally handcuffed to the benches by the front door, and no one could say exactly how they'd gotten there or with what they'd been charged. Depending on how a uniformed officer's arrests were looking that month, some of the prisoners were freed, then immediately arrested again for loitering. As with most zone headquarters, Zone 1 was housed in a dilapidated storefront that looked like the sort of place the police should be raiding, not milling around inside of, drinking coffee and trading war stories about yesterday's arrests. Located behind the Plaza Pharmacy and a theater specializing in pornographic films, the zone headquarters had been unceremoniously relocated to this location when it was discovered the previous HQ was located directly above a sinkhole. The Atlanta Constitution had had a field day with that one. There were only 3 rooms in the building. The largest was the squad room, which had the sergeant's office cordoned off by a glass partition. The captain's office was far nicer, meaning that the windows actually opened and closed. Before the 4th of July holiday, someone had broken the plate glass window in front of the squad room in order to let in fresh air. No one had bothered to fix it, probably because they knew it would just be broken again. The 3rd room was the toilet, but it was shared, and it had been ensured that no woman would ever be able to sit down on the seat. The one time Amanda had walked into the bathroom, she'd ended up dry-heaving behind the Plaza Theater while the grunts and groans of Winnie Bango reverberated through the cinder block wall. "Morning, ma'am," one of the patrolmen tipped his hat as Amanda walked by. She nodded in return, making her way past a cluster of familiar white Atlanta police cruisers as she headed for the squad entrance. The stench of winos permeated the air, though the benches were absent any handcuffed vagrants. A veil of cigarette smoke hugged the stained drop ceiling. Every surface had a layer of dust, even the long cafeteria-style tables set out in crooked lines across the room. The podium in front was empty. Amanda looked at the clock. She had 10 minutes to spare before morning roll call. Vanessa Livingston was sitting in the back of the squad room going over paperwork. She was wearing gray slacks and the same ugly black men's shoes they'd all been forced to wear when they were in uniform. Her light blue shirt was short-sleeved, and she wore her dark hair in a page boy that curved out widely at the sides. Amanda had patrolled with Vanessa a few times back when they were both in uniform. She was a reliable partner, but she could be a little hippy-dippy, and there were rumors going around that she was trim, code for women who made themselves sexually available to police officers. Amanda didn't have a choice but to sit by her. As usual, the squad room was divided into 4 quadrants. White and black either side, women in back, men in the front. Amanda kept her gaze straight ahead as she walked through a cluster of uniformed men. They all waited until the last minute to let her pass. A group in the corner were working deadbolt locks. There were daily competitions to see who could pick a lock the fastest. A few officers were trading hot-loaded ammunition. Over the last 2 years, 14 Atlanta cops had been shot dead. A faster bullet in your gun was not a bad idea. Amanda dropped her purse onto the table as she sat down. "How are you?" "I'm very well." Vanessa's voice was cheerful, as usual. "I lucked up with Inspection Division this morning." "They've already left?" Vanessa nodded. Amanda immediately unbuttoned her cuffs and rolled up her sleeves. The fresh air on her arms was almost enough to make her swoon. Amanda asked, "It wasn't Gary?" There was no way Sergeant Mike Geary would have given Vanessa a pass. He didn't think women should be on the job, and he had the power to do something about it. For some reason, he particularly had it in for Amanda. She was one more citation away from a day-long suspension. She couldn't even think what she'd do for rent if that happened. "Geary's out today." Vanessa stacked her reports together. "It was Sandra Phillips. The black chick keeps her head shaved like a man." "I have a class with her," Amanda said. Most everyone she knew was taking night courses at Georgia State. The federal government paid tuition, and the city was forced to bump up your pay if you got a degree. This time next year, Amanda would be pulling in almost $12,000. Vanessa asked, "You have a good 4th?" "I took a few extra shifts," Amanda admitted. She'd volunteered for no other reason than she couldn't face a whole day of her father rehashing every story he'd read in the newspapers. Thank goodness the paper only came twice a day, or he'd never sleep. "What about you?" "Drank so much I crashed my car into a telephone pole." "Is the car all right?" "Fender's smashed, but it still drives." Vanessa made her voice low. "You heard about Oglethorpe?" Lars Oglethorpe was one of Duke's friends. They'd both been fired the same day. What about him? State Supreme Court ruled in his favor. Full back pay and benefits, reinstated rank. He's been assigned to his old uniformed squad. I bet Reggie had a cow when he heard. Amanda didn't have time to answer. There was a series of masculine cheers as Rick Landry and Butch Bonney walked into the squad. As usual, the homicide detectives were up against the clock. Roll call was scheduled to start in 2 minutes. Amanda reached into her purse and pulled out a stack of typed reports. "You're a doll." Butch took the reports and tossed his notebook on the table in front of Amanda. "Hope you can read it." She looked at his scrawl across the first page and frowned. "I swear, sometimes you make this illegible on purpose." "Give me a call, sweetheart, day or night." He gave her a wink as he followed Landry to the front of the room. "Night's preferable." There were chuckles around the room, which Amanda pretended to ignore as she flipped through Butch's notes. The words got easier to read as she paged along. Butch and Rick worked homicide division. There was a job Amanda never wanted. Because she typed Butch's reports, she couldn't help but absorb some of the details. They had to tell relatives that their family members were murdered. They had to look at dead people and watch autopsies. Just reading about these things turned Amanda's stomach. There really were some jobs that only men could do. Vanessa asked, "Did you hear we've got a new sergeant?" Amanda waited expectantly. "He's one of Reggie's boys." Amanda suppressed a groan. One of Reginald Eaves's seemingly better ideas was to finally institute a written exam for promotions. Amanda had actually been foolish enough to believe she had a chance. When none of the black officers could pass the written exam, Eaves had thrown out the results and instituted an oral exam. Predictably, very few white officers were able to pass the orals. None of them had been women. Vanessa said, "I hear he's from up north. Sounds like Bill Cosby." They both turned around, trying to see into the sergeant's office. There were filing cabinets stacked in front of the glass partition. The door was open, but all Amanda could see was another filing cabinet and the edge of a wooden desk. A glass ashtray was on the leather blotter. A black hand reached over and tapped a cigarette against the glass. The fingers were slim, almost delicate. The nails were trimmed in a straight, blunt line. Amanda turned back around. She pretended to read Butch's notes, but her mind wouldn't focus. Maybe it was the heat. Or maybe it was because she was sitting next to a mynah bird. Vanessa said, "I wonder where Evelyn is." Amanda shrugged, still staring at the notes. "I can't believe she came back," Vanessa continued. "She's got to be tripping." Despite her best intentions, Amanda felt herself getting sucked back in. It's been almost 2 years, she realized. Duke had been off the job 11 months. Evelyn had left to have her baby the year before that. The woman had just made plainclothes division. Everyone assumed that was the end of her working life. Vanessa said, "If I had a husband and a kid, no way I'd show up at this dump every day. It'd be, 'Good night, John boy,' for me." Maybe she has to. Amanda kept her voice low so no one could hear her gossiping. "For the money." "Her husband makes plenty of dough. He sold insurance to half the force." Vanessa snorted a laugh. "That's probably the only reason she came back, to help him sell policies." Her teasing tone dropped. "You really should talk to him, though. He's got cheaper rates than benefits. Plus, you wouldn't be giving your money to a Jew." "I'll ask Evelyn," Amanda said, though she liked Nathan Benevitz. Her Plymouth belonged to the city, but they all had to pay for their own car insurance. Benevitz had always been nice to Amanda. "Shh," Vanessa hushed, though Amanda hadn't said anything. "He's coming." The assembled officers quieted down as the new sergeant walked into the room. He was wearing their winter colors, dark navy pants and a matching long-sleeved shirt. He was very light-skinned. He kept his hair shaved in a square military cut. Unlike everyone else, there was no visible sweat on the man's brow. Amanda watched as he navigated the invisible line down the center of the squad where none of the tables touched. The new sergeant looked to be around 30 years old. He was fit and lean, his body more like a teenager's than a grown man's, but he still had to turn sideways to pass between the tables. Amanda noticed that the gap was tighter than usual. Pettiness was generally the only thing that compelled them all to work together. The black cops would hate the new man because he was from the north. The whites would hate him because he was one of Reggie's boys. He stacked his papers against the podium, cleared his throat, and said in a surprisingly deep baritone, "I'm Sergeant Luther Hodge." He glanced around the room as if he expected someone to challenge him. When no one spoke, he continued. "I'll read the daily briefing before roll call, since there are a considerable number of transfers." A groan went around the room, but all Amanda could think was how refreshing it was that someone had actually figured out it was better to announce transfers before taking roll. Hodge read through the names. Vanessa was right that he sounded like Bill Cosby. He spoke carefully, if not slowly. Every word was fully enunciated. The uniformed men in the front rows stared openly, as if they were watching a dog walk on its hind legs. Black or white, they were all straight off the farm or freshly discharged from military service. The majority of them spoke in the same heavy dialect that Amanda's country cousins used. She couldn't help staring at Hodge herself. He finished reading out the lengthy transfers, then cleared his throat again. "Roll will be called in teams. Some of you will have to wait for your partners to come from other divisions. Please check with me to make certain that your partner is accounted for before you go out into the streets." As if on cue, Evelyn Mitchell rushed into the squad room, glancing around with an almost panicked look in her eyes. Amanda was still in uniform when Evelyn got promoted to sex crimes, but the few times she'd seen her, the woman was always stylishly dressed. Today she was carrying a large suede purse with an Indian pattern on the front and tassels hanging down from the wide gusset. She wore a navy skirt with a yellow blouse. Her blonde hair was cut to shoulder length and very flattering, reminiscent of the style worn by Angie Dickinson. Obviously, Amanda wasn't the only one thinking this. Butch Bonnie called out, "Hey, Pepper Anderson, you can cuff me anytime." The men laughed in unison. "I'm sorry I'm late," Evelyn told the new sergeant. "It won't happen again." She spied Amanda and Vanessa and headed toward the back table. Her heels made a clicking sound that echoed through the space. Hodge stopped her. "I didn't catch your name, Detective." His words seemed to suck all the air from the room. Heads swiveled around to Evelyn, who stood frozen beside Amanda. The dread coming off of her was as palpable as the heat. Hodge cleared his throat again. "Am I missing something, officer? I assume you're a detective since you're not in a patrolman's uniform?" Evelyn opened her mouth, but it was Rick Landry who answered. "She's plainclothes, not detective." Hodge persisted. "I'm not sure I understand the difference." Landry jabbed his thumb toward the back of the room. The cigarette in his mouth bobbed as he spoke. "Well, you see those two tits under her shirt?" The room erupted in laughter. Evelyn clutched her purse to her chest, but she laughed along with them. Amanda laughed too. The sound rattled in her throat like a drain. Hodge waited for the chatter to die down. He asked Evelyn, "What's your name, officer?" "Mitchell," she provided, sitting down into the chair beside Amanda. "Mrs. Evelyn Mitchell." "I suggest you avoid tardiness in the future, Mrs. Mitchell." He looked down at the roll sheet and checked off her name. "You'll be with Miss Livingston today." He went to the next name. "Miss Wagner, we'll put you with Detective Peterson, who'll be coming from—" Someone gave a loud wolf whistle. Hodge talked over it. "From Zone 2. Evelyn turned to Amanda and rolled her eyes. Kyle Peterson was a mess. When he wasn't trying to put his hand up your skirt, he was sleeping one off in the back of the car. Vanessa leaned over and whispered to Evelyn, "I like your new cut. It's very chic. Thanks." She pulled at the back of her hair as if she wished she could make it longer. She asked Amanda, "Did you hear Oglethorpe got reinstated?" "They gave him his old squad back," Vanessa supplied. "I wonder what that means for us." "Probably nothing at all," Evelyn murmured. They all turned their attention back to the front of the room. There was a white man standing on the periphery, just inside the open doorway. He was around Amanda's age and wearing a sharp powder blue three-piece suit. His sandy blonde hair was long in the back, his sideburns untrimmed. His arms were crossed impatiently over his chest. The round paunch of his stomach stuck out below. "Brass?" Vanessa guessed. Evelyn shook her head. "Too well dressed." "Lawyer," Amanda told them. She'd been to the downtown office of her father's lawyer enough times to know what they looked like. The nice suit was a giveaway, but the arrogant tilt to his chin was the only clue she needed. "Detectives Landry and—" Luther Hodge seemed to realize no one was paying attention to him anymore. He looked up from the roll sheet and stared at the visitor for a few seconds before saying, "Mr. Treadwell, we can talk in my office." He told the squad, "I'll be a few minutes, if someone could take over." Butch jumped up. "I'll handle it." "Thank you, Detective." Hodge seemed to miss the wary expressions around the room. Putting Butch in charge of the schedule was like putting a fox in charge of the henhouse. He would change the assignments into his own version of the dating game. Hodge made his way back to the rear of the room, angling his lanky frame through the narrow dividing line. The lawyer, Treadwell, followed along the outside wall. He lit a cigarette as he walked into the office and shut the door. Evelyn asked, "Wonder what that's about?" "Never mind them," Vanessa said. "Why on earth did you come back?" "I like it here." Vanessa pulled a face. "Come on, kid. The truth." "The truth is really boring. Let's wait to see what the rumors say." Evelyn smiled. then unzipped her purse and searched around inside. Vanessa looked to Amanda for an explanation, but she could only shake her head. "Yes, sir. Yes, sir," someone said. Amanda saw a group of black patrolmen had taken it upon themselves to narrate the goings-on in Hodge's office. Amanda glanced at Evelyn, then Vanessa. They all turned around for the full effect. Behind the glass partition, Treadwell's mouth moved, and one of the black cops said in a pompous voice, "Now, see here, boy, my taxes pay your salary." Amanda stifled a laugh. She heard this same phrase almost every day, as if Amanda's taxes didn't pay just as much of her salary as the next person's. Hodge was looking down at his desk. There was a meekness to the slump in his shoulders as his mouth moved. "Yes, sir," the first cop supplied. "I's a-gone look into it for you, sir. Yes, indeedy do." Treadwell jabbed a finger at Hodge. The second cop grumbled, "This city is a mess, I say. What's the world coming to? The monkeys are running the zoo." Hodge nodded, his eyes still trained downward. The first cop offered, "Yes, sir, it sure do be a mess. Can't even eat my cornbread without hearing about them poor white women what's getting harassed by Negro men." Amanda chewed her bottom lip. There were a few nervous titters. Treadwell's hand dropped. The second cop said, "I say, you damn niggers, act like you owned the place." No one laughed at that, not even the black officers. The joke had gone too far. When Treadwell threw open the office door and stormed out, the room remained stiflingly silent. Luther Hodge was a study in contained fury as he walked to the open door. He pointed at Evelyn. "You." His finger jabbed in Amanda and Vanessa's general direction. "And you, in my office." Vanessa stiffened in her chair. Amanda put her hand to her chest. "Me, or—" "Do you women understand orders? In my office," he told Butch. "Continue roll call, Detective Bonnie. I shouldn't have to tell you twice." Evelyn clutched her purse to her chest as she stood. The back of Amanda's legs felt cool as she rose to follow. She turned to Vanessa, who looked both guilty and enormously relieved. Evelyn was standing in front of Hodge's desk when Amanda joined her. He sat in his chair and started writing on a piece of paper. Amanda turned to shut the door, but Hodge said, "Leave it open." If Amanda thought she'd been sweating before, it was nothing compared to how she felt now. Evelyn was obviously feeling it too. She nervously pulled at the back of her hair. The thin silver of her wedding ring caught the light from the overhead fluorescents. Butch Bonnie's dull monotone called out team assignments in the other room. Amanda knew that even with the door closed, Luther Hodge had heard the black officers making fun of him. Hodge put down his pen. He sat back in his chair and looked at first Evelyn, then Amanda. "You two were on the sex crimes unit." They both nodded, though he hadn't asked a question. "There's been a Signal 49 reported at this address." A rape. Hodge held out the sheet of paper. There was a moment's hesitation before Evelyn took it. She looked down at the page. "This is in Techwood, the ghetto." "That's correct," Hodge answered. "Take statements, determine whether or not a crime has been committed. Make an arrest if necessary." Evelyn glanced at Amanda. They were obviously wondering the same thing. What did this have to do with the lawyer who'd just been in here? "Do you need directions?" Hodge asked, though again it wasn't really a question. "I assume you ladies know your way around the city? Should I have one of the squad cars provide you with an escort? Is that how this works?" "No," Evelyn said. Hodge stared at her until she added, "Sir." "Dismissed." He opened a file and began reading it. Amanda looked to Evelyn, who nodded toward the door. They both edged out, not quite sure what had just happened. Roll call was finished. The squad room was empty but for a few stragglers who were waiting for their newly transferred partners to arrive. Vanessa was gone too, probably with Peterson. She would certainly enjoy the assignment more than Amanda. "Can we take your car?" Evelyn asked. "I'm in the station wagon today and it's packed full." "Sure." Amanda followed her into the parking lot. Evelyn wasn't lying. Boxes were crammed into every available space in her red Ford Falcon. "Bill's mother moved in down the street this weekend. She's going to help take care of the baby while I'm at work." Amanda climbed into her Plymouth. She didn't want to pry into Evelyn's private life, but the arrangement struck her as odd. "Don't get me wrong," Evelyn said, settling into the passenger's seat. "I love Zeke, and it was great spending this last year and a half with him, but I swear to God, one more day being stuck at home with a kid, and I'd end up swallowing a bucket of Valium." Amanda had been about to put her key in the ignition, but she stopped. She turned to Evelyn. Most everything she knew about the woman had been filtered through her father. She was beautiful, which Duke Wagner didn't view as an asset for someone in uniform. Opinionated was the word that came up most often, with pushy serving a close second. Amanda asked, "Your husband was okay with you working again?" "He came around to it." She unzipped her purse and pulled out an Atlanta city map. "Do you know Techwood?" "No, I've been to Grady Homes a few times." Amanda didn't mention that she mostly took calls from North Atlanta, where the victims were white and generally had mothers who offered sweet tea and talked about quickly putting this ordeal behind them. "How about you?" "Somewhat. Your dad sent me there a few times." Amanda pumped the gas as she turned the key. The engine caught on the second try. She kept her mouth closed as she backed out of the parking lot. Evelyn had been on patrol for most of her tenure under Duke Wagner. Her plainclothes promotion had been something he didn't agree with, but the winds were shifting by then, and he had lost the battle. Amanda could easily see her father sending Evelyn out to the projects to teach her a lesson. "Let's try to figure this out." Evelyn unfolded the map and spread it out on her lap. She traced her finger down and across to the area near Georgia Tech. The projects of Techwood were incongruous with the setting of one of the state's top technological universities, but the city was running out of places to house the poor. Clark Howell Homes, University Homes, Bowen Homes, Grady Homes, Perry Homes, Bankhead Courts, Thomasville Heights. They all had long waiting lists, despite the fact that they were effectively slums. Not that any of them had started out that way. In the 1930s, the city had built the Techwood apartment buildings on the site of a former shanty town called Tanyard Bottom. It was the first public housing of its kind in the United States. All the buildings had electricity and running water. There was a school on site, a library and laundry facilities. President Roosevelt had been at the opening ceremonies. It had taken less than 10 years for Techwood to revert back to its original shantytown state. Duke Wagner often said that desegregation was the final nail in Techwood's coffin. No matter what the case, Georgia Tech spent thousands of dollars a year hiring private security to keep students safe from their neighbors. The area was one of the most dangerous in the city. "Okie dokie," Evelyn folded the map, saying, "Get us to Techwood Drive, and I can tell you where to go from there." "The buildings don't have numbers." This was a problem not just limited to the projects. When Amanda was in uniform, the first half hour of most of her calls was wasted searching for the correct address. "Don't worry," Evelyn said. "I've figured out their system." Amanda made her way up Ponce de Leon Avenue, past old Spiller Field where the Crackers used to play. The stadium had been torn down to build a shopping mall, but the magnolia tree that had been in center field was still there. She cut through a side alley by the Sears building to get to North Avenue. Both Amanda and Evelyn rolled up their windows as they approached Buttermilk Bottom. The shanties had been torn down a decade ago, but no one had bothered to do anything about the sewage problem. A sour smell filled Amanda's nostrils. She had to breathe through her mouth for the next 5 blocks. Finally, they were able to roll down the windows again. "So," Evelyn said, "how's your father's case going?" This was the second time she'd asked about it, which made Amanda wary. "He doesn't really talk about it with me." "That's good news about Oglethorpe, right? Good news for your father?" "I expect it is." Amanda stopped at a red light. "What do you think this Techwood 49 has to do with Treadwell showing up?" Amanda had been too flustered before to consider the question, but now she said, "Perhaps he was reporting a rape on behalf of a client." "Lawyers in $100 suits don't have clients at Techwood." Evelyn rested her head against her hand. "Treadwell shows up bossing Hodge around. Hodge calls us in and bosses us around. There has to be a connection, don't you think?" Amanda shook her head. "I have no idea." "He looked young, right? He must have just gotten out of school. His daddy's firm really got behind the mayor's election bid." "Maynard Jackson?" Amanda asked. She hadn't really thought about white people supporting the city's first black mayor, but then Atlanta's businessmen had never let race get in the way of making money. Evelyn supplied. "Treadwell Price was knee-deep in the campaign. Daddy Treadwell had his picture in the paper with Jackson the day he won. They had their arms around each other like two showgirls. Alan? She blew out a stream of air. Andrew. That's his name. Andrew Treadwell. Sonny boy must be a junior. I bet they call him Andy. Amanda shook her head slowly from side to side. She left politics to her father. Never heard of any of them. Junior was certainly walking around with confidence. Hodge was terrified of him. Pantomime aside, wasn't that a gas? Yes. Amanda looked up at the red light, wondering why it was taking so long to change. Just pull through, Evelyn suggested. She noticed Amanda's worried expression and said, Relax, I won't arrest you. Amanda checked both ways twice, then a third time before edging the Plymouth forward. Watch it, Evelyn warned. There was a Corvette cresting the hill on Spring Street. Sparks flew from under the engine as it scraped the asphalt and blew through the intersection. Where's a cop when you need him? Amanda's calf ached from pounding the brake home. My car insurance is with Benefits if you're trying to make your husband some money. Evelyn laughed. Benefits isn't bad once you look past the horns. Amanda couldn't tell if Evelyn was mocking her or stating her own opinion. She checked the light, still red. She inched forward again, wincing as she pressed the accelerator. Amanda didn't feel her shoulders relax until they had passed the Varsity restaurant, and then they went back up again. The smell engulfed the interior of the car as soon as they had crossed the 4-lane expressway. It wasn't sewage this time, but poverty, and people living stacked on top of one another like animals in crates. The heat was doing no one any favors. Techwood Homes was made of poured concrete with a brick facade, which breathed about as well as Amanda's nylons. Beside her, Evelyn closed her eyes and took a few shallow breaths through her mouth. Okay, she shook her head, then looked down at the map. Left on Techwood, right on Pine. Amanda slowed the car to navigate the narrow streets. In the distance, she could see the brick row houses and garden apartments of Techwood Homes. Graffiti marred most surfaces, and where there was no spray paint, there was trash piled waist-high. A handful of children were playing in the dirt courtyard. They were dressed in rags. Even from a distance, Amanda could see the sores on their legs. Evelyn directed, Take a right up here. Amanda went as far as she could go before the road became impassable. A burned-out car blocked the street. The doors were open, the hood was raised, showing the engine like a charred tongue. Amanda pulled onto a berm and put the gear in park. Evelyn didn't move. She was staring at the children. I'd forgotten how bad it is. Amanda stared at the boys. They were all dark-skinned and knobby-kneed. They used their bare feet to kick around a flat-looking basketball. There was no grass here, only dry, red Georgia clay. The kids stopped playing. One of the boys pointed to the Plymouth, which the city bought in lots and the population easily recognized as an unmarked police car. Another boy ran into the nearest building, dust kicking up behind him. Evelyn huffed a laugh. And there the little angel goes to alert the welcoming committee. Amanda popped open the door handle. She could see the Coca-Cola tower in the distance, sandwiching the 14-block slum with Georgia Tech. My father says Coke's trying to get the city to tear this place down, move them somewhere else. I can't see the mayor throwing away the people who elected him. Amanda didn't vocally disagree, but in her experience, her father was always right about these things. Might as well get this over with. Evelyn pushed open her door and got out of the car. She unzipped her purse and pulled out her radio, which was half as long as a Kel light and almost as heavy. Amanda checked to make sure the zipper on her own bag was closed as Evelyn gave dispatch their location. Amanda's radio seldom worked, no matter how many times she changed the battery. She would have left it at home but for Sergeant Geary. Every morning he made all the women dump out their purses so he could make sure they were properly equipped. This way, Evelyn walked up the hill toward the apartment block. Amanda could feel hundreds of sets of eyes tracking their movement. Given the setting, not many people were at work during the day. There was plenty of time to stare out the window and wait for something awful to happen. The farther away they got from the Plymouth, the sicker Amanda felt. So that by the time Evelyn stopped in front of the second building, she felt as if she might be ill. Okay, Evelyn pointed to the doorways, counting off. 3, 4, 5. She mouthed the rest silently as she continued walking. Amanda followed, wondering if Evelyn knew what she was doing or was just trying to show off. Finally, Evelyn stopped again and pointed to the middle unit on the top floor. "Here we are." They both stared at the open doorway that led to the stairwell. A single shaft of sunlight illuminated the bottom steps. The windows at the front of the vestibule and on the upper landings were all boarded over, but the metal-encased skylight provided enough light to see by, at least so long as it was daytime. "Fifth floor, penthouse," Evelyn said. "How'd you do on the fitness exam?" Another one of Reggie's new rules. I barely clocked the mile. They were given 8.5 minutes. Amanda had pushed it to the last second. "They gave me a pass on the pull-ups or I'd be at home right now watching Captain Kangaroo." She gave a cheery smile. "I hope your life doesn't depend on my upper body strength." "Surely you can outrun me if it comes to that." Evelyn laughed. "I'm planning on it." She zipped her purse, then buttoned the flap closed. Again, Amanda made sure her purse was closed tightly. The first thing you learned about going into the projects was you never left your bag open and you never put it down anywhere. No one wanted to bring lice or cockroaches home to their families. Evelyn took a deep breath, as if she was about to dunk her head underwater, then entered the building. The smell hit them both like a brick to the face. Evelyn covered her nose with her hand as she started up the steps. "You'd think sniffing a baby's diaper all day would accustom me to the smell of urine. I suppose grown men eat different foods. I know asparagus makes mine smell. I tried cocaine once. I can't remember what my pee smelled like, but zowie, did I not care one bit?" Amanda stood shocked at the bottom of the stairs, looking up at Evelyn, who seemed not to realize that she'd just been using an illegal narcotic. "Oh, don't pimp me out to Reggie." I looked the other way on that red light. Evelyn flashed a smile. She turned the corner on the landing, and she was gone. Amanda shook her head as she followed her up the stairs. Neither of them touched the handrails. Cockroaches skittered underfoot. Trash seemed glued to the treads. The walls felt as if they were closing in. Amanda forced herself to breathe through her mouth, just as she forced one foot after the other. It was crazy. Why hadn't they called for backup? Half of the Signal 49s in Atlanta were recorded by women who'd been raped in stairwells. They were as ubiquitous to the housing project as rats and squalor. As Evelyn rounded the next landing, she tugged at the back of her hair. Amanda guessed this was in her dreams all the way downstairs in the Grady Hospital ER. Amanda's heart clenched as she rounded the next landing. Her hands started shaking. Her knees wanted to give out. She felt seized by the desire to burst into tears. Surely one of the patrol units had heard Evelyn call in their location to dispatch. The men seldom waited for any female officer to request backup. They just arrived on scene, taking over the case, shooing the women away like they were silly children. Normally, Amanda felt slightly irked by this macho grandstanding, but today she would have welcomed them with open arms. "This is crazy," she mumbled, rounding the next landing. "Absolutely crazy." "Just a little bit farther," Evelyn happily called back. It wasn't like they were undercover. Everyone knew there were 2 cops in the building. White cops. Female cops. The hum of televisions and whispered conversations buzzed around. The heat was as stifling as the shadows. Every closed door represented an opportunity for someone to jump out and hurt one or both of them. "Okay, what have we got?" Evelyn asked no one in particular. 443 rapes reported last year." Her voice clattered down the stairs like a bell. 113 were white women. What is that? A 1 in 4 chance of us being raped? She looked back at Amanda. 25%? Amanda shook her head. The woman might as well be speaking in tongues. Evelyn continued up the stairs. 4 times 113. Her voice trailed off. "I was almost right. We have a 26% chance of being raped today. That's not high at all. That's a 74% chance of nothing happening." The numbers at least made sense. Amanda felt an ounce of pressure lift off her chest. "That doesn't seem so bad." "No, it doesn't. If I had a 74% chance of winning the bug, I'd be down on Auburn right now betting my paycheck." Amanda nodded. The bug was a numbers game run out of Colored Town. "Where did you—" There was a commotion down the hallway. A door slammed. A child screamed. A man's voice shouted for everyone to shut the hell up. The pressure came back like a boulder dropping from the sky. Evelyn had stopped on the stairs. She was looking directly down at Amanda. "Statistically, we're fine. More than fine." She waited for Amanda to nod before continuing the climb. Evelyn's posture had lost its certainty. She was breathing heavily. Suddenly, Amanda realized that the other woman had taken the lead. If there was something bad waiting for them at the top of the stairs, Evelyn Mitchell would meet it first. Amanda asked, "Where did you get those numbers?" She'd never heard them before and, frankly, did not care. All she knew was that talking was the only thing keeping her from vomiting. "The reported rapes? Class project. I'm taking statistics at Tech." "Tech," Amanda repeated. "Isn't that hard?" "It's a great way to meet men." Again, Amanda didn't know if she was joking. Again, she didn't care. "How many of the perpetrators were white?" "What's that?" "Techwood is 90% black. How many of the rapists were—" "Oh, right. Evelyn stopped at the top of the stairs. "You know, I can't recall. I'll look it up for you later. This is it." She pointed down the hallway. All the lights were blown out. The skylight cast everything in shadow. "Fourth door on the left." "Do you want my Kel?" "I don't think a light will make much difference. Ready?" Amanda felt her throat work as she tried to swallow. There was an apple core on the floor that seemed to be moving. It was completely covered in ants. Evelyn said, "Smells not so bad up here." "No," Amanda agreed. "I suppose if you're going to relieve your bladder on the floor, you need not climb 5 flights of stairs to do it." "No," Amanda repeated. "Shall we?" Evelyn walked down the hall with renewed purpose. Amanda caught up with her in front of the closed door. A plastic cutout of the letter C was nailed to the wall. Taped just below the spy hole was a strip of notebook paper with blue capital letters written in a child's hand. Amanda read, "Kitty Treadwell. The plot thickens." Evelyn took a deep breath through her nose. "You smell that?" Amanda had to concentrate in order to discern the new odor. "Vinegar?" "That's what heroin smells like." "Don't tell me you've tried that too." "Only my hairdresser knows for sure." She motioned for Amanda to stand to the side of the door. Evelyn took the opposite side. This marginally ensured their safety in case someone was standing behind the door with a loaded shotgun. Evelyn raised her hand and knocked on the door with such force that the wood shook on its hinges. Her voice was entirely different, deeper, more masculine, when she shouted, "Atlanta Police Department!" She saw Amanda's expression and gave her a wink before banging again. "Open up!" she ordered. Amanda listened to her own heartbeat, the quick gulps of breath. Seconds passed. Evelyn raised her hand again, then dropped it when a muffled woman's voice said, "Jesus," from behind the door. There was a shuffling noise inside the apartment. A chain slid back, then a lock turned, then another lock. Then the handle moved as the thumb latch was toggled. The girl inside was obviously a prostitute, though she was dressed in a thin cotton shift that was more appropriate for a 10-year-old girl. Bleach blonde hair hung to her waist. Her skin was so white it bordered on blue. Her age was between 20 and 60. Track marks riddled her body, her arms, her neck, her legs, pricking open like wet, red mouths on the veins of her bare feet. Missing teeth gave her face a concave appearance. Amanda could see how the ball and socket joint in her shoulder worked as she folded her arms low on her waist. Evelyn asked, "Kitty Treadwell?" Her voice had a smoker's rasp. "What you bitches want?" "Good morning to you, too." Evelyn breezed into the apartment, which looked just as Amanda expected. Molded dishes filled the sink. Empty fast food bags were everywhere. Clothes were strewn across the floor. There was a stained blue couch in the middle of the room with a coffee table in front. Syringes and a spoon rested on a dingy wash rag. Matches, pieces of cigarette filters. A small bag of dirty white powder was laid out beside 2 cockroaches that were either dead or so high they couldn't move. Someone had pulled the kitchen stove into the middle of the room. The oven door was open, the edge resting on the coffee table to support the large color television set on top. "Is that Dinah?" Evelyn asked. She turned up the volume. Jack Cassidy was singing with Dinah Shore. "I just love her voice. Did you see David Bowie on here last week?" The girl blinked several times. Amanda checked for roaches before turning on the floor lamp. A harsh light filled the room. The windows were covered in yellow construction paper, but that only served to filter the bright morning sun. Perhaps that was why Amanda felt safer inside the apartment than she had in the stairwell. Her heartbeat was returning to normal. She wasn't sweating any more than dictated by the temperature. "David Bowie?" Evelyn repeated, turning off the TV. "He was on Dinah last week?" Amanda stated the obvious. "She's stoned out of her gourd." A heavy sigh came from deep inside her chest. They had risked their lives for this? Evelyn patted the girl on the cheek. Her palm made a firm slapping sound against the skin. "You in there, sweetheart?" "I'd soak that hand in Clorox," Amanda advised. "Let's get out of here. If this girl was raped, she probably deserved it." "Hodge sent us here for a reason." "He sent you and Vanessa here," Amanda countered. "I can't believe we've wasted our whole morning." "Fonzie," the girl mumbled. "He was talking to Fonzie." "That's right," Evelyn said, smiling at Amanda as if she'd won a prize. "Bowie was on Dinah last week with Fonzie from Happy Days." "I seen him." Kitty ambled over to the couch and collapsed onto the cushions. Amanda didn't know if it was the drugs or her circumstances that made the girl's speech almost unintelligible. She sounded as if someone had turned upside down the entire Flannery O'Connor canon and shaken her out. "I don't remember what he sang." "You know, I don't either." Evelyn motioned for Amanda to check the rest of the place. Amanda asked, "What am I looking for? Back editions of Good Housekeeping?" Evelyn smiled sweetly. "Wouldn't that be funny if you actually found some?" "Just hilarious." Reluctantly, Amanda did as she was asked, trying not to let her arms touch the walls of the narrow hallway as she walked to the back. The apartment was larger than her own. There was a proper bedroom separate from the living area. The door to the closet was off its hinges. Several torn black garbage bags seemed to hold the girl's clothing. The bed was a pile of stained sheets wadded up on the carpet. Impossibly, the bathroom was even more disgusting than the rest of the apartment. Black mold had replaced the grout in the tile. The sink and toilet were serving double duty as ashtrays. The trash can was overflowing with used sanitary napkins and toilet paper. The floor was smeared with something Amanda didn't want to know about. Taking up every available surface were various personal grooming products, which, to Amanda's thinking, was the very definition of irony. 2 cans of Sunsilk hairspray, 4 Breck shampoo bottles at varying levels, a ripped box of Tampax, an empty bottle of Cachet by Prince Machiavelli, 2 open pots of Pond's cold cream, both caked with a yellowed rind, enough makeup to stock the Revlon counter at Rich's, brushes, pencils, liquid eyeliner, mascara, 2 combs, both clumped with hair, 3 very well-used toothbrushes sticking out of a Mayor McCheese drinking glass. The shower curtain was torn from the hooks, giving the cockroaches in the tub a clear view of Amanda. They stared at her intently as she shuddered uncontrollably. She gripped her purse, knowing she was going to have to shake it out before she even thought about putting it in the car. Back in the living room, Evelyn had moved on from Arthur Fonzarelli to the reason for their visit. "Andy Treadwell is your cousin or your brother?" "Uncle," the girl said, and Amanda assumed she meant the elder Andrew Treadwell. "What time it is?" Amanda looked at her watch. 9 o'clock. She felt the need to add, "in the morning." "Shit." The girl reached down between the couch cushions and pulled out a pack of cigarettes. Amanda watched as, entranced, the girl studied the pack of Virginia Slims as if they'd just fallen like manna from heaven. Slowly she took out a cigarette. It was bent at an angle. Still, she grabbed the matches off the table and with shaking hands lit the cigarette. She blew out a stream of smoke. "I hear those will kill you," Evelyn said. "I's waitin'," the girl answered. Evelyn countered. "There are faster ways." "You stick around. You see how fast." Amanda detected an edge to the girl's tone. "Why is that?" "Them kids done seen you pull up. My daddy gonna want to know why 2 white bitches chatting me up." Evelyn said, "I think your Uncle Andy is worried about you." "He want his dick suck again?" Amanda exchanged a look with Evelyn. Most of these girls claimed an uncle or father had abused them. Around the sex crimes units, they called it an Oedipal complex. Not technically correct, but close enough and obviously a waste of police time. Kitty said, "You can't arrest me. I ain't did nothing." "We don't want to arrest you," Evelyn tried again. "We were told by our sergeant that you'd been raped." "'S what I get paid for, ain't it?" She blew out another plume of smoke, this one straight into their faces. Evelyn's sunny disposition faltered. "Kitty, we need to speak with you and take a statement." "Ain't my problem." "All right. We'll just leave then. Evelyn snatched the bag of heroin off the coffee table and turned on her heel. If Amanda hadn't been so surprised to see Evelyn take the drugs, she would have been heading toward the door herself. As it was, she saw everything, the shock on the girl's face, the way she sprang from the couch, fingers out like the claws on a cat. Seemingly of its own volition, Amanda's foot rose up. She didn't trip the girl, she kicked her in the ribs, sending her straight into the stove. The blow was hard. Kitty slammed into the television, breaking off the stove door. The TV cracked against the floor, tubes popped, glass shattered. Evelyn stared at Amanda in visible shock. What was that? She was about to jump you. You certainly stopped her. Evelyn knelt down on the floor. She took a handkerchief out of her purse and handed it to the girl. Bitches, Kitty slurred. Her fingers went to her mouth. She pulled out one of her last remaining teeth. Goddamn bitches. Evelyn stood back up, probably thinking it wasn't wise to kneel in front of an angry prostitute. Still, she said, You need to tell us what's going on. We're here to help you. Ugh, you, the girl mumbled, fingers feeling around inside her mouth. Amanda saw old scars across her wrist where Kitty had tried to slice open the veins. Get the uck out of here. Evelyn's voice turned hard. Don't make us drag you to the station, Kitty. I don't care who your uncle is. Amanda thought of her car, the time it would take to wash away the grime from the back seat. She told Evelyn, You can't seriously be considering. Like hell I'm not. There's no way I'm letting this. Shut up, the girl yelled. I ain't even Kitty. I's Jane. Jane Del Rey. Oh, for the love of... Amanda threw her hands into the air. All the terror she'd experienced on the stairwell turned into anger. We don't even have the right girl. Hodge didn't give a name, just an address. Amanda shook her head. I don't know why we even listened to him. He's been here less than a day, the same as you, I might add. I was in uniform for 3 years before. Why are you back? Amanda demanded. Are you here to do the job, or is it something else? You're the one who wants to hightail it out of here, because this whore can't tell us anything. Hey, Jane screamed. Who you calling a whore? Evelyn looked down at the girl. Sarcasm dripped from her voice. Really, darling? You want to make that argument now? Jane wiped the blood from her mouth. Y'all ain't from the government. Brilliant deduction, Evelyn said. Exactly who from the government is looking for you? Her shoulders gave a slight shrug. I might have been down to the 5 on account of needing some money. Evelyn put her hand to her head. The 5 referred to the 5 Points Station bus line that serviced the welfare office. You were trying to cash Kitty's government assistant voucher? Amanda asked. Isn't it mailed? They both stared openly at Amanda. Evelyn explained. The post office boxes here aren't exactly secure. Jane said, Kitty don't need it. She ain't never need it. She rich. Got a family that's connected. That's why you bitches here, ain't it? Evelyn asked. Where is she now? She be gone 6 months. Where did she go? Disappeared. Same with Lucy, same with Mary. All them just up and disappeared. These are working girls? Evelyn asked. Lucy and Mary? The girl nodded. Is Kitty on the game too? Again, the girl nodded. Amanda had had quite enough of this. Should I write this down for the newspaper? 3 prostitutes are missing. Stop the presses. Ain't missing, the girl insisted. They gone. Real gone. Disappeared. She wiped blood from her lips. They's all living here. They stuffs here. They's putting down roots. They's cashing they vouchers from the 5. Amanda said, Until you tried to get their vouchers instead. You ain't listening to me, Jane insisted. They all gone. Lucy been gone a year. She here 1 minute, then... She snapped her fingers. Poof. Evelyn turned to Amanda and in a deadly serious tone said, We need to put out an immediate APB on a man wearing a cape and a magician's hat. She stopped. Hold that. Let's check to see if Doug Henning's in town. Amanda couldn't help herself. She laughed at the joke. They all jumped when the front door slammed open. Wood splintered. The knob dug into the wall. Plaster shattered. The air seemed to shake. A well-built black man stood in the doorway. He was out of breath, probably from running up the stairs. His thick sideburns grew into a goatee and mustache that circled his mouth. His pants and shirt were a matching lime green. He was obviously a pimp and clearly furious. "What you honky bitches doing here?" Amanda could not move. She felt as if her body had turned to stone. "We were looking for Kitty," Evelyn answered. "Do you know Kitty Treadwell? Her uncle is a very good friend of Mayor Jackson's." Her throat worked as she swallowed. "That's why we're here. They asked us to come. The mayor's friend. They're very concerned that Kitty is missing." The man ignored her, grabbing Jane up by her hair. She screamed in pain, her fingers digging into his hands as she tried to keep her scalp from ripping. "You been talking to the police, gal?" "I ain't say nothing, honest." Jane could barely speak from terror. "They just show up." He shoved her out into the hall. Jane stumbled, falling against the wall before she found her footing. "We're leaving now." Evelyn's voice was shaking. She edged toward the door, motioning Amanda to follow. "We don't want trouble." The man shut the door. The sound was like a gunshot. He stared at Amanda for a few intense seconds, then Evelyn. His eyes looked as if they were on fire. Evelyn said, "Our sergeant knows we're here." He turned around and slowly slid the chain into the track, and then he locked the deadbolt, and then the next one. "We talked to dispatch before we—" "I hear you, Mrs. Pig. Let's see, can the mayor get here 'fore I'm through?" He took the key from the lock and slid it into his front pocket. His voice went into a deep baritone. "You a fine-looking woman. You know that?" He wasn't talking to Evelyn. His eyes were trained on Amanda. He licked his lips, his gaze lingering on her chest. She tried to back up, but he followed. Her legs hit the arm of the couch. His fingers touched the side of her neck. "Damn, gal. So fine." Amanda fought a wave of dizziness. She reached down to her purse, fidgeting with the zip, trying to get it to open. "Call for backup." Evelyn already had her radio in her hand. She clicked the button. The man's hand circled Amanda's neck, his thumb pressed under her chin. "Radio ain't gonna work up here. We too high for the antennas." Evelyn furiously clicked the button. There was only static. "Shit." "We gon' have some fun, ain't we, Fuzzy?" His hand tightened around Amanda's throat. She could smell his cologne and sweat. There was a birthmark on his cheek. A patch of hair showed where his shirt was unbuttoned. Gold chains, a tattoo of Jesus with a crown of thorns. "Ev," Amanda breathed. She could feel the outline of the revolver inside her purse. She tried to force her finger into the trigger guard. The pimp moaned. He unzipped his pants. "Fine-looking woman." Ev," Amanda stuttered. His hand slipped under her skirt. She could feel his fingernails scrape her bare flesh, the pressure of him against her thigh. Evelyn jammed the radio back into her purse and zipped closed the bag as if she was preparing to leave. Amanda panicked, and then gasped as Evelyn gripped the straps with both hands, swung around, and smashed her bag into the side of the man's head. Gun, badge, handcuffs, Kel-Lite, radio, nightstick, nearly 20 pounds of equipment. The pimp collapsed to the floor like a rag doll. Blood spurted from the side of his head. There were deep cuts across his cheek where the Indian tassels had sliced open the skin. Amanda grabbed her revolver out of her purse. The bag fell to the floor. Her hands shook as she tried to grip the gun. She had to lean against the arm of the couch so she wouldn't fall down. "Christ." Evelyn stood over the man, mouth agape. The blood was really flowing now. "My God," Amanda whispered. She pushed down her skirt. Her pantyhose were ripped from his prying fingernails. She could still feel his hand on her throat. "My God." "Are you okay?" Evelyn asked. She put her hands on Amanda's arms. "You're okay, all right?" Slowly, she reached down for Amanda's revolver. "I've got this, okay? You're fine." "Your gun." Amanda was panting so hard she was going to hyperventilate. Why didn't you shoot him?" Evelyn chewed her bottom lip. She stared at Amanda for what seemed like a full minute before finally admitting, "Bill and I agreed that we shouldn't keep a loaded gun in the house because of the baby." Words clogged Amanda's throat. She screamed, "Your gun isn't loaded?" "Well," Evelyn dug her fingers into the back of her hair. "It worked out, right?" She let out a strained laugh. "Sure, it worked out. We're both fine. We're both just fine." She looked down at the pimp again. His pants were splayed open. I guess it's not true what they say about... He was going to rape me. He was going to rape both of us. Statistically... Evelyn's voice trailed off before she admitted, well, yes, it was bound to happen. I didn't want to tell you before, but... She picked up Amanda's purse from the floor. Yeah. For the first time in 2 months, Amanda wasn't hot anymore. Her blood had turned cold. Evelyn kept babbling. She zipped Amanda's gun inside her purse, looped the strap over her shoulder. We're both okay, though, right? I'm okay, you're okay, we're all okay. She spotted a telephone on the floor by the couch. Her hand was shaking so hard that she dropped the receiver. It rattled in the cradle, dinging the bell. She finally managed to pick up the phone and put it to her ear. I'll call this in. The boys will come running. We'll get out of here. We're both fine, all right? Amanda blinked sweat out of her eye. Evelyn stuck her finger in the dial. I'm sorry. I talk when I get nervous. It drives my husband crazy. The rotary slid back and forth. What about those missing girls the whore mentioned? Do you recognize any of their names? Amanda blinked away more sweat. Her mind flashed up strange images. The disgusting bathroom, the shampoo bottles, the piles of makeup. Evelyn said, Lucy, Mary, Kitty, Treadwell. Maybe we should write that down somewhere. I'm certain I'll forget the minute I get a drink in me. 2 drinks. A whole bottle. She huffed out a short breath. It's weird that Jane was worried about them. These girls usually don't worry about anything but keeping their pimps happy. 3 used toothbrushes in the glass. The long dark hair clumped in one of the combs. Amanda said, Jane's hair is blonde. I wouldn't bet on that. Evelyn looked down at the unmoving man. His wallet's in his back pocket. Could you? No. The panic came back in full force. You're right. Never mind. They'll ID him at the jail. I'm sure he has a record. Hey, Linda? Evelyn's voice wavered as she spoke into the phone. 1016 my location. Hodge sent us in on a 49 and it turned into a 55. She looked at Amanda. Anything else? Tell them you're 24, Amanda managed. Duke Wagner was wrong about Evelyn Mitchell being pushy and opinionated. The woman was just plain crazy. Chapter 5. Present Day. Susanna Ford. Xana fell back on the bed, her feet still on the floor. She held up her iPhone and checked her messages. No texts, no voicemail, no email. The asshole was already 10 minutes late. If she showed up downstairs without any money, Terry was going to beat her ass. Again. He seemed to forget it was his job to screen these losers. Not that Terry ever took the blame for anything. She looked out the window at the downtown skyline. Xana was born and raised in Roswell, half an hour and a lifetime away from Atlanta. Except for the buildings that had names on them, she had no idea what she was looking at. Equitable, AT&T, Georgia Power. All she knew was she was going to be seriously screwed if her John didn't show. The plasma TV on the wall flashed on. Xana had rolled over on the remote. She saw Monica Pearson behind the news desk. Some girl was missing. White, blonde, pretty. They sure as shit wouldn't care if Xana was gone. She flipped around the channels, trying to find something more interesting. Finally giving up when she got into the triple digits. She tossed the remote onto the bedside table. Her arms itched. She wanted a cigarette. She wanted more than that. If she thought about the meth long enough, she could taste the powder in the back of her throat. Her freaking nose was rotting from the inside, but she couldn't stop snorting the stuff, couldn't stop thinking about the smash cut to her brain, the way it shook through her body, the way it made the world so much more bearable. That wasn't going to happen for at least an hour. To tide herself over, she went to the minibar and took out 4 small bottles of vodka. Xana downed them in quick succession, then filled the empties in the bathroom sink. She was stacking the bottles back in the refrigerator when there was a knock at the door. Thank Jesus, she groaned. She checked herself in the mirror. Not too bad. She could still pass for 16 if the lights were turned down low enough. She twisted the wand to close the blinds and turned off one of the bedside lamps before answering the door. The man was massive. The top of his head almost touched the doorway. His shoulders were nearly as wide as the frame. Xana felt a stir of panic, but then she remembered Terry was downstairs and that he had cleared this guy, and that whatever was about to happen wouldn't matter when that first huff of meth snaked into her brain. She said, "Hey, Daddy," because he was older. Xana didn't want to think about the geezer using his Social Security check to pay for this. She looked at his face, which was pretty smooth considering his age. His neck was a little scrawny. You could really tell it in his hands, liver spots. The hair on his arms was white, though what was left on his head was sandy brown. Susanna threw open the door. "Come in, big boy." She tried to swing her hips as she walked, but the carpet combined with her new high heels wasn't a good mix. She ended a little scrawny. You could really tell it in his hands, liver spots. The hair on his arms was white, though what was left on his head was sandy brown. Susanna threw open the door. "Come in, big boy." She tried to swing her hips as she walked, but the carpet combined with her new high heels wasn't a good mix. She ended up having to brace herself against the wall. She turned around and waited for him to come in. He took his time. He didn't seem nervous, and God knew you didn't pop your first whore at his age. He glanced up and down the hallway before finally shutting the door behind him. He was still in good shape despite the years on him. His hair was in a military cut, his shoulders were square. World War II, she thought. Then her middle school history came back to her, and Susanna figured he wasn't old enough for that, probably Vietnam. A lot of her customers lately were young guys just back from Afghanistan. She didn't know which was worse, the sad ones who tried to make love or the angry ones who wanted to hurt her. She got straight to the point. "You a cop?" He said what they always said. "Do I look like a cop?" But he unzipped his pants without prompting. It was the last vestige of democracy. Even undercover, a cop wasn't allowed to show you his junk. "All right." Susanna nodded, suppressing a shudder. He was huge. "Damn," she managed. "That looks fun." The man zipped back up. "Have a seat." He indicated the chair. Susanna sat, legs apart, so he'd have a good view from the bed. Only he kept standing. His shadow stretched across the room, nearly reaching the edge of the door. "How do you like it?" she asked, though Susanna had a sneaking suspicion he liked it rough. She pulled in her shoulders, tried to look smaller than she already was. "You want to be gentle with me? I'm just a girl." His lip quivered, but that was the only reaction she got. He asked, "How did you get here?" She thought he meant the literal path she'd taken, up Peachtree left on Edgewood. Then she realized he meant her current state of employment. Susanna shrugged. "What can I say? I love sex." That's what they wanted to hear. That's what they tried to tell themselves when they ripped you apart and threw money in your face, that you loved it, couldn't live without it. "No," he said, "I want the real story." "Oh, you know." She blew out a puff of air. Her story was so boring. You couldn't turn on the television without seeing some iteration of the same. Susanna hadn't been tossed out on the streets. She hadn't been abused. Her parents were divorced, but they were good people. The problem was Susanna. She'd started smoking weed so a boy would think she was cool. She'd started taking pills because she was bored. She'd started smoking meth to lose weight. And then it was too late to do anything else but hang on by her fingernails until the next hit. Her mom let her live at home until she figured out Susanna was smoking more than Marlboros. Her dad let her live in his basement until his new wife found the blackened pieces of tinfoil that smelled like marshmallows. Then they put her up in an apartment. Then they got all tough love, and 2 failed stints in rehab later, Susanna was out on the street earning her fix between her legs. "Tell me the truth," the man said. "How did you get here?" Susanna tried to swallow. Her mouth was dry. She couldn't tell if it was from withdrawal or from the scary feeling she was getting off this guy. She told him what she knew he wanted to hear. "My daddy hurt me." "I'm sorry to hear that." "I didn't have a choice." She sniffed and looked down at the floor. She used the back of her hand to wipe away fake tears. Her jaw could have come unhinged like a boa constrictor's, so bored was Susanna with spinning this story. "I didn't have anywhere to go. I was sleeping on the streets. Sex is something I like, and I'm good at it, so..." He kneeled down to look at her. Even on his knees, he was taller than her. Susanna glanced at him, then quickly looked away. It was shame this guy was looking for. Older generation, they lapped it up. Susanna could give him plenty of shame. Valerie Bertinelli, Meredith Baxter, Tori Spelling. Susanna had seen the look in every single Lifetime movie she'd ever watched. She said, "I miss him. That's the sad part." She looked back up at the man, blinked her eyes a few times. I miss my daddy." He took her hand, gently sandwiching it between both of his. Xana couldn't see anything but her wrist. His touch was light on her skin, but she felt like he'd trapped her. Her breath stuttered in her chest. Panic was a natural instinct she thought she'd learned to control. There was something about this man that set off what little warning system she had left. He said, "Susanna, don't lie to me." Bile boiled up into her mouth. "That's not my name." She tried to pull away. His fingers clamped around her wrist. "I didn't tell you my name." "Didn't you?" She was going to kill that fucking pimp. He'd sell his mother for an extra 20. "What did Terry tell you? My name is Trixie." "No," the man insisted. "You told me your name is Susanna." She felt pain rush up her arm. She looked down. He held both her wrists in one hand. He leaned into her legs, trapping her against the chair. "Don't fight," he said, his free hand wrapping around her neck. The tips of his fingers touched in the back. "I want to help you, Susanna. To save you." I'm not..." She couldn't speak. She was choking. She couldn't breathe. Panic jerked through her body like a live wire. Her eyes rolled upward. She felt a stream of urine dribble down her leg. "Just relax, sister." He hovered above her, his eyes going back and forth as if he did not want to miss a second of her fear. A smile creased his lips. "The Lord will guide my hand." Chapter 6. Present Day. Monday. Sarah walked through the Grady Hospital emergency room, trying not to get pulled away on cases. Even if she tattooed "off-duty" on her forehead, the nurses wouldn't leave her alone. She shouldn't blame them. The hospital was notoriously understaffed and overburdened. There had not been a time in Grady's 120-year history when supply was able to keep up with demand. Working here was tantamount to signing away your life, which had been just what Sarah needed when she'd taken the job. She hadn't really had a life back then. She was newly widowed, living in a different city, starting over from scratch. Throwing herself into a demanding job was the only way she'd been able to cope. It was amazing how quickly her needs had changed in the last 2 weeks. Or the last hour, for that matter. Sarah had no idea what was going on between Will and Amanda. Their relationship had always puzzled her, but the exchange in the hallway before the stairs collapsed had been downright bizarre. Even after the fall, when it was clear that Amanda had been badly injured, Will seemed more intent on questioning the woman than helping her. Sarah still felt shocked by his tone of voice. She'd never heard such coldness from him before. It was like he was another person, a stranger she did not want to know. At least Sarah had finally figured out the root of their conversation, though it was through no brilliant deduction of her own. The television over the nurses' station was always tuned to the news. Closed captioning scrolled mindlessly day and night. The missing girl from Georgia Tech had made the jump to the national news, courtesy of CNN, whose world headquarters was just down the street from the university. The video of Amanda leading the press conference played on an endless loop, reporters flashing up statistics and the sort of non-information required to fill 24-hour programming. The latest speculation held that perhaps Ashley Renee Snyder had faked her own abduction. Students claiming to be close friends of the missing girl had come forward, giving details about her life. Ashley's fears that her grades were slipping. Maybe she really was hiding somewhere. The theory was not completely without foundation. Georgia had a short history of women pretending to be kidnapped, the most famous being the so-called runaway bride, a silly woman who'd wasted several days of police time hiding from her own fiancé. "Sarah," a nurse rushed up with a lab report. "I need you to..." "Sorry, I'm off duty." "What the hell are you doing back here?" The woman didn't wait around for an answer. Sarah checked the board to see if Will had been assigned a room. Generally, a case as mundane as sutures would take hours to get to, but before Sarah dealt with Amanda, she'd made certain the admitting nurse hadn't abandoned Will to the waiting room. He'd been assigned one of the curtains in the back. Sarah felt her spine stiffen when she saw Bert Krakauer's name instead of her own adjacent to Will's. She headed toward the back, a startling sense of ownership quickening her pace. The curtain was open. Will was sitting up in bed. A drape was around his foot. Worst of all, Krakauer had a pair of pickups in his hand. No, she said, jogging toward the two men. "What are you doing?" Krakauer indicated the needle holder. "They didn't let you play with these in medical school?" Sarah gave him a tight smile. "Thanks. I'll take over from here." He took the hint, returning the instrument to the tray and taking his leave. Sarah gave Will a sharp look as she closed the curtain. "You were going to let Krakauer sew you up?" "Why not?" "For the same reason you weren't left rotting in the waiting room." Sarah washed her hands at the sink. "If someone broke into my apartment, would you let another cop investigate it?" "I don't normally work burglaries." Sarah wiped her hands dry with a paper towel. Will wasn't normally this obtuse. "What's going on?" "He said I need stitches." "Not that." She sat down on the edge of the bed. "You've been acting strange since we got here. Is it Amanda?" "Why? Did she say something to you?" Sarah had a creeping sense of déjà vu. She'd spoken briefly to Amanda and gotten the same question about Will. What would Amanda tell me? "Nothing important. She wasn't making a lot of sense." "She seemed pretty sharp to me." Sarah resisted the urge to put her hands on her hips like a lecturing schoolmarm. "I saw Ashley Snyder on the news." Will sat up. "Did they find her?" "No. They're speculating that she might have staged her own kidnapping. One of her friends came forward and said she was about to flunk out of school." Will nodded, but didn't offer his opinion. "Are you working the case?" "Nope." His tone was clipped. "Still keeping Atlanta's airport toilets safe from horny business travelers." "Why aren't you on the kidnapping?" "You'd have to ask Amanda." Here they were, full circle again. "Is she all right?" Will asked, though the question seemed obligatory. Amanda, I mean. Sarah had never been good at staring contests, especially with someone as blatantly pig-headed as the man she'd been sleeping with for the last 2 weeks. "She has what's called a callus fracture. Ortho is reducing it right now. She'll get a cast. She's pretty banged up, but she'll be okay. Normally, she'd be sent home, but she lost consciousness, so she'll have to spend the night." "Good." He stared at her blankly. Sarah got the feeling that she might as well be talking to a brick wall. The tension between them was just as thick. She took his hand. "Will." "Thanks for letting me know." Sarah waited for him to say more. Then she realized they only had 12 hours before it would be too late to suture his ankle. She slipped on a pair of surgical gloves. She could tell from the mess that Krakauer had already cleaned out the wound. "Your ankle is numb?" Will nodded. "Let's see what we have." She pressed her fingers around the open skin. The laceration was at least 1 inch long and half as deep. Fresh blood wept out when she forced together the skin. She asked, "You didn't think to tell me that a nail went into your ankle?" "The other doctor said it barely needs a stitch." "The other doctor is never going to have to see your ankle again." Sarah rolled over the stool so she could sit down. She took the scalpel and used the edge to shape the jagged opening into an ellipse. "I'll make sure there isn't a scar." "You know that doesn't matter." Sarah looked up at him. There were worse scars on his body. It was something they didn't talk about. One of the many things they didn't talk about. She tried again. "What's going on with you?" Will shook his head, looking away. He was obviously still angry, but Sarah had no idea why. There was no use asking him. As sweet and kind and gentle as Will Trent was, Sarah had learned that he was about as forthcoming as an amnesiac with lockjaw. She didn't know what else to do but start suturing. Her glasses were in her purse, which she assumed was still locked inside her car. Sarah leaned in close and hooked the needle into the flesh just beneath Will's skin. The chromic thread dipped in and out as she placed a single roll of uninterrupted sutures. Pull, not cut. Pull, not cut. Over the years, Sarah's hands had performed this same action so many times that she went into autopilot, which, unfortunately, gave her mind plenty of time to wander. The same question she'd been asking herself for the last 2 weeks popped into her head. What was she doing? She liked Will. He was the first man Sarah had really been with since her husband had died. She enjoyed his company. He was funny and smart, handsome, incredibly good in bed. He'd met her family. Her dogs adored him. Sarah adored his dog. Over the last few weeks, Will had practically moved into her apartment, but in some ways he still felt like a stranger. What little he revealed about his past always came in sugar-coated sound bites. Nothing was ever too bad. No one was that horrible. To hear Will tell it, he'd lived a charmed life. Never mind the cigarette and electrical burns on his body, the jag to his upper lip where the skin had been busted in two, the deep gouge that followed his jawline. Sarah kissed these places and rubbed her hands along them as if they didn't exist. Halfway there, Sarah glanced up at Will again. He was still looking away. She tied off the last knot and picked up a new needle threaded with proline. She started the running subcuticular row, zigzagging the thread back and forth, all the while berating herself for giving in to Will's silence. When their relationship first started, none of this had mattered. There were far more interesting things Will could do with his mouth other than talk about himself. These last few days, his reticence had started to bother her. Sarah found herself wondering if he was capable of giving more, and, failing that, if she was willing to settle for less. Even if by some miracle he decided to pour out his heart to Sarah, there was still the larger problem of his wife. If Sarah was being honest, she was afraid of Angie Pulaski. And not just because the woman kept leaving nasty notes on the windshield of Sarah's car. Angie lingered in Will's life like a vaporous poison. The joy that Sarah felt as Will showed her around his old neighborhood had quickly dissipated when practically every memory he recalled had something to do with Angie. He didn't have to say her name. Sarah knew that he was thinking about her, which left Sarah questioning whether or not there was any space in Will's life for someone other than Angie Pulaski. There. Sarah pulled closed the skin and knotted the loop. These need to stay in for 2 weeks. I've got some waterproof Band-Aids at home so you can shower. I'll get you some Tylenol for the pain. I've got some at home. He stared at his hands as he rolled down the leg of his pants. I should probably stay there tonight. He slid on his sock, still not meeting her eyes. I need to wash some of my shirts, do the laundry, check on the dog. Sarah stared openly. Will's jaw was clenched. He was a study in controlled anger. She wasn't sure if this was directed solely at Amanda anymore. Are you mad at me? No. The answer was short, quick, and obviously a lie. All right. Sarah turned her back to him as she snapped off her gloves. She tossed them into the trash can, then started cleaning up the suture kit. Behind her, she could hear Will moving around, probably looking for his shoe. Sarah normally had a long fuse, but her bad day had made it considerably shorter. She reached under the bed and grabbed his shoe out of the basket. She asked, "Do me a favor, sweetheart." He took his time answering. What? Don't talk about what happened tonight, all right? She tossed the shoe in his general direction. He caught it with one hand, which only served to irritate her more. Don't tell me what you think about Amanda, or the hammer, or what she was doing at the place where you grew up when she's supposed to be leading a case. And sure as hell, let's not talk about whatever she said to you in the basement that has you so freaked out that you're emotionally catatonic. At least, more than usual. Sarah stopped for a breath. Let's just ignore everything, okay? He stared at her for a few seconds, then said, That sounds like an excellent idea. Will shoved his foot into his shoe. I'll see you later. You bet. Sarah looked down at the digital tablet as if she could actually read the words. Her fingers pressed random keys. She felt Will hesitate a moment. Then he yanked back the curtain. His shoes snicked on the floor. Sarah kept her head down, counting silently. When she reached 60, she looked up. He was gone. Asshole, Sarah hissed. She slid the tablet onto the counter. Earlier, she'd felt tired, but now she was too wired to be anything but furious. She washed her hands. The water was hot enough to scald her skin, but she just scrubbed harder. There was a mirror over the sink. Her hair was a mess. Specks of dried blood dotted her sleeve. This was the first night she'd come straight home in her work clothes. For the last 2 weeks she'd been showering at the hospital, changing into a dress or something more flattering before seeing Will. Was that part of the problem? Maybe the Amanda thing was another issue. There was an earlier moment on the street when Will had looked down at her. Sarah had felt him taking in her scrubs, her hair, with a less than impressed expression. Will was always impeccably dressed. Maybe he was thinking that Sarah hadn't made much of an effort, or maybe it went back farther than that. He'd found her crying in her car. Was that what set him off? If so, why had he taken her to the children's home? The fact that he would share something so personal had made Sarah feel as if their relationship was finally moving forward. And here they were again, tripping over their feet as they took giant leaps back. "Hey, you!" Faith stood at the open curtain. Will's partner held her 5-month-old daughter on one shoulder and the large diaper bag on the other. "What's going on?" Sarah cut straight to the point. "Do I look bad?" "You're half a foot taller than me and 10 pounds lighter. Do you really want to make me answer that question?" "Fair enough." Sarah held out her hands for Emma. "May I?" Faith kept the baby on her shoulder. "Trust me, you don't want to be anywhere near this thing. I'm going to have to slap a hazmat sticker on her diaper." The smell was pungent, but Sarah took the baby anyway. It was a nice change to hold a healthy child in her arms. "I guess you're here to see Amanda?" Sarah's husband had been a cop. She'd learned the rules long ago. If one of them was in the hospital, they were all in the hospital. "You just missed Will." "I'm surprised he showed up. He hates this place." Faith took a diaper and some wipes out of her bag. "Do you know what happened to Amanda?" "She fell on her wrist. She'll be in a cast for a while, but she's fine." Sarah laid Emma down on the bed. Faith probably assumed Sarah was working a shift. This was one of the problems with Will's myriad secrets. Sarah found herself keeping them on his behalf. There was no way to tell Faith what had happened to Amanda without revealing why Sarah had been there. "Right on schedule." Faith indicated a group of older women who were clustered at the nurse's station. Except for a striking African-American woman wearing a pink scarf around her neck, they were all dressed in monochromatic pantsuits and sporting the same short haircuts and ramrod straight spines. "The good old gals," Faith explained. "Mom and Roz are already in with Amanda. I'm sure they'll be spinning war stories until the crack of dawn." Sarah wiped down Emma. The baby squirmed. Sarah tickled her stomach. "How's it going with your mom in the house?" "You mean, do I want to strangle her yet?" Faith sat down on the stool. "I get maybe 10 minutes tops every morning before Emma wakes up, and I have to get her fed and ready, and then get myself fed and ready, and then my whole day starts, and I'm at work, and the phone is ringing, and I'm talking to idiots who are lying to me, and it's not until the next morning when I get that 10 minutes to myself again." Faith paused, giving Sarah a meaningful look. "Mom's up at 5 o'clock every morning. I hear her poking around downstairs, and I smell coffee and eggs, and then I go down to the kitchen, and she's all cheery and chatty and wants to talk about what she's got planned for the day and what she saw on the news last night, and do I want her to cook me something for breakfast, and what do I want for supper, and I swear to God, Sarah, I'm going to end up killing her. I really am." "I have a mother, too. I completely understand." Sarah slid a new diaper under the baby. Emma's feet kicked up as she tried to turn over. "What are you doing while Will's working at the airport?" "I thought you knew." "Knew what?" "Amanda assigned him to toilet duty, so my days are free to take Mom to her physical therapy appointments." Faith shrugged. "You know, it's not the first time Mom or Amanda's bent the rules for each other." "Amanda's not punishing Will because of his hair?" "What's wrong with his hair? It looks great." Yet again, Will's ability to read women was pitch perfect. "I don't understand that relationship." "Amanda and Will, or Will in the world?" "Either. Both." Sarah buttoned up the onesie. She stroked her fingers along Emma's face. The baby smiled, showing 2 tiny white specks where her first pair of teeth were breaking through the bottom gum. Emma's eyes tracked Sarah's fingers as they waved back and forth. "She's starting to be a real person." "She's been laughing at me a lot lately. I'm trying not to take it personally." Sarah put Emma on her shoulder. The baby's arm looped around her neck. "How long has Will been working for Amanda?" "As far as I know, he's followed her around his whole career. Hostage negotiation, narcotics, special crimes." "Is that normal to stay with one boss your entire career?" "Not really. Cops are like cats. They'd rather change owners than change houses." Sarah couldn't imagine Will asking to be transferred along with Amanda. He seldom sang her praises, and for Amanda's part, she seemed to delight in torturing him. Then again, if Will had one overriding characteristic, it was his resistance to change, which fact Sarah should probably take as a warning. "Okay, my turn for questions." Faith crossed her arms. "Here's the big one. When are you going to grab him by the short hairs and tell him to get a fucking divorce?" Sarah managed a smile. "It's very tempting." "Then why don't you?" "Because ultimatums never work. And I don't want to be the reason he leaves his wife." "He wants to leave her." Sarah didn't state the obvious. If Will really wanted to be divorced, then he would be divorced. Faith hissed air through her teeth. You probably shouldn't take advice from a woman who's never been married and has one kid in college and another in diapers. Sarah laughed. Don't sell yourself short. Well, it's not like the good guys are lining up to date a cop, and I'm certainly not attracted to the type of useless asshole who'd want to marry a female police officer. Sarah couldn't argue with her. Not many men possessed the temperament for dating a woman who could arrest them. Does Will talk to you? Faith amended. I mean, about himself. Has he told you anything? Some. Sarah felt unreasonably guilty, as if it was her own fault that Will was so closed off. We'd just started seeing each other. I've got this long list of questions in my head, Faith admitted. Like, what happened to his parents? Where did he go when he aged out of the system? How did he manage college? How did he get into the GBI? She studied Sarah, who just shrugged. Statistically, kids in state care have an 80% chance of getting arrested before they turn 21. 60% of them end up staying inside. Sounds about right. Sarah had seen this scenario play out again and again with her kids in the ER. One day she was treating them for an earache. The next, they were handcuffed to a gurney awaiting transport to jail. Will's transcendence of this soul-killing pattern was one of the things that she most admired about him. He had succeeded despite the odds, which Sarah was fairly certain Will would not want her discussing with Faith. She changed the subject. Are you working this Ashley Snyder case? I wish, Faith said, though I don't see there's much hope. It hasn't broken on the news yet, but she's been missing for a while, and those so-called friends of hers who are hogging the camera have no idea. How long? Since before spring break. That was last week. The ER had seen a resulting spike in alcohol poisoning and drug-induced psychosis. No one noticed she was gone. Her parents thought she went to the Redneck Riviera. Her friends thought she was with her parents. Her roommate waited 2 days to report her missing. She thought Ashley had met a guy and didn't want to get her in trouble. So there's no chance she's faking it. There was a lot of blood in her bedroom, on the pillow, the carpet. The roommate didn't think that was odd. My son's that age. They're professionally obtuse. I doubt a spaceship landing on his forehead would strike him as odd. Faith returned to their earlier conversation. Can you look at Will's medical records? Sarah felt caught out by the question. Faith added, his juvenile files are sealed. Trust me, I've tried. But there has to be something at Grady from when he was a kid. A deep blush worked its way up Sarah's chest and face. She'd actually considered this once, but common sense had won out. It's illegal for me to access anyone's records without their permission. Besides, Sarah stopped talking. She wasn't being completely honest. She'd made it as far as the records department. One of the secretaries had pulled Will's patient chart. Sarah hadn't touched the file, but the name on the label listed him as Wilbur Trent. Will's license gave his legal name as William Trent. Sarah had seen it the other night when he'd opened his wallet to pay for dinner. So why had Amanda called him Wilbur? Hello? Faith snapped her fingers. You in there? Sorry, I zoned out. Sarah shifted Emma onto her other shoulder. She tried to remember what they'd been talking about. I'm not going to spy on him. That, at least, was the truth. Sarah wanted to know about Will because they were lovers, not because she was writing a salacious exposé. He'll tell me when he's ready. Good luck with that, Faith said. Meanwhile, if you find out anything good, let me know. Sarah chewed her lip as she stared at Faith. The overwhelming urge to strike a bargain started to well up from deep inside. Amanda showing up at the children's home, the hammer, Will's unexplained anger, his sudden desire to be alone. Faith was whip-smart. She'd worked as a homicide detective on the Atlanta police force before becoming a special agent with the GBI. She'd been Will's partner for 2 years. Faith's mother was one of Amanda's oldest friends. If Sarah shared what had happened at the children's home tonight, maybe Faith could help Sarah put together the clues. And then Will really would be lost to her forever. Faith, Sarah began. I'm glad we're friends. I like you a lot. But I can't talk about Will behind his back. He has to always know I'm on his side. She took it better than Sarah expected. You're far too healthy to be in a relationship with a cop, especially Will. The thought occurred to Sarah that they might not even be in a relationship anymore, but she said, "Thank you for understanding." Faith waved to an older woman who was standing at the nurse's station. No pantsuit, she was dressed in jeans and a flowery blouse, but there was the unmistakable air of a police officer about her. It was the way she looked around the room, noting the good guys, singling out the possible bad ones. The woman waved at Faith, checked the patient board, then escorted herself toward Amanda's room. "She trained with Mossad after 9/11, Faith provided. 2 kids, 3 grandkids, divorced 5 times, twice from the same man, and did it all without ever wearing a pantsuit." Faith sounded reverential. "She's my role model." Sarah cradled Emma so she could look at her face. There was a soft, powdery scent coming off her, a mixture of baby wipes and sweat. "Your mom's a pretty good role model, too." "We're too different," Faith shrugged. "Mom's quiet, methodical, always in charge, and I'm, oh my God, we're all going to die." The evaluation was strange, coming from a woman who kept a loaded shotgun in the trunk of her car. Sarah said, "I feel safe knowing you're with Will." Faith would never know what kind of compliment Sarah had paid her. "You're pretty good under fire." "Once I stop freaking out." She pointed toward Amanda's room. "You could blow up a bomb right now, and as soon as the dust cleared, all of them would still be right there, guns drawn, ready to fight the bad guys." Sarah had seen Amanda in some tough situations. She didn't doubt it one bit. "Mom told me when they joined up, the first question on the polygraph was about their sex lives. Were they virgins? If not, how many men had they been with? Was it more than 1? Was it less than 3? "Is that legal?" "Anything's legal if you can get away with it," she grinned. "They asked Mom if she was joining the force so she could have sex with policemen. She told them it depended on what the policeman looked like." Sarah asked, "What about Amanda?" The fall in the basement had her recalling her early days on the force. Maybe there was a reason. "Was she always a cop?" "Far as I know." "She never worked for Children's Services?" Faith narrowed her eyes. Sarah could practically see her detective's brain click on. "What are you getting at?" Sarah kept her attention on Emma. "I was just curious. Will hasn't told me much about her." "He wouldn't," Faith said, as if she needed reminding. "I grew up with Amanda. She dated my uncle for years, but the idiot never asked her to marry him." "She never got married? Had kids?" "She can't have children. I know she tried, but it wasn't in the cards." Sarah kept her gaze on Emma. There was one thing she shared with Amanda Wagner. It wasn't the kind of club you bragged about belonging to. Faith said, "Can you imagine her as a mother? You'd be better off with a dingo." Emma hiccuped. Sarah rubbed her tummy. She smiled at Faith, wishing, longing to talk to her, but knowing she could not. Sarah had not felt this cut off in a long while. Of course, she could always call her mother, but Sarah wasn't up for a lecture about right and wrong, especially because Sarah could clearly see the difference, which made her less the subject of a torrid love affair and more like a woman who had resigned herself to being a doormat. Because that was exactly what Kathy Linton would say. Why are you giving a man everything when he won't or can't give you anything in return? Faith asked, "Was that you or Emma?" Sarah realized she'd grunted. "Me. I just figured out my mother was right about something." "God, I hate when that happens." Faith sat up straight. "Speaking of..." Evelyn Mitchell was standing by the nurse's station. The woman was cut from the same cloth as her friends. Matching pantsuit, trim figure, perfect posture even though she couldn't stand without crutches. She was obviously looking for her daughter. Faith reluctantly stood. Duty calls. Her feet dragged the floor as she headed toward the nurse's station. Sarah held up Emma and touched her nose to the baby's. Emma showed both rows of gums, squealing in delight. If there was any question about how good a mother Faith Mitchell was, one need only look at her happy baby. Sarah kissed Emma's cheeks. The little girl giggled. A few more kisses, and she started snorting. Her feet kicked in the air. Sarah kissed her again. "His what?" Faith shouted. Her voice echoed through the ER. Both mother and daughter stared openly at Sarah. From this distance, they could have been twins. Both around the same weight and height, both with blonde hair and a familiar set to their shoulders. Faith's expression was troubled, and Evelyn's was as inscrutable as usual. The older woman said something, and Faith nodded before heading toward Sarah. "Sorry." Faith held out her hands for Emma. "I need to go." Sarah passed her the baby. "Is everything okay?" "I don't know." "Is it Ashley Snyder?" "No. Yes." Faith's mouth opened again, then closed. Obviously there was something wrong. Faith didn't shock easily, and Evelyn Mitchell wasn't one to casually dole out information. Sarah said, "Faith, you're scaring me. Is Will all right?" "I don't—" She stopped herself. "I can't—" Again, she stopped. Her lips pressed together in a thin white line. Finally, she said, "You were right, Sarah. Some things we have to keep separate." For the second time that night, a person keeping a secret turned their back on Sarah and walked away. Chapter 7. July 11th, 1975. Friday. Amanda scanned through her women's studies textbook, marking the paragraphs she needed to know for her evening class. She was sitting in the passenger seat of Kyle Peterson's Plymouth Fury. The police radio was turned down low, but her ear had been trained long ago to tune out anything but the pertinent calls. She turned the page and started to read the next section. To understand the far-reaching effects of the sex-gender system, one must first deconstruct the phallic hypothesis in relation to the unconscious. Brother, Amanda sighed, whatever the hell that meant. The car shook as Peterson turned over in the back seat. Amanda studied his reflection in the visor mirror, willing him not to wake. She'd already wasted nearly an hour this morning slapping away his hands, then another half-hour had been consumed with apologies so that he would stop sulking. Thank God the flask in his pocket had been full enough to knock him out, or Amanda would have never found time to read her assignment. Not that she understood a word of it. Some of the passages were downright obscene. If these women were so eager to find out how their vaginas worked, they should start shaving their legs and find themselves husbands. The radio clicked. Amanda heard the in and out of a man's voice. There were pockets all over the city where the radios had little or no reception, but that wasn't the problem. A black officer was calling for backup, which meant the white officers were blocking the transmission by clicking the buttons on their mics. In the next hour, a white officer would call for help, and the blacks would do the same. And then someone with the Atlanta Journal or Constitution would write an article wondering why there had been a recent spike in crime. Amanda checked on Peterson again. He'd started snoring. His mouth gaped open beneath his shaggy, untrimmed mustache. She read the next paragraph, then promptly forgot everything it said. Her eyes blurred from exhaustion, or maybe it was irritation. If she never read the words gynecocratic and patriarchy again, it would be too soon. Send Gloria Steinem into Techwood Homes and see if she still thought women could run the world. Techwood. Amanda felt the panic rising up like bile. The pimp's hand around her throat, the feel of his erection pressing against her, the scrape of his fingernails as he tried to pull down her hose. She gritted her teeth, willing her heart to settle. Deep breaths, in and out, slow. 1, 2, 3. She whispered off the seconds. Minutes passed before she was able to unclench her jaw and breathe normally again. Amanda had not seen Evelyn Mitchell in the 4 days since the awful ordeal. The other woman hadn't shown up for roll call. Her name wasn't on the roster. Even Vanessa couldn't find her. Amanda found herself hoping that Evelyn had come to her senses and gone back home to take care of her family. It was hard enough for Amanda to force herself out of bed every morning. She couldn't imagine the dread she'd feel leaving her family, knowing the sort of world into which she was thrusting herself. But then, Evelyn wasn't the only officer who'd disappeared. The new sergeant, Luther Hodge, had been summarily transferred. His replacement was a white man named Hoyt Woody. He was from North Georgia, and his thick hill accent was made all the more unintelligible by the toothpick he kept in his mouth at all times. The tensions around the squad were still there, but they were the usual kind. Everyone was more comfortable with a known entity. At least Hodge's disappearance wasn't into thin air. Vanessa had made more phone calls, which revealed the sergeant had been transferred to one of the model city precincts. Not only was it a downward move, it took him out of Amanda's circle. Unfortunately, she hadn't the nerve to go to Hodge's new station and ask him why they'd been sent to Techwood Homes on such a fool's errand. Not that Amanda wasn't capable of other useless errands. The last few days had been a test of her two warring sides. She longed to put the whole Techwood ordeal behind her, but her curiosity would not let it go. Her sleepless nights were not just filled with fear, they were filled with questions. Amanda wanted to think that her cop's curiosity had been piqued, but the honest truth was that she was coasting on nothing more than woman's intuition. The whore who was living in Kitty Treadwell's apartment had put the bug in Amanda's ear. Something wasn't right there. She could feel it in her bones. Which is why Amanda had done some poking around that had exacerbated her already frayed nerves. Stupid poking around that would probably get back to her father and land her in hot water, not just with Duke, but with the higher-ups in the police force. Amanda closed her textbook, and she especially hadn't the stomach to read Phyllis Schlafly's rebuttal to the Equal Rights Amendment. Amanda was sick and tired of being told how to live her life by women who never had to write their own rent checks. "What's the skinny?" Amanda jumped so hard she nearly slammed her book into her face. She shushed Evelyn Mitchell, then turned around to check on Peterson. "Sorry," Evelyn whispered. She put her hand on the door handle, but Amanda slammed down the lock. Evelyn stood outside the car, unmoved. "You know the window is down, right?" Behind her, Vanessa Livingston giggled. Reluctantly, Amanda unlocked the door and got out of the car. She whispered, "What do you want?" Evelyn whispered back, "We're trading. You for Nessa." "No way." The brass wouldn't care, but Amanda had no intention of ever partnering with Evelyn Mitchell again. She started to get back into the car. Evelyn caught her arm, and Vanessa squeezed past, slipping into the seat and carefully latching the door. Amanda stood in the empty parking lot, wanting to slap them both. Evelyn told Vanessa, "We'll be back in a few hours." "Take your time," Vanessa checked Peterson. "I don't think he's going anywhere." Evelyn used her finger to swipe the side of her nose, a la Robert Redford in The Sting. Vanessa did the same. "This is ridiculous," Amanda muttered, reaching into the car to retrieve her purse and textbook. "Oh, cheer up," Evelyn said. "Maybe we'll find some mud for you to stick in." Evelyn drove her Ford Falcon up North Avenue. The station wagon was now devoid of moving boxes and filled with various baby items. Except for the radio on the seat between them, there was nothing that would indicate a police officer drove this car. The vinyl seat felt sticky under Amanda's legs. As an only child with no cousins, she was seldom around children. Amanda could not help but think that Zeke Mitchell had secreted a vile substance onto the vinyl. "Pretty day," Evelyn said. She had to be joking. The noontime sun was so intense that Amanda's eyes were watering. She shielded her eyes from the glare. Evelyn reached into her purse and slipped on a pair of Foster Grants. "I think I have another pair." She dug around in her bag. "No, thank you." Amanda had seen the same glasses at Richway. They cost at least $5. "Suit yourself." Evelyn zipped closed her purse. She drove like an old woman, slowing for yellow lights, letting anyone pass who showed the slightest desire. She kept one foot on the gas and one on the brake. By the time they pulled into the Varsity Drive-In, Amanda was ready to grab the wheel and push her out of the car. Evelyn mumbled, "Steady, Freddy." With great concentration, she angled the Falcon into a parking spot close to the North Avenue entrance. The brakes squealed as she pumped the pedal, inching up slowly until she felt the tires bump against the barrier. Finally, Evelyn shifted the gear into park. The engine knocked when she turned off the ignition. The car shook. Evelyn turned in her seat, facing Amanda. "Well?" "Why did you bring me here? I couldn't possibly eat." "I think I prefer when you're not speaking to me." "Your wish is my command." Amanda snapped back, but then she couldn't help herself. "You almost got me raped." Evelyn leaned back against the door. "In my defense, both of us were going to be raped." Amanda shook her head. The woman was incapable of taking anything seriously. Evelyn said, "We made it through okay." "Spare me your positive energy." Evelyn was silent. She turned back around. She kept her hands in her lap. Amanda stared straight ahead at the menu board. The words jumbled around senselessly. In her head, Amanda listed again all the things she had to do before she could go to sleep tonight. The more she thought about it, the harder the tasks seemed. She was too tired to do any of it. She was too tired to even be here. "Damn, gal." Evelyn's voice was deep, an approximation of the pimp's baritone. "You a fine-looking woman." Amanda gripped the textbook in her lap. "Stop it." Evelyn, as usual, was oblivious. "You is fine." Amanda turned her head away, leaning her chin on her hand. "Please, be quiet." "Gon' get me some of that hog tush." "Oh, for God's sakes," Amanda sputtered. "He didn't say that." Her lips were trembling, but for the first time in 4 days, it wasn't because she was forcing back tears. Evelyn goaded, moving her hips obscenely in the seat. "Fine-looking woman." Amanda couldn't stop her lips from curving upward. And then, she was laughing. There was no controlling it, even if she tried. Her mouth opened wide. She felt a lessening of pressure, not just from the sound, but from the release of air that had been trapped in her lungs like a poison. Evelyn was laughing too, which seemed the funniest part of all. Before long, they were both doubled over in their seats, tears streaming down their faces. "Afternoon, ladies." The car hop was at Evelyn's window. His hat was rakishly tilted to the side. He slapped a number card on their windshield and smiled at them both as if he was in on the joke. "What'll you have?" Amanda wiped tears from her eyes. For the first time in days, she was hungry. "Bring me a glorified steak and some strings, and a PC." Evelyn said, "I'll have the same. Add a fried pie." "Wait," Amanda called him back. "I'll have a fried pie, too." Evelyn was still chuckling when he left. "Oh, Lord," she sighed. She tilted the mirror and used the tip of her pinky finger to fix her eyeliner. "Lord," she repeated. "I haven't been able to even think about eating since—" She didn't have to finish the sentence. Neither of them would have to finish that sentence ever again. Amanda asked, "What did your husband say?" "There are some things I don't share with Bill. He likes to think I'm Agent 99, hiding safely behind the scenes while Max Smart does all the real work." She gave a short laugh. "It's not too off the mark. You know, they never even say her name on that dumb show. She's just a number." Amanda didn't respond. It sounded like a chapter in her women's studies book. Evelyn waited a beat. "What did your father say?" "I wouldn't be here if I told him." Amanda picked at the edge of her book. "Hodge got transferred to Model City." "Where do you think I've been?" Amanda felt her jaw drop. "They assigned you to Model City?" "Hodge won't even talk to me. Every morning, first thing, I go into his office and I ask him what happened, who we ticked off, why he sent us to Techwood in the first place, and every day he tells me to get the hell out of his office." Amanda couldn't help but be impressed by the other woman's brashness. "You think you're being punished?" she asked. "That can't be true. The brass didn't move me. I was there, same as you." Evelyn seemed to have an opinion on the matter, but she kept it to herself. "The boys took care of that pimp for us." Amanda felt her heart go into her throat. "You didn't tell anyone?" "No, of course not. But you don't have to be Columbo to figure it out. A pimp bleeding on the floor with his winky hanging out, and both of us looking like we're about to have heart attacks." She was right. At least Evelyn had saved them some face by managing to knock him out before the cavalry arrived. They let him out of jail long enough to get picked up again. Apparently, he resisted arrest. Up and down Ashby Street, ended up in the hospital. Good. Maybe he learned his lesson. "Maybe," Evelyn said, sounding doubtful. "He thought I'd just stand there while he raped you, waiting for my turn." "He's probably done it hundreds of times before. You saw how Jane was with him. She was terrified." Evelyn nodded slowly. "Dwayne Matheson, that's his name. He's been jammed up a couple of times for roughing up his girls. He runs mostly white women, tall blondes who used to be pretty, goes by the name Juice. Like the football player? Except one's a Heisman winner and the other likes to beat on women." Evelyn tapped her finger against the textbook in Amanda's lap. "This is surprising." She covered the book with her hands, embarrassed. "It's a required course." "Still, it's not a bad thing to know what's going on in other places." Amanda shrugged. "It won't change anything." "Don't you think it's kind of inevitable? Look at what happened to the Collards." She indicated the restaurant. "Nipsey Russell used to be a curb man here, and now you can't turn on the TV without seeing his face." This was true enough. Amanda didn't know which infuriated her father more, seeing Russell on every game show or finding Monica Kaufman, the new black anchor, on the Channel 2 News every evening. Evelyn said, "Mayor Jackson's not doing such a bad job. Say what you will about Reggie, but the city hasn't burned down. Yet." The car hop was back with their food. He hooked the tray through Evelyn's window. Amanda reached for her purse. Evelyn said, "I've got this. I don't need you to. Consider it buying your forgiveness. It's going to take more than that." Evelyn counted out the dollar bills and left what seemed like a very generous tip. "What are you doing tomorrow?" If her Saturday was like any other, Amanda would spend the day cleaning her father's house, then cleaning her own apartment, then while away the evening with Mary Tyler Moore, Bob Newhart, and Carol Burnett. I hadn't thought about it. Evelyn handed over her food. "Why don't you come to my house? We're having a barbecue." "I'll have to check my schedule," Amanda managed, though she didn't think her father would approve. She was actually worried that he'd heard something. Without prompting, he'd seen fit to warn her off Evelyn Mitchell every morning this week. "Thank you for the invitation, though." Evelyn said, "Well, let me know. I'd love for you to meet Bill. He's just—" Her voice took on a dreamy quality. "He's just the best. I know you'd like him." Amanda nodded, unsure of what to say. "You date much?" "All the time," she joked. "Men just love it when they find out you're a cop." They loved it as they ran screaming for the door. "I'm too busy to date right now anyway. I'm trying to finish my degree. There's just a lot going on." Evelyn obviously saw right through her. "Working around jerks like Peterson all day, you forget what a nice, normal guy is like." She paused. "There are some good ones out there. Don't let the Neanderthals get you down." "Mm-hmm." Amanda put a French fry in her mouth, then another, until Evelyn did the same. They both ate in silence, sticking their cups on the dashboard, balancing the paper containers in their laps. For Amanda's part, the greasy French fries and hamburger were exactly what she needed. The iced chocolate milk was as sweet as a dessert, but she ate the fried pie anyway. By the time she was through, she felt slightly nauseated again, but this time it was overindulgence rather than fear turning her stomach. Evelyn transferred their empty containers back to the window tray. She put her hand to her stomach and groaned, "Mamma mia, that's a spicy meatball." "I put a new bottle of Alka-Seltzer in my purse this morning." Evelyn waved over the car hop and ordered 2 cups of water. "I'm beginning to think you and I are a bad influence on each other." Amanda's eyelids dipped into a lengthy blink. "This is the first time I've ever wanted to be in the car with Peterson so I could lay down and go to sleep." "You'd wake up with him on top of you." Evelyn tugged at the back of her hair. She was silent a few seconds, then asked, "Say, why do you think Hodge sent us to Techwood?" Not for the first time, Amanda felt the danger behind her question. It was clear that someone very high up was pulling strings. Both Evelyn and Hodge had been transferred. There was no telling what would happen to Amanda, especially if anyone found out what she'd been doing. Evelyn prodded. "Come on, girl. I know you've been thinking about it." "Well," Amanda tried to make herself stop there, but she continued. "The guy in the blue suit bothers me, and not just because he's a lawyer." "I know what you mean," Evelyn agreed. "He walked into the station like he owned it. He yelled at Hodge. You don't get to do that to a cop, even if you're white and in a fancy blue suit." Hodge called him by name. That's what he said during roll call. "Mr. Treadwell, we can talk in my office." And then they went into the office, and Treadwell started ordering him around right off the bat. "Evelyn, you're missing the point. Think about what you told me before. Andrew Treadwell Sr. has friends in high places. He had his picture in the paper with Mayor Jackson. He worked on the campaign. Why would he reach out to a lowly sergeant with no pull who's only been in charge for less than an hour?" She nodded. "Okay, you're right. Keep going." "Treadwell Price specializes in construction law. Andrew Sr. is negotiating all those contracts for the new subway system nobody wants." "How'd you hear that?" "I went down to the newspaper and looked through some of the back issues." "They let you do that?" Amanda shrugged. "My dad worked on that kidnapping case last year." An editor from the paper had been held for $1 million ransom. One of Duke's last official duties was transporting the money from the CNS vault to the drop location. "I told them who I was, and they let me look through the archives." "Your father doesn't know you were there?" "Of course not." Duke would have been livid that Amanda hadn't cleared it with him first. He'd ask me what I was up to. I didn't want to open that can of worms. "Phew." Evelyn leaned her head back against the seat. What you found out is certainly interesting. Anything else? Amanda hesitated again. Come on, darling. You can't be a little pregnant. Amanda sighed to make her reluctance known. She had a sneaking suspicion she was just stirring up trouble. The man who was talking to Hodge isn't Treadwell Jr. According to the newspaper, Treadwell Sr. has one child, a daughter. Evelyn sat up again. Named Kitty or Catherine? Kate? Eugenia Louise, and she's at some girls' school in Switzerland. So, not shooting up Boy at Techwood. Boy? It's what Negroes call heroin. Thank you. The car hop was back with their water. Amanda unscrewed the cap from the bottle of Alka-Seltzer and dropped 2 tablets into each cup. The fizzing was a welcome sound. Evelyn said, So there's no Treadwell Jr. I wonder who the man in the blue suit was, and why Hodge thought he was Treadwell. Evelyn smiled. I'm sure Hodge thinks we all look alike. Amanda smiled too. Blue suit has to be a lawyer. Maybe he's from the firm and Hodge just assumed his name was Treadwell. But that doesn't make sense either. We've already established Andrew Treadwell wouldn't send his minion to talk to a brand new zone captain. He'd go straight to the mayor. The more delicate the situation, the more likely he'd be to let as few people know as possible. Evelyn made the obvious connection. Which means either Blue Suit was taking initiative to help the boss, or he was looking to make trouble. Amanda wasn't so sure about that, but she said, Either way, Hodge wasn't telling him what he wanted to hear. Blue Suit was angry when he left. He yelled at Hodge, then stormed out of the building. Evelyn circled back to her earlier theory. Blue Suit pressured Hodge to send us out to check on Kitty Treadwell. Treadwell isn't a common name. She has to somehow be related to Andrew Treadwell. I couldn't find a connection in the newspapers, but they don't keep all the back issues, and they're a bear to search through. Treadwell Price is in that new office building off Forsyth Street. We could sit outside during lunch. These guys don't brown bag it. Blue Suit will have to come out sooner or later. And then what? We show him our badges and ask him some questions. Amanda didn't see that working. The man would probably laugh in their faces. What if it gets back to Hodge that you're snooping around? I don't think he cares so long as I stay out of his office and stop asking him questions. What about your new sergeant? He's one of the old guard, but he barely knows my name. Probably drunk before lunchtime, Evelyn said. She was likely correct. Once the older sergeants got past their morning duties, you were hard-pressed to find one behind his desk. There was a reason half the force could be found napping during shift. We can get together Monday after roll call. They don't care what we do so long as we're on the streets. Nessa's okay with Peterson. Amanda was slightly worried about how good Vanessa was being with Peterson, but she let it slide. Jane wasn't the only girl living in that apartment. There were at least 2 others. How do you get that? There were 3 toothbrushes in the bathroom, all of them well used. Jane didn't have that many teeth. Amanda stared into the fizzing seltzer. Her stomach was too full to laugh at Evelyn's jokes. Half of me thinks I'm crazy for wasting so much time tracking down a story off a junkie prostitute. Evelyn sounded apologetic. You're not the only one who's been wasting time. Amanda narrowed her eyes at the other woman. I knew it. What have you been up to? I talked with a friend I know at the 5, Cindy Murray. She's a good girl. I described Jane to her. Cindy says maybe she remembers her coming in last week. Lots of girls try to pick up vouchers that don't belong to them. They have to show 2 forms of ID, a license, a blood donor card, electric bill, something with their picture and address on it. If Jane is the girl Cindy was thinking of, she tried to pass herself off with someone else's license. When Jane saw the jig was up, she went bonkers, started screaming and making threats. Security had to throw her out into the street. What happened to the license? They toss them into a box, wait to see if anyone tries to claim them. Cindy says there's at least 100 licenses already. They tear them in half and throw them away at the end of every year. Are the welfare rolls organized by names or by addresses? Numbers, unfortunately. Too many of them have the same last name or live at the same address, so they all get assigned an individual number. Social Security number? No such luck. It's got to be on computers, right? They're in the process of changing over from punch cards to magnetic tape, Evelyn answered. Cindy says it's a mess. She's basically working with a hammer and chisel while the boys try to figure it out. Which means even if we had access to the information, which they probably won't give us, we'd have to do it all by hand. Get the welfare roll number first, then cross-reference the number to the name, then verify the name against the address, then match both against the benefits logs that verify whether the girls have collected their vouchers in the last 6 months, which we could then use to compare to the names on the licenses. Evelyn stopped for a breath. Cindy says we'll need a staff of 50 in about 20 years. How long until the computers are up and running? I don't think it would matter, Evelyn shrugged. They're computers, not magic beans. We'd still have to do most of it by hand, assuming they'd give us access. Does your father know anyone down at the 5? Duke would have taken a blowtorch to the 5 if they let him. It wouldn't matter. We can't even start the whole process until we find out Kitty Treadwell's roll number. Amanda tried to think this through. Jane said 3 women were missing: Kitty Treadwell, Lucy, and Mary. I already checked missing persons in zones 3 and 4, Evelyn provided. No Kitty Treadwell, no Jane Delray, which I thought I'd check on while I was there. What I did find were a dozen Lucys and about 100 Marys. They never clean out their files. Some of these girls have died of old age by now. They've been missing since the Depression. She offered, I can go to the other zones next week. Do you know Dr. Hanson? Amanda shook her head. Pete, runs the morgue? She saw Amanda's expression. No, he's a good guy. Kind of what you'd expect from a coroner, but very nice. I know a gal works for him, Dina Coolidge. She says he lets her do things sometimes. What things? Evelyn rolled her eyes. Not what you're thinking. Lab things. Dina's real into that stuff. Likes chemistry. Pete's teaching her how to do the tests and some of the lab work on her own. She's going to tech at night, too. Amanda could guess why Dr. Hanson was letting her do these things, and it probably wasn't out of the kindness of his heart. Did you check the DNF? The what? The dead Negro file. Duke had told Amanda about the running list of unsolved black homicides. Amanda offered, I'll check it. Check what? She changed the subject. Do we know if the apartment is in Kitty's name? Oh! Evelyn seemed impressed. That's a very good question. She grabbed one of the napkins off the dashboard and wrote herself a note. I wonder if the number you get assigned for Section 8 housing is the same as the one they give you for collecting welfare vouchers. Do you know anyone at the Housing Authority? Pam Canal. Amanda checked the time. I need to study for my class tonight, but I can call her first thing Monday. You can tell me what you find out when we're staking out Mr. Bluesuit. Also, she scribbled something else on the napkin. Here's my number at home, so you can let me know about tomorrow, the barbecue. Thank you. Amanda folded the napkin in 2 and stuck it in her purse. There was no lie she could tell Duke that could explain such a long absence. He was always calling her apartment to make sure she was home. If Amanda didn't pick up by the 2nd ring, he hung up and drove over. You know, Evelyn began, I read an article in the paper about this guy out west who's been killing college students. These girls aren't college students. Still, we've got 3 missing. This isn't Hollywood, Evelyn. There aren't serial killers lurking around Atlanta. Amanda changed the subject back to something more plausible. I've been thinking about Kitty's apartment. There were 3 trash bags full of clothes in the bedroom. No woman can afford that many clothes, especially if she's living in the projects. Amanda felt her stomach rumble. She had forgotten about the paper cup in her hand. She downed the seltzer in one swallow and suppressed the resulting belch. There was a lot of makeup in the bathroom, too, way too much for one girl, even a prostitute. Jane wasn't wearing any makeup. There was no smeared mascara under her eyes. I can't see her cleaning up with cold cream every night. There was cold cream in the bathroom, Amanda recalled, but suffice it to say, no one was using it. There were used sanitary napkins in the trash can, but a box of Tampax was on the shelf, so obviously someone was staying there who wasn't on the game, maybe a little sister, maybe even Kitty Treadwell. Evelyn put the cup to her lips. Why do you think that? You can't wear Tampax if you're a virgin, so... Evelyn choked on the seltzer. The water spurted from her mouth and nose. She grabbed at the napkins on the dashboard, coughing so hard it sounded as if her lungs were trying to come out of her mouth. Amanda patted her back. Are you all right? She put her hand to her mouth and coughed again. Sorry. Went down the wrong way. She coughed a 3rd and 4th time. What's that? Amanda looked out into the street. An Atlanta police cruiser zoomed by, lights rolling, no siren. The next cruiser was the opposite, siren blaring, lights off. What on earth? Amanda began. Evelyn turned up the police radio. All they could hear was the usual chatter, followed by mics being clicked so that the speakers could not be heard. "Idiots," Evelyn mumbled, turning the volume back down. Another cruiser screeched by. What could it be? Amanda was sitting up in her seat, straining to see what was happening. Then she realized there was an easier way. She tossed her paper cup out the window and pushed open the door. By the time she reached the sidewalk, another car zoomed past, this one a Plymouth Fury like her own. Evelyn joined her on the sidewalk. "That was Rick and Butch." Homicide. "They're going to Techwood. All of them are going to Techwood." Neither woman said what they were thinking. They headed toward the station wagon. Amanda edged Evelyn toward the passenger's side, saying, "I'll drive." Evelyn didn't offer protest. She rode shotgun as Amanda backed up the car, then headed up North Avenue. They turned on Techwood Drive. A police cruiser blew past on Amanda's left as she turned onto Pine. Evelyn grabbed the dashboard. "My Lord, why are they in such a hurry?" "We'll find out soon enough." Amanda pulled up onto the familiar berm. There were already 5 cruisers and 2 unmarked Plymouths. Today, no children were playing in the courtyard of Techwood Homes, though their parents had finally made an appearance. Shirtless men in tight jeans stood with cans of beer in their hands. Most of the women were just as scantily clad, but a few looked as if they'd just returned home from office work. Amanda checked her watch. It was past 1 o'clock. Maybe they'd come home for lunch. "Amanda." Evelyn's tone held a low tremor. She followed the other woman's gaze to the second apartment block on the left. A group of patrolmen were clustered outside the door. Butch Bonney pushed past them as he ran out into the courtyard. He fell to his knees and spewed vomit onto the ground. Oh no. Amanda searched in her bag for a tissue. "We can get some water from—" Evelyn stopped her with a firm hand. "Stay exactly where you are." But "I mean it," she said, her voice taking on a tenor Amanda had not heard before. Rick Landry exited the building next. He used his handkerchief to wipe his mouth, then tucked it into his back pocket. Had his partner still not been vocally ill, Landry probably would have never noticed Amanda and Evelyn. As it was, he walked right over to them. "What the hell are you broads doing here?" Amanda opened her mouth, but Evelyn beat her to a response. "We had a case here earlier this week, top floor apartment C, prostitute named Jane Delray." Landry stuck his tongue into his cheek as he stared first at Evelyn, then Amanda. "And?" "And obviously something happened here." "It's Techwood, darlin'. Something happens here all the time." "Top floor?" Evelyn asked. "Apartment C?" "Wrong and wrong," Landry spat. "Behind the building. Suicide. Jumped off the roof and went splat." "Fuck!" Butch Bonney gave a heave that rivaled the sound of a pig rutting in the wild. Landry's gaze faltered. He didn't quite look back at his partner, but he wouldn't look at Evelyn or Amanda either. "You," Landry motioned over one of the uniformed patrolmen. "Get all these people out of here. Looks like we're filming a damn Tarzan movie." The cop rushed to disperse the group of onlookers. There were yells and protests. Evelyn said, "Maybe someone saw—" "Saw what?" Landry interrupted. "They probably didn't even know her, but give 'em another minute, they'll all be wailing and howling and flapping their gums about what a tragedy it is." He shot Evelyn a look. "You should know better than that, Mitchell. Never let 'em crowd up. They get too emotional, and pretty soon you're calling in SWAT to thin 'em out." Evelyn spoke so quietly that Amanda could barely hear her. "We'd like to see the body." "We what?" Amanda's voice trilled around the words. Landry grinned. "Looks like Ethel ain't up for this, Lucy." Evelyn didn't back down. She cleared her throat. "We're working a case, Landry. Same as you." "Same as me," he echoed, incredulous. He glanced back at Butch, who was sitting back on his heels, chest heaving. Amanda could see the glint of the revolver he kept on his ankle. "You girls need to toddle on back and—" "She's right." Amanda could hear the words clear as a bell. They were spoken in her own voice. They had come out of her own mouth. Evelyn seemed just as surprised as Amanda. "We're working a case," Amanda told him. That was exactly what they were doing. They'd just spent the last half hour in the car talking it through. Something was going on with these women. Kitty, Lucy, Mary, and now possibly Jane Delray. Right now, Amanda and Evelyn were the only 2 officers on the entire force who even knew, or apparently cared, that they were missing. Landry lit a cigarette. He let out a stream of smoke. "Same as me, huh?" he repeated, but this time he was laughing. "You skirts working homicide now?" Evelyn shot back. "You just said it was a suicide. What are you doing here?" He didn't like that. "You want some balls, Mitchell? You can always suck on mine." Amanda looked down at the ground so her expression wouldn't give her away. "I'm fine with my husband's, thank you." Evelyn reached into her purse and pulled out her Kell light. "We're ready when you are." Landry ignored her, telling Amanda, "Come on, gal. This ain't no place for you. That body's a mess. Guts all over the place. Nasty stuff. Too nasty for a lady to handle." He tilted his chin toward Butch, not stating the obvious. "Go on, get back in your car and scoot off. Nobody'll think nothing about it." Amanda felt her stomach begin to unclench. He was giving them an out, a graceful exit. No one would know they had asked to see the body. They could leave with their heads held high. Amanda was about to take him up on the offer, but then Landry added, "God knows, I don't want your old man coming after me with his shotgun for scaring his baby girl." There was an odd tingling in Amanda's spine. She felt as if every vertebra was locking into place. She spoke in a shockingly certain tone. "You said the victim is behind the building?" Evelyn appeared just as surprised as Landry when Amanda started walking toward the apartment building. She kept pace with Amanda, whispering, "What are you doing?" "Keep walking," Amanda begged her. "Please, keep walking." "Have you ever seen a dead body?" "Never close up," Amanda admitted, "unless you count my grandfather." Evelyn muttered a curse. She spoke in a hoarse whisper. "Whatever you do, don't get sick. Don't scream. For God's sake, don't cry." Amanda was ready to do all three, and she hadn't even seen the body yet. What in the name of God was she thinking? Landry was right. If Butch Bonney hadn't been able to handle it, there was no way in hell either of them would be able to. "Listen to me," Evelyn ordered. "If you break, they'll never trust you again. You might as well join the typing pool. You might as well slit your wrists." "I'm okay," she said. Then, because she knew Evelyn needed to hear it, she told her, "You're okay, too. You're absolutely okay." Evelyn's heels kicked up dust as she walked beside Amanda. "I'm okay," she repeated. "You're right. I'm okay." "We're both okay." So much sweat was dripping down Amanda's back that it was pooling into her underwear. She was glad she was wearing a black skirt. She was glad she had taken that Alka-Seltzer. She was very glad that she wasn't alone as she walked into the dark building. The vestibule was cast in more shadow than Amanda remembered. She glanced up the stairwell. One of the panes in the skylight had been broken. A piece of wood was nailed in its place. They both stopped at the metal exit door at the end of the hall, waiting for Landry. He put his hand on the door but didn't open it. "Look it, girls. Playtime is over. Go back to taking reports on poor little sluts got mixed up with the wrong fella and cried wolf." "We're working a case," Evelyn told him. "It might have something to do with—" "Whore took a long walk off a short plank. You seen this dump? I'm surprised everybody here don't jump off the roof." "We still," he said. "Just turn around and walk back. This has gone far enough. I was—" "Stop!" Landry banged his fist against the door. "Just shut your fucking mouth," he shouted. "I told you to leave, and you'd better goddamn leave." Evelyn was visibly startled, but she tried. "You want me to make you?" He snatched the Kell light out of Evelyn's hand and jabbed it into her chest. "You like that?" He jabbed her again, then again, until her back was to the wall. "Not so mouthy now, are you?" Amanda tried. "Rick, shut up." There was a flash of white skin as he jammed the flashlight up Evelyn's skirt and pressed it between her legs. He warned, "Unless you want that for real, you better do as I damn well say. You hear me?" Evelyn didn't speak. She could only nod. Her hands shook as they went up in surrender. "Don't fuck around with me," Landry warned. "You got that?" "She's sorry," Amanda said. "We're both sorry. Rick, please. We're sorry." Slowly, he pulled the flashlight out from under Evelyn's skirt. With one hand, he flipped it around and held out the handle to Amanda. He told her, "Get the hell out of here," which is exactly what Amanda did. Chapter 8. Present Day. Monday. The cab driver gave Will a dubious look as he stopped in front of 316 Carver Street. "You sure this is the place, man?" "I'm sure." Will checked the meter and handed him a 10. "Keep the change." The guy seemed reluctant to take the money. "I know you're a cop and all, but that don't make much matter after dark. You feel me?" Will opened the door. "I appreciate the warning." "You sure you don't want me to wait?" "No, but thank you." Will got out of the car. Still the man dawdled. It wasn't until Will walked toward the side of the building that the cab slowly pulled away. Will watched the taillights disappear down the street. Then he turned and picked his way past the tall weeds and brambles as he headed to the rear of the children's home. Between the moon and the streetlights, he had a pretty clear path to the back of the house. He stepped around syringes and condoms, broken glass, and piles of trash. He remembered Sarah's earlier warning about all the dangers inside the house. She'd been full of observations tonight, and pretty pissed off. Will couldn't blame her. He was pretty pissed off himself. He was actually furious. Hell, he was still furious. Will's fists clenched as he rounded the house. He knew he was in an almost delirious state of denial about what was really bothering him. His father out of prison. That monster breathing free air. Will pushed this back down, just as he'd been pushing it down since he first found out. The entire time Sarah was stitching up his ankle, the only thing Will could think about was going into Amanda's hospital room and beating the truth out of her. Why did the parole board let his father out of prison? Why did Amanda find out before Will? What else was she hiding from him? She had to be hiding something. She always hid something. And she would die before she let Will in on it. She was tougher than any man Will had ever known. She wasn't exactly a liar, but she did things with the truth that made you think you were losing your mind. Will had given up on trying to be direct with Amanda a long time ago. 15 years of studying her personality had revealed nothing but the fact that she lived for subtleties and riddles. She delighted in tricking him. For every question Will had, she'd have another question, and pretty soon they'd be talking about things that would probably make him wish he hadn't gotten out of bed this morning, or this year, or ever in his life. Why was she at the children's home tonight? What was she looking for? How much did she know about his father? Will could already guess Amanda's answers. She was out for an evening drive. Who didn't enjoy a leisurely romp through the ghetto when they were supposed to be working a kidnapping case? She saw Will and Sarah inside the house and wondered why they were there. Is it wrong to be curious? Of course she knew about his father. She was his boss. It was her job to know everything about Will. Except for one thing. The old broad had knocked her head hard enough to lose her legendary control. I told Edna to shore up these steps 1,000,000 times. Edna as in Mrs. Edna Flanagan. Amanda was in the middle of a high-profile case. The press was all over her. The director of the GBI was probably breathing down her neck, yet she'd stopped everything, grabbed a hammer, and headed here. There was only one way to get an honest answer about what she'd been up to, and Will was going to tear apart the children's home with his bare hands, if that's what it took to find it. And then he was going to throw it right back into Amanda's face. He stared at the back of the house. There had been a deck here at one time, but now there was only a gaping hole where a basement window used to be. The paramedics hadn't been able to take Amanda out through the interior doorway. Instead, they'd kicked out the plywood covering the basement windows and chipped away the brick to enlarge one of the openings. Will looked up at the streetlight. Moths fluttered around, creating a strobe. He looked back at the window opening. In retrospect, there were better ways to do this. Will could have asked the cab driver to drop him at home, which was less than a mile away. There were lots of tools in Will's garage. 2 sledgehammers, several pry bars, even a jackhammer he'd picked up secondhand at the Habitat store. They were all well-worn and well-used. Will had bought his house for back taxes on the courthouse steps. It had taken him 3 years and every spare dime to turn it back into a home. The hardest part was convincing the drug addicts that the house was under new ownership. The first 6 months, Will had to sleep with his shotgun beside his sleeping bag. When he wasn't tearing down walls and soldering copper pipe, he was going to the door and telling whoever had knocked that they would have to find somewhere else to smoke crack, which was actually good preparation for what Will was about to do. He climbed in through the opening. The strobing streetlight illuminated most of the basement. Will used his cell phone to supplement its reach, picking its way past the broken stairs. Amanda Wagner was the very definition of preparedness. Will couldn't imagine her going into the dark basement without her mag light. He spotted the familiar metallic blue casing over by a set of empty shelves. He pressed the button. The flashlight was small enough to fit in his pocket, but the LCDs glowed like a headlamp on an old Chevy. Will hadn't exactly been honest with Sarah. He'd spent his fair share of time down in the basement with Angie. Of course, he hadn't been on his elbows and toes taking measurements, but his memory of the place had somehow reduced it to a shoebox, when in fact it was as large as the upper floors. Will ran his hand along the exterior walls. Smooth plaster was interrupted every 16 inches by bumps from the studs underneath. A dividing wall split the center of the room. This construction was newer. The sheetrock was edged with black mold. Chunks were missing at the bottom. Pairs of oddly spaced yellow pine 2x4s showed at the base like legs below a petticoat. There was a small room in the back with a sink and toilet, probably for the help. The walls were exposed lumber with knotty pine paneling on the outside. Will checked behind the fixtures. With his foot, he kicked apart the P-trap under the sink. Nothing was in the drain. He took off the lid on the toilet tank and found it empty. The bowl was filled with black water. He glanced around for something to search with other than his hand. The old knob and tube wiring hung limply from the joists. He pulled out a long section, folded it in lengths until it was stiff enough, and checked the bowl. Other than a noxious odor, there was nothing. Overhead, the flashlight picked up spider webs and termite damage in the floor joists as he walked around the room. The wooden storage shelves were empty. The coal chute was filled with black dust, along with a couple of syringes and a used condom. He used the mag light to examine the flue. Bird droppings, scratches. An animal had been trapped inside at some point. Will closed the metal door and twisted the handle to lock it into place. He took off his suit jacket and hung it from a nail in one of the joists. His Glock stayed on his belt where it was handy. He found Amanda's hammer by the stairs. It had never been used. The price tag was still on, Midtown Hardware, $40. Will slipped the mag light into his back pocket. The streetlight was enough for now. He studied the hammer. Forged blue steel with a smooth face and nylon end cap. Shock reduction grip. It was a bricklayer's tool, not something a framer would use. Will assumed Amanda had bought it for form, not function. Or maybe she'd picked it off the shelf because the blue matched her flashlight. Either way, there was a well-balanced heft to the tool. The claw was sharp and busted cleanly through the plaster when Will slammed it into the exterior wall. He pulled back the hammer and pounded it into the wall again, enlarging the hole. He punched out a chunk of plaster. It crumbled between his fingers. There was horsehair in the mix, tiny silk strands that had held together the clay and limestone for almost a century. Will chipped away a large enough section to reach his hand behind the lath. The wood was rotted, still wet from rain that had poured through the foundation. He should probably be wearing gloves and goggles, or at least a mask. There was undoubtedly mold behind the plaster, maybe fungus from dry rot. The odor inside the wall was dank, the way houses smelled when they were dying. Will used the claw hammer to pry away another chunk of plaster, then another. Slowly, he made his way around the perimeter of the basement, pulling down the plaster chunk by chunk, row by row, then removing the lath, then brushing out the shredded newspapers that had been used for insulation, then moving on to the next section. He gripped Amanda's mag light between his teeth when the streetlight couldn't reach the darkest corners. A white powder permeated the air. His eyes watered from the grit. His nose started to run from the dust and mold. The work wasn't difficult, but it was tedious and repetitive, and the temperature of the basement seemed to rise with every step as Will worked his way around the room. He was sweating profusely by the time he pounded off the last chunk of plaster. Again, the lath came apart in his hand like wet paper. He used the claw hammer to pull out the rotted wood. As he had done with every section thus far, Will shone the flashlight onto the bare opening. Nothing. He pressed his palm to the cold wall. There was only a thin layer of brick holding back the dirt around the foundation. Will had broken through some sections to check anyway, then stopped for fear he might cause a cave-in. He took his phone out of his pocket and looked at the time. 2 minutes past midnight. He'd been doing this for 3 hours. All for nothing. Will pushed away from the wall. He coughed and spit out a wad of plaster. 3 hours. No scribbled notes, no hidden passages, no severed hands or bags of magic beans. As far as he could tell, nothing had been disturbed inside the walls since the house had been built. The wood was so old, he could see the hatch marks where the axes had hewn down the studs from larger trees. Will coughed again. The dust would not clear in the airless room. He used the back of his hand to wipe sweat off his forehead. His muscles were aching from the constant hacking of the hammer. Still, he started on the dividing wall down the center of the room. In many ways, the sheetrock was harder to take down than the plaster. The paper was damp, but the gypsum was soaked through. The wall came down in tiny pieces. The pink insulation was filled with crawling bugs Will tried not to get in his mouth and nose. The studs were rotting from the floor up. Another 40 minutes went by. Again, there was nothing. Which meant that the niggling question that had been bouncing around Will's brain for the last 2 hours probably had to be asked. Why hadn't he started out on the floor? Amanda had bought a bricklayer's hammer. The basement floor was comprised entirely of paved brick. Will recognized the Chattahoochee Brick Company logo on some of the pieces. It was similar to the brick in his own home, fired from red Georgia clay in an Atlanta manufacturing plant that had been turned into loft apartments during the financial boom times. Will gripped the hammer in his hand. He'd thought Amanda had bought it because it was blue. He could hear her grating voice in his head. "I thought you were a detective." Will hadn't exactly been tidy as he'd destroyed the basement. There wasn't an inch of floor that was clean. He put his back to the corner and looked out into the room. Without the wall down the center, it was easy to plan the grid pattern. Each brick was approximately 8 by 4 inches. He could clear out 5 by 9 rows, which would roughly be 3 by 3 feet sections. In a 1,500 square foot room, that would take approximately 11 billion years. He kicked away debris with his foot, then got down on his knees to start on the first section. There was no pleasure in knowing that he'd devised a logical plan for tearing up the basement floor. Will swung the hammer in tight arcs, using the claw to pry up pieces of brick, squinting his eyes to keep out flying shards. Of course, the brick didn't come up easily. It was too late for easy. The clay was old. The firing technique back in the 30s wasn't exactly scientific. Immigrants had probably worked sun-up to sundown, backs and knees bent as they filled wooden forms with clay that would be air-dried, then fired in a kiln. The first row of bricks crumbled under the hammer's claw. The edges were weak. They would not hold the center. Will had to use his bare hands to scoop out the pieces. Finally, by the third row, he had found a more successful system. He had to use precision with every swing of the hammer in order to wedge the claw into the cracks. Sand was packed into the joints. It got into Will's eyes, flew up into his mouth. He clenched his teeth. He thought of himself as a machine as he worked back and forth across the room, clearing each section, brick by brick, digging a few inches into the dirt to see what was underneath. He was a third of the way through when the futility overwhelmed him. He kicked away the debris covering the next section, then the next. He used Amanda's mag light to study each crack and crevice. The bricks were tight. Nothing had disturbed them, not in Will's lifetime, or the building's lifetime, or at any time at all. Nothing. Just like the walls. There was nothing. Damn it! Will flung the hammer across the room. He felt a tearing in his bicep. The muscle spasmed. Will clutched his arm. He stared into the loam, the useless fruits of his labor. Will thought about his revenge fantasies from the Grady ER. His mind flashed up an image of Amanda, terrified, willing to answer any question he asked. He'd been in plenty of fights during his lifetime, but he'd never used his fists on a woman. Amanda was probably sleeping like a baby back in her hospital bed, while Will was chasing ghosts that he wasn't even sure he wanted to find. He clenched his hands. There were tiny rips up and down his fingers, like paper cuts, only deeper. His sutured ankle felt like it was on fire. He tried to stand, but his knees wouldn't hold him. He forced himself up to standing. This time he stumbled. He grabbed onto one of the studs. A splinter dug into his palm. He screamed just to let out some of the pain. There was not a muscle in his body that did not ache. All for nothing. Will took his handkerchief out of his pocket and wiped his face. He grabbed his jacket off the nail. The streetlight was no longer strobing when he pulled himself out of the basement. The air was so crisp that he started coughing. He spit out more chunks of plaster. Will went to the faucet in the middle of the yard. It was the same one he'd used as a kid during the summer months when Mrs. Flanagan locked them all out of the house and told them not to come back until supper time. The pump handle was nearly rusted through. Carefully, Will moved the lever up and down until a thin stream of water came out of the spigot. He put his mouth to the water and drank until he felt knives in his stomach. Then he put his head under the stream and washed off the grime. His eyes stung from the water. There were probably chemicals in there that he didn't want to know about. A tannery had operated down the street when he was growing up. Will had probably drunk enough benzene to fill a cancer ward. Another souvenir from his childhood. He pushed himself up, using the pump for leverage. The handle snapped off. Will could only shake his head. He tossed the handle into the yard and started the long walk home. Will sat at his kitchen table, hands clutching a blue file folder. His eyes wouldn't stay open. He was punch-drunk from exhaustion. He hadn't bothered to go to bed. By the time he got home, it was already 3 a.m. He had to leave by 4 to get to the airport in time for the business travelers. He'd taken a shower. He'd cooked a breakfast he couldn't eat. He'd walked the dog around the block. He'd shined his scuffed shoes. He'd put on a suit and tie. He'd used Bactine on the thousands of tiny cuts and blisters on his hands. He'd wiped away the weird pink fluid seeping through the Band-Aid on his ankle. And now he couldn't make himself get up from the table. Will picked at the edge of the file folder. His mother's name was neatly typed on the label stuck to the tab. Will had seen the letters so many times that they were burned into his retinas. He was 22 years old before he finally gained access to her information. There was a lot of paperwork that had to be filled out. He'd had to go down to the courthouse. There were other things, too, all of which involved navigating the juvenile justice system. The biggest obstacle was Will. He'd had to get to a point in his life where the prospect of going before a judge didn't bring on a cold sweat. Betty came in through the dog door. She gave Will a curious look. The dog was adopted, an embarrassingly tiny Chihuahua mix that had come to Will through no fault of his own. She put her front feet on his thigh. She looked perplexed when Will didn't lean back to let her into his lap. After a while, she gave up, circling the floor 3 times before settling down in front of her food bowls. Will let his gaze fall back to the file, his mother's name. The black typed letters were sharp on the white label. Not that it was white anymore. Will had rubbed his fingers along her name so many times that he'd yellowed the paper label. He opened the file. The first page was what you'd usually find in a police report. The date was followed by the case number at the top. Then there was the section for the more salient details. Name, address, weight, height, cause of death. Homicide. Will stared at his mother's picture. Polaroid. It was taken years before her death. She was 13, maybe 14. As with the label, the photo was yellowed from being handled so much. Or maybe age had broken down the processing chemicals. She was standing in front of a Christmas tree. Will had been told the camera was a gift from her parents. She was holding up a pair of socks, probably another gift. There was a smile on her face. Will wasn't the type of man to stare in the mirror, but he'd spent plenty of time examining his features, one by one, trying to find similarities between himself and his mother. They had the same almond shape to their eyes. Even in the faded photo, he could see the color was the same blue. His blonde hair was sandy, shaded more toward brown than his mother's almost yellow curls. One of his bottom teeth was slightly crooked like hers. She was wearing a retainer in the photo. The tooth had probably been pulled back into line by the time she was murdered. Will lined up the photo to the edge of the front page, making sure to keep the paperclip in the same spot. He turned to the second page. His eyes couldn't focus on the words. The text jumped around. Will blinked several times, then stared at the first word of the first line. He knew it by heart, so it came easy to him. Victim. Will swallowed. He read the next words. Was found at Techwood Homes. Will closed the file. There was no need to read through the details again. They were ingrained in his memory. They were a part of his waking existence. He looked at his mother's name again. The letters weren't so crisp this time. If his brain hadn't filled in the words, he doubted he'd be able to make them out. Will had never been much of a reader. The words moved around the page, the letters transposed. Over the years, he'd figured out some tricks to help him pass for more fluent. A ruler under a line of text kept one row from blending in with another. He used his fingers to isolate difficult words, then repeated the sentence in his head to test for sense. Still, it took him twice as long as Faith to fill out the various reports that had to be submitted on a daily basis. That a person like Will had chosen a career that relied so heavily on paperwork was something Dante could have written about. Will was in college by the time he figured out that he had dyslexia. Or rather, he had been told. It was the 15th anniversary of John Lennon's death. Will's music appreciation professor was talking about how it was believed that Lennon had dyslexia. In great detail, she described the signs and symptoms of the disorder. She could have been reading from the book of Will's life. In fact, the woman had basically delivered a soliloquy directly to Will on the gift of being different. Will had dropped the class. He didn't want to be different. He wanted to blend in. He wanted to be normal. He'd been told most of his school life that he didn't fit into the classroom structure. Teachers had called him stupid. They'd put him in the back of the room and told him to stop asking questions when he would never understand the answers. Will had even been called to the principal's office his junior year and had been told that maybe it was time for him to drop out. If not for Mrs. Flanagan at the children's home, Will probably would have left school. He could vividly remember the morning she'd found him in bed rather than waiting outside for the school bus. Will had seen her slap other kids plenty of times. Nothing bad, just a smack on the bottom or across the face. He'd never been hit by her before. But she slapped him then. Hard. She had to stand on her tiptoes to do it. "Stop feeling sorry for yourself," she'd commanded, "and get your ass on that bus before I lock you in the pantry." Will could never tell this story to Sarah. It was yet another part of his life she would never understand. She would see this as abuse. She would probably say it was cruel. For Will, it had been exactly what he needed, because if Mrs. Flanagan hadn't cared enough to climb those stairs and push him out the front door, no one else would have bothered. Betty's ears perked up. Her tags jingled on her collar as she turned her head. A low growl came out of her throat. Will heard a key in the front door lock. For just a second, he thought it might be Sarah. He was overwhelmed by a feeling of lightness. And then he remembered that Sarah didn't have a key to his house, and then the darkness came back when he remembered why. Sarah didn't need a key. They didn't spend much time here. They always stayed in her apartment because at Will's there was the constant threat of Angie walking in on them. "Willie?" Angie called as she made her way through the living room. She paused at the open kitchen doorway. Angie had always embraced her feminine side. She favored figure-hugging skirts and shirts that showed her ample cleavage. Today she was wearing a black t-shirt and jeans that hung low on her hips. She had lost weight in the 3 weeks since he'd last seen her. The pants were loose, but not on purpose. Will could see a black thong peeking over the top of the waistband. Betty started growling again. Angie hissed at the dog. Then she looked at Will. Then she looked at the light blue file folder in his hand. She asked, "Reading up, baby?" Will didn't answer. Angie walked to the refrigerator and took out a bottle of water. She unscrewed the cap. She took a long swig as she studied Will. "You look like shit." He felt like shit. All he wanted to do was put his head down on the table and sleep. "What do you want?" She leaned back against the counter. He should have been surprised by her words, but then nothing Angie said ever really surprised him. "What are we going to do about your father?" Will stared down at the file. The kitchen was quiet. He could hear the whistling sound of Betty's breathing, the tinkle of the tags on her collar as she settled back down. Angie had never been good at waiting him out. "Well?" Will didn't have an answer for her. 18 hours of thinking about it, pretty much non-stop, hadn't brought any solutions. "I'm not going to do anything." Angie seemed disappointed. You need to call your girlfriend and ask for your balls back. Will glared at her. What do you want, Angie? Your father's been out for almost 6 weeks. Did you know that? Will felt his stomach clench. He hadn't bothered to look up the details in the state database, but he'd assumed the release was recent, in the last few days, not almost 2 months ago. She said, He's 64 now. Diabetic. Had a massive heart attack a few years ago. Old people are expensive to take care of. How do you know all this? I was at his parole hearing. Thought I'd see you there, but no. She raised an eyebrow, waiting for him to ask the obvious question. When Will didn't, she volunteered. He looks good for his age. Been keeping in shape. I guess the heart attack scared him. She smiled. You've got his mouth. The same shape to your lips. Is there a point to this? The point is, I remember our promise. Will looked down at his hands. He picked at a torn cuticle. We were kids back then, Angie. Put a knife in his throat, jam a crowbar in his head, shoot him up with H and make it look like an accident. That was your favorite one, right? She leaned down, inserting herself in his line of sight. You pussing out on me, Wilbur? He moved away from her. Do I need to remind you what happened to your mother? Will tried to clear his throat, but something got stuck. Angie dragged over a chair and sat a few inches away from him. Listen, baby, you can have all the fun you want with your little doctor friend. You know I've had my share, but this is business. This goes back to you and me and a promise we made to each other. She waited another beat, then said, What happened to your mother? What happened to you? All because of that bastard. We can't just let that go, Will. He has to pay. Will's cuticle started to bleed, but he couldn't stop picking at the skin. Angie's words stirred up something familiar inside of him. The anger, the rage, the need for revenge. Will had spent the last 10 years of his life trying to let that go, and now Angie was shoving it back in his face. He told her, You're not in a position to talk to me about broken promises. Ashley Snyder? Will's head jerked up, surprised to hear her mention the missing girl. Angie smiled as she tapped her finger on his mother's file. You're forgetting that I know everything, baby. Every detail. Every last drop. You think he's changed his ways? You think he's too old to get around? Let me tell you, honey, he's been busy inside. He could outrun you, outjump you, outkill you. Just looking at him made me scared. And you know I don't scare easy. Will looked at her finger. The nail polish was chipped. Are you listening to me, Will? He waited for her to stop touching his mother's file. Slowly, she moved her hand away. Angie had helped him fill out the paperwork to get the documents. Angie had been the first to show him his mother's photograph. Angie had read the autopsy report aloud when Will, so upset he could barely function, was unable to make sense of it. Lacerations, abrasions, scratches, tears, wounds. The indescribable rendered in cold medical language. Like Will, Angie knew every word. She knew every awful thing. She knew the pain and the misery, just like she knew when she finished telling Will what had happened to his mother. He had been so violently ill that he'd started coughing up blood. She said, He's holed up at the Four Seasons on 14th. I guess his money earned some interest over the years. You've been watching him? I've got a friend in security keeping an eye on him for me. She pursed her lips. It's not a bad life. 5-star hotel. He uses the gym every morning. He orders room service. He goes for walks. He hangs out at the bar. Will pictured every single tableau. The thought of this man living such an easy life put a fist in his stomach. It's all right, she soothed. Will couldn't stop looking at the file. His hands were gripping the edge. It's me, baby. You don't have to pretend with me. He flinched as Angie's fingers traced down his neck, his back. Her fingernails lined up with the scars that mottled his skin. You can talk to me about it. I was there. I know what went down. I'm not going to judge you. Will shook his head, but she kept touching him, her hand going to the front of his chest, tips of her fingers finding the perfectly round circles where the tip of a burning cigarette had seared into his flesh. Her mouth was at his ear. "You think this would have happened to you if your mother had been around? You think she would have let them hurt her baby boy?" This was what they had talked about for hours, days, weeks, years. The things that had been done to them. The things they would do to pay those people back. Childhood revenge fantasies. That's all they were. And yet it felt so good to give in to them now, so nice to enjoy the fantasy of doing to that bastard what the state had refused to do. "Let me take care of it," Angie said. "Let me make it all better for you." Will was so tired. He felt incapacitated. Every inch of his body was sore. His brain was filled with static that wouldn't go away. When Angie pressed in closer, all he could think was how good it felt to be near another person. This was what being with Sarah had done to Will. She'd taken away his ability to be alone. She'd broken through his solitude. She'd dragged him into a world where he didn't just want things, he needed them. He needed to be touched. He needed to feel her arms around him. "Poor baby," Angie said. She kissed his ear, his neck. Will felt a familiar stirring in his body. When she slipped her hand inside his shirt, he didn't stop her. When her mouth found his, he didn't stop her. His hand went to her breast. She pressed closer against him. But she tasted like nothing, not mince or honey or those little sour candies Sarah liked. Angie's hands rested on his shoulders, palms flat, not wrapped around the back of his neck, not pulling him closer, pushing him away. Will tried to kiss her again. Angie moved back out of his reach, just as he knew she would. That's how she worked. Once she got something, she didn't want it anymore. Will breathed out a heavy sigh. "I don't love you." He corrected, "I'm not in love with you." She crossed her arms as she sat back in the chair. "Am I supposed to be hurt by that?" Will shook his head. He didn't want to hurt her. He just wanted her to stop. "Get real, baby. Sarah may be all lovey-dovey now and telling you she wants to know all about you. But what's she really going to do with that knowledge?" He couldn't answer the question, but he knew one thing for certain. She won't use it against me. "That's sweet. But tell me this. How's she going to go to sleep beside you every night, knowing your father's DNA is swirling around inside you? Nature trumps nurture, baby. Sarah's a doctor. Eventually, she's going to start to wonder what you're really capable of." She leaned closer. "Think about the terror you're going to see in her eyes." Will stared at her. There was a nasty twist to her mouth, a hollow look to her eyes. She wasn't just thinner. She was almost gaunt. For as long as Will had known her, Angie had always worn her makeup heavy, not because she needed to, but because she wanted the cover. Thick black eyeliner around her eyes, dark brown eyeshadow with a sparkle of glitter, deep red lipstick, blush on her high cheekbones. Her curly brown hair draped along the sides of her face. Her lips were a perfect bow tie. She was tall and thin, with breasts that spilled out of the tight shirts she favored. She was the sort of woman that made men cheat on their wives. Literally. Angie loved taking things away from other people. She was a temptress. She was a siren. She was a thief. She was also high as a kite. Her pupils were blown wide open. He asked, "Are you taking pills again?" He tried to take her hand, but she jerked away. "Angie." She pushed herself up from the table and went back to the sink. Will sat back in the chair. "What are you doing, Angie?" She didn't answer him. Instead, she stared out the kitchen window. Her shoulder blades were sharp. The skull and crossbones tattoo she'd gotten when she was 18 had faded to a light blue. Will put his hand in his pocket. He felt the cold metal of his wedding ring. Sarah kept her husband's wedding ring in a small wooden box on the mantel over the fireplace. Her ring was in there, too. They were tied together with a white ribbon resting on a pillow of blue satin. Will repeated, "What are you doing, Angie?" Her shoulders went up. "I guess this is what happens to me without you." "You've been without me lots of times." "We both know this is different." He couldn't argue with the truth. "Please stop hurting yourself." "I will when you stop fucking your girlfriend." Angie walked out of the kitchen. She picked up her purse where she'd dropped it on the couch. She turned around at the front door and blew him a kiss, and then she was gone. Will pressed his forehead to the table. The formica was cold against his skin. Betty's paws tapped on his leg again. He let her into his lap. Her fur was wiry under his hand. She licked his fingers. Angie's mother had killed herself with drugs. It was a 27-year-long suicide. That was what brought Angie to the children's home. Deirdre Pulaski had spent more than half of Angie's life in a vegetative coma, warehoused in a state hospital. She'd finally died a few months ago. Maybe that's what had gotten Angie back on the pills. Maybe she needed an escape. Or maybe Will was to blame. 3 weeks ago in this very kitchen, Angie had put Will's gun in her mouth. She'd threatened to kill herself before. It was her go-to strategy when nothing else was working. Will thought about the wedding ring in his pocket. Maybe he was keeping it for the same reason Sarah kept her husband's. Will had been mourning Angie for years. The only difference was that she hadn't died yet. His phone rang. Not his cell, which was charging on his desk, but the landline. Will lifted his head from the table, but couldn't make himself stand. Maybe it was Sarah calling, though Will was pretty sure it was his responsibility to call her, not the other way around. He had stormed out last night. He had pissed her off. He had kissed Angie. Will put his hand to his mouth. There was lipstick on his fingers. Jesus Christ, what had he done? Sarah would be devastated. She would. Will didn't even want to think about what she would do. It would be the end of them. It would be the end of everything. The phone stopped ringing. The house was completely silent. He could feel his heart jackhammering in his chest. There was no saliva left in his mouth. Betty stirred in his lap. What the hell had he done? His cell phone started chirping. Will had never seen himself as a coward, but the lure to just sit there and do nothing was strong. Unfortunately, he didn't have the willpower. Will put Betty on the floor. He felt like he was dragging through quicksand as he walked into the living room. He picked up his cell phone, expecting to see Sarah's number, but there was Amanda's instead. He considered for a moment not answering the call, but if the last 24 hours had taught him anything, it was that Amanda always knew how to track him down. Will grabbed his car keys and flipped open the phone. "I'm on my way to the airport." "Stay where you are." Amanda's tone was off. "We found a body. Faith is on her way to pick you up." Will braced his hand on the desk. His head started pounding. "Where?" Amanda hesitated, something Will had never heard her do before. "Faith will loop you in on the details." "Where?" "You know where." Will made her say it. Techwood. Chapter 9. November 15th, 1974. Mary Halston. Mary had been robbed at the Union Mission last night, which was not unusual, but still annoyed her. It wasn't money that was stolen. Her pimp kept all of that. But a locket that her high school boyfriend had given her. Jerry. He'd gone to Nam straight out of school. He'd held his own against Charlie, but got hooked on H so bad that he couldn't pass the drug test to get back into the U.S. Took him 6 more months of rotting in the jungle before he could get clean. Then the minute the plane touched down, he grabbed Mary in a bag of H, and another 6 months later, Jerry was dead with a needle in his arm, and Mary was face down in an alley, gritting her teeth, praying for it to be over fast. She preferred not to look at their faces. Their beady eyes, their wet lips, their brown teeth. She felt like their images were etched into a part of her brain that she would be able to access one day, and then, puff. She would ignite like a Roman candle and flame out forever. Mary had read a crazy book one time about scientists slicing off your retinas and sticking them into a big TV that showed everything you'd ever seen in your entire life. The book was a gas, but creepy because Mary didn't want to think about her life. Strange she'd read the thing in the first place. Mary's speed was more the Dana Girls and Nancy Drew. She'd been on a sci-fi kick after watching 2001: A Space Odyssey. Not really watching it, because Jerry's hands were down her pants the entire time, but she got the gist of the movie. Human beings were totally screwed by 2001. Not that she would live to see it happen. Mary was 19 years old. When she wasn't sleeping on a cot at the Union Mission, she was trolling the streets for trade. She'd lost some teeth. Her hair was coming out in clumps. She wasn't good enough to stand on the street corners. She had to walk around during the day looking for lawyers and bankers who turned her around and smashed her face into the wall while they did their business. It kind of reminded her of the way you held a kitten. Grab it by the back of the neck and it goes limp. None of these assholes were limp, though. That was for damn sure. Mary darted into an alley and sat down by the dumpster. Her feet hurt. There were blisters on her heels because her shoes were too tight. Not really her shoes. Mary wasn't just a victim at the Union Mission. She took what she needed, and she'd needed shoes. White patent leather, chunky heel. They were very stylish. The sort of thing Anne-Marie might wear to an audition on that girl. She heard heavy footsteps making their way toward her. Mary looked up at the man. It was like staring up at a mountain. He was tall, with broad shoulders, and a pair of hands that could easily snap her neck. He said, "Good morning, sister." And that was the last thing she heard. Chapter 10. July 12th, 1975. Saturday. Amanda had never been particularly adept at lying, especially where her father was concerned. Since childhood, Duke could look at her a certain way and Amanda would burst into tears, pouring out her soul no matter the consequences. She couldn't even begin to predict how angry he would be if he found out Amanda was spending the afternoon at Evelyn Mitchell's house. It reminded her of all those stories from the Nixon scandal. The cover-up always brought you down. And this one was a doozy. Not only had Amanda completely fabricated a church function, she'd dragged Vanessa Livingston into the mix, exacting a promise that the other woman would support the story no matter what. Amanda could only hope that Duke was too wrapped up in his court case to dig too deeply into her story. He'd been on the phone with his lawyer all morning. The state Supreme Court's decision for Lars Oglethorpe had shifted the winds at police headquarters. Duke had barely registered Amanda's presence as she cleaned his house and ironed his shirts. All she wanted to do now was see Evelyn with her own two eyes to make certain the other woman was all right. After leaving Techwood yesterday, neither of them had said a word to each other. Evelyn had dropped off Amanda at the station and driven away without even saying goodbye. What Rick Landry had done to her in the hallway seemed to be stuck in her throat. Amanda pulled out onto Monroe Drive. She wasn't often on this side of Piedmont Heights. In her mind, she still thought of it as barren farmland, though the area had been given over to industry some time ago. As a child, she'd visited Monroe Gardens with her mother, where they'd perused the nursery for hours, picking out pansies and roses to plant in the backyard. The land had been turned into office buildings for the Red Cross, but she could still recall the rows of daffodils. She took a left onto Montgomery Ferry. Plaster's bridge narrowed the road to one lane. The Plymouth's tires bumped over the rutted concrete. A cold sweat came on as she passed Ansley Golf Club, even though she knew her father wasn't playing today. She followed the dog leg to Lionel Lane and went right on Friar Tuck, which cut straight through the heart of Sherwood Forest. Evelyn's house was one of those ranch-style homes they'd built by the thousands for returning veterans. One story with a carport on the side, just like the house next door, which in turn was an exact duplicate of the next house and the next. Amanda parked on the street behind Evelyn's station wagon and checked herself in the rearview mirror. The heat had done her makeup no favors. Her hair was flat and lifeless. She had planned on washing it today, but the thought of sitting under the dryer was nauseating, and she couldn't let her hair dry naturally because it would sour. She cut the engine and heard the whir of a circular saw. The driveway was taken up with a black Trans Am and a convertible Ford Galaxy like Perry Mason used to drive. As she approached the house, Amanda saw that a shed was being built on the open side of the carport. The wall supports and roof were up, but little else. There was a man in the carport, leaning over a piece of plywood resting on a pair of sawhorses. He was dressed in cut-off jeans and no shirt. The logo on his orange sun visor was easily recognizable, though it wasn't until Amanda was halfway up the drive that she could make out the Florida gator. "Hello," he called, setting down the saw. Amanda guessed this was Bill Mitchell, though she realized that somewhere in the back of her mind she had imagined a more glamorous man. He was plain-looking, about Evelyn's height, with wispy brown hair and a bit of a belly. His skin was bright red from the sun. There was a welcoming smile on his face, though Amanda felt immensely uncomfortable talking to a man who wasn't fully clothed. "Amanda." He held out his hand as he walked toward her. "I'm Bill. So pleased to meet you. Ev's told me a lot about you." "You as well." Amanda shook his sweaty hand. Sawdust was stuck to his chest and arms. "Let's get out of this sun. It's a scorcher." He cupped his hand to her elbow as he led her into the shade of the carport. Amanda saw a picnic table laid out in the backyard. The Weber was already belching smoke. She felt a brief flash of guilt. She'd been so worried about Evelyn's state of mind that she'd forgotten this was a party. She should have brought a hostess gift. "Bill?" Evelyn came into the carport holding a jar of mayonnaise. She was barefoot, dressed in a bright yellow sundress. Her hair was perfect. She wasn't wearing any makeup, but she didn't seem to need any. "Oh, Amanda, you made it." She handed the mayonnaise to her husband. "Sweetheart, put a shirt on. You're red as a lobster." Bill rolled his eyes at Amanda. He popped open the jar before handing it back to his wife. Evelyn asked Amanda, "Did you meet Kenny?" "Bill, where's Kenny?" She didn't give him time to answer. "Kenny?" "Under here," a deep voice called from beneath the shed. Amanda saw a pair of hairy legs, then cut-off jeans, then a man's naked torso as Kenny pushed himself out from beneath the plywood floor. He smiled at Amanda, said, "Hello," then told Bill, "Looks like we could use some more bracing." Evelyn explained, "They're building a shed so we have a safe place to keep my gun." "And pot and soil," Kenny added. He held out his hand to Amanda. "Ganny Mitchell. I'm this character's brother." Amanda shook his hand. It was warm. The palms were rough. She felt herself blushing in the heat. Kenny Mitchell was the most beautiful man she'd ever seen outside of a Hollywood movie. His chest and stomach rippled with muscles. His mustache was trimmed above what could only be called sensual lips. He said, "Ev, you didn't tell me your friend was so pretty." The blush ignited into a raging fire. "Kenny," Evelyn chastised, "you're embarrassing her." "Sorry, ma'am." He winked at Amanda as he dug into his pocket and pulled out a packet of cigarettes. Amanda forced herself not to look at the trail of hair that started at his navel and worked its way down. Evelyn said, "Kenny's a pilot with Eastern. He looks like that hunk from the Safeguard commercials, doesn't he?" She motioned for Amanda to follow her into the house. "We'll leave the boys to it." Bill stopped them, telling Amanda, "Thanks for taking care of my girl yesterday. She's an awful driver, too busy checking her makeup to look at the road." Evelyn spoke before Amanda could. "I told him about almost hitting that man in the street." She put her hand to her chest, the exact spot where Rick Landry had jabbed her with the Kel-Lite. Bill patted his wife on her bottom. "Now get inside before I ravage you." Evelyn kissed his cheek. "Be sure to drink plenty of Coke. You don't want to get dehydrated in this heat." She hugged the mayonnaise jar to her stomach as she walked across the carport. Amanda followed her into the house. Her plan was to ask Evelyn why she had lied to her husband, but the cool temperature inside left her momentarily speechless. For the first time in months, Amanda wasn't sweating. "You have air conditioning?" "Bill bought it when I got pregnant, and neither one of us can give it up." Evelyn put the jar on the counter by a large Tupperware bowl that was already filled with chopped potatoes, eggs, and peppers. She stirred in the mayonnaise, saying, "Potato salad is the only thing I can make. I'm not a fan, but Bill loves it." The smile on her face seemed almost rapturous. "Isn't he wonderful? He's a perfect Libra." Bill was a very happy Libra, judging by Evelyn's beautiful home. The kitchen was extremely modern, white laminate countertops with matching avocado green appliances. The chrome handles on the cabinets gleamed in the sunlight. The linoleum had a subtle flower pattern. The perma-pressed ruffled curtains on the window filtered a soft light. There was a room off the kitchen with a washer and dryer. A pair of toddler's jeans hung from the indoor clothesline. It was the sort of thing Amanda thought only existed in magazines. Evelyn put the potato salad in the refrigerator. "Thanks for not telling Bill about..." She put her hand to her chest. "He would only worry." "Are you all right?" "Oh." She sighed, but she didn't add more. She put the mayonnaise by the salad, but stopped shy of shutting the refrigerator door. "You want a beer?" Amanda had never tasted beer in her life, but obviously Evelyn needed something. "All right." Evelyn took 2 cans of Miller out of the door. She pulled the rings and tossed them into the trash can. She was handing Amanda one of the cans when the circular saw started up again. "In here." Evelyn waved for Amanda to follow her through the dining room, then into a large foyer. The living room was a step down. The temperature was almost frigid, courtesy of the large air conditioning unit mounted into one of the windows. Amanda felt the sweat on her back start to chill. Her shoes sank into the lush, ochre-colored carpet. The ceiling was beautifully textured. There was a chintz green and yellow sofa. Matching wingback chairs framed the sliding glass doors. The hi-fi was softly playing a track from McCartney. One wall was taken up entirely with books. A console television the size of a baby carriage served as a centerpiece. The only thing out of place was the large tent in the middle of the room. "We sleep in here because of the AC," Evelyn explained, taking a place on the couch. Amanda sat down beside her. "We had the unit in the bedroom, but that wasn't fair to Zeke, and his crib is too big to fit in our room, so—" She took a healthy drink of beer. Amanda grasped at conversational straws. She was awful at small talk. "How old is he?" "Almost 2, Evelyn groaned, and Amanda gathered this was a bad thing. "When he was little, Bill would stick him in the bottom drawer of the bureau and shut it when we needed privacy. But now that he's walking around," she indicated the tent. "Thank God he's a heavy sleeper, though you wouldn't know it this morning. He was screaming his head off. Bill took him off to his mother's before I started screaming too. I'll change the record over." She got up and walked to the stereo. "Have you heard what John Lennon's doing?" It sounded like he'd put a cat in a bag and swung it around a small room, but Amanda mumbled, "Yes, it's very interesting." "I think Bill loaned the album to Kenny." She started thumbing through the records, talking to herself, or maybe she was talking to Amanda. It didn't seem to matter that Evelyn wasn't getting a response. "Simon and Garfunkel?" she asked, but she was already putting on the record. Amanda stared at the cocktail table, trying to think of a good excuse to leave. She could not remember a time in her life when she'd ever felt so out of place. She wasn't used to socializing, especially not with strangers. There was church, work, school, and her father. Not much else fit between. Evelyn was obviously fine after yesterday's experience. She had her husband and her brother-in-law. She had her living room sex tent and her beautiful home. She had her Cosmo magazine on the cocktail table where anyone could see it. Amanda felt her cheeks burning again as she scanned the lurid headlines. It would be just her luck that lightning would strike them both right now, and her father would find her in Evelyn Mitchell's house with a can of beer in her hand and a Cosmopolitan magazine in front of her. Evelyn sat back down on the couch. "You okay?" Amanda said. "I should leave." "But you just got here." "I just wanted to make sure you were okay after what Rick—" "You smoke?" She reached for a metal box on the cocktail table. "No, thank you." "I gave them up when I got pregnant with Zeke," Evelyn admitted. "For some reason, I couldn't stand the taste anymore. Funny, I used to love it." She returned the box to its place. "Please don't leave, Amanda. I'm so glad you're here." Amanda felt embarrassed by the statement and trapped. Now she couldn't leave without being rude. She returned to the subject of Evelyn's child because that seemed the only safe topic. "Is Zeke a family name?" "It's Ezekiel. I tried not to let Bill shorten it, but—" Her voice trailed off. "Bill's only criteria for picking a name was asking how it would sound coming out of the stadium speakers when he's playing for Florida." Instead of laughing at her joke, she went uncharacteristically quiet. She studied Amanda. "What is it?" "Are we still going to do our thing?" Amanda didn't have to ask what thing. They were going to stake out the office building to find Mr. Bluesuit. Amanda was going to make a call to the housing authority. Evelyn was going to check missing persons reports at the other zones. Yesterday, this had seemed like a solid plan. From this distance, it appeared amateur and dangerous. "Do you think we should go through with it?" "Do you?" Amanda could not answer her. After what had happened with Rick Landry, she was scared. She was also worried about all the snooping around she'd done thus far. They had both made calls to people they had no business talking to. Amanda had spent a full morning reading back issues of the Journal and the Constitution. If Duke was right about getting his job back, the first thing he'd do was find out what Amanda had been up to, and he would not be happy. Evelyn began, "You know, I was thinking." She put her hand to her chest. Her fingers picked at one of the pearl buttons. "What Landry did to me, what Juice tried to do to you. It's funny how, black or white, they go straight for what's between our legs. That's the sum total of our worth. Or lack of it. Amanda finished the beer. She felt lightheaded. Evelyn asked, "Why did you sign up for the job? Was it your dad?" "Yes," she answered, though that was only partly true. "I really wanted to be a Kelly girl. Work in a different office every day, go home to a nice apartment." She didn't completely sketch out the fantasy. There would be a husband there, maybe a child, someone she could take care of. Amanda admitted, "I know it sounds flighty." "It sounds better than my reason." Evelyn sat back against the arm of the couch. "I used to be a mermaid." "A what?" She laughed, seemingly delighted by Amanda's surprise. "Ever hear of Weeki Wachee Springs? It's about an hour outside Tampa." Amanda shook her head. She'd only been to the Florida Panhandle. "They gave me the job because I could hold my breath for 90 seconds. And these," she indicated her breasts. "I swam all day." She floated her arms up through the air. "And drank all night." Her arms went down. She was smiling. All Amanda could think to say was, "Does Bill know?" "Where do you think we met?" "He was visiting Kenny at MacDill Air Force Base. It was love at first sight." She rolled her eyes. "I followed him to Atlanta. We got married. I was bored staying home all day, so I decided to try for a job with the state." She smiled as if in anticipation of a funny story. "I went downtown to the courthouse to fill out an application. I'd seen an ad in the paper that the tax commissioner was hiring, only I went into the wrong room. And there was this man in a patrol uniform. Such an ass. He took one look at me and said," she puffed out her chest, "Little gal, you got's the wrong place. This here room is for the police, and I can tell just by looking at you that you ain't got it in you." Amanda laughed. She was a very good mimic. "What did you do?" "Well, I was furious." Evelyn straightened her shoulders. "I said, 'No, sir. You're the one who's wrong. I'm here to join the police, and I have every right to take the test.'" She sank back down. "I assumed I wouldn't pass, but a week later they called me to come back in for the interview. I wasn't sure whether or not I should go. I hadn't even told Bill. But I showed up for the interview, and I guess I passed that because they told me to report to the academy the following week." Amanda couldn't imagine such brazenness. "What did Bill say?" "He said, 'Have fun and be careful.'" She held out her hands in an open shrug. "And that's how I became a police officer." Amanda shook her head over the story. At least it was better than Vanessa's, who'd seen a sign on the bulletin board inside the jail where she was being processed for a DUI. Evelyn said, "I wasn't sure I could go back after Zeke." She took a deep breath. "But then I thought about how good it feels when I roll up on a call and a woman sees that I'm in charge, and she sees that her boyfriend or husband or whoever's been wailing on her has to answer my questions. It makes me feel like I'm doing something. I guess it's how the coloreds feel when a black cop shows up. They feel like they're talking to somebody who understands them." Amanda had never thought about it that way, but she supposed it made sense. "I want to do this. I really want to do it." Evelyn took her hand. There was an urgency to her tone. "Those girls, Kitty, Mary, Lucy, Jane, rest her soul. They aren't very different from us, are they? Someone along the way decided that they don't matter, and that made it true. They don't matter, not in the scheme of things, not when the Rick Landrys of the world can say a Jane Delray committed suicide, and the only problem is who's going to clean up the mess." Amanda didn't respond, but Evelyn had gotten good at reading her moods. "What is it?" Amanda told her, "It wasn't Jane." "What do you mean? How do you know that?" "I type all of Butch's reports. It wasn't Jane who jumped off the building. The woman's name is Lucy Bennett." Evelyn looked confused. She took a moment to process the information. "I don't understand. Did someone identify her? Did her family come forward?" "They found Lucy's purse in apartment C on the 5th floor. That's Jane's place. Butch's notes say that the victim was the only inhabitant. Her purse was on the couch. He found her license and made a positive ID. Did they do fingerprints? Lucy doesn't have a record. There are no fingerprints to match up." "That doesn't add up. She's a whore. They all have records." "No, it doesn't add up." Unless she was new to the game, there was no way Lucy Bennett had avoided an arrest. Some of the girls voluntarily gave themselves up to spend the night in jail. It kept them safe when their pimps were mad. Lucy Bennett? Her license was in her purse? Evelyn thought it through. There's no way Jane, would leave a license lying around like that. She said those girls had been missing for months, Lucy for a full year. Jane was trying to get their government vouchers. Either Lucy's license is in Jane's possession or it's in a cardboard box at the 5. Amanda had already considered this. Butch always gives me evidence receipts so I can note them in the report. The purse had been taken to central lockup, where the desk sergeant catalogued every item that went into storage. According to the receipt, Lucy's purse didn't have a license. The desk sergeants never lie about that. It's their ass if something goes missing. Right. Was there cash in the wallet? Amanda was relieved not to be the naive one for a change. Every purse or wallet homicide checked into lockup was miraculously absent any cash. Never mind, Evelyn allowed. She repeated the girl's name. Lucy Bennett. All this time I assumed it was Jane. Does the name mean anything to you? Do you remember a Lucy Bennett from any of the missing persons reports? No. Evelyn chewed her lip. She stared blankly at Amanda. Finally, she said, Do you mind if I introduce you to someone? Amanda felt a familiar sense of dread. Who? My neighbor. She got off the couch. She took Amanda's beer can and put it beside hers on the table. She's worked with APD for years. Her husband's been banished to the airport, drinks too much, a real piece of work. She walked toward the sliding glass door. Amanda had no choice but to follow her. Evelyn kept up her chatter as she walked across the backyard. Roz is a bit grumpy, but she's a good gal. She's seen her share of dead bodies, believe you me. Does it bother you that she's Jewish? Amanda couldn't figure out which tangent to start with. Why would it bother me? Evelyn hesitated before she continued her trek across the yard. Anyway, Roz is a crime scene photographer. She develops all the photos at her house. They don't have her at headquarters because she's too mouthy. I think she's been doing the job for 10 years now. I'm sure your father's mentioned her? Amanda shook her head when Evelyn glanced back. Evelyn continued, I saw her earlier this morning, and she was already in a state. They made their way past a green Corvair parked in the carport. The home was set up similar to Evelyn's, except there was a screened porch between the carport and house. Evelyn lowered her voice. Don't say anything about her face. Like I said, her husband's a real piece of work. She pushed open the screen door and tapped her fingers on the kitchen window. Hello? She called, her tone upbeat. Roz, it's Ev again. After a few seconds without a response, she told Amanda, I'll go around to the front. I'll be here. Amanda rested her hand on the washing machine that took up half the porch. Her sense of discomfort started to amplify as she thought about what she was doing. Amanda had never been inside a Jew's home before. She didn't quite know what to expect. Evelyn was right. Amanda didn't get out much. She hadn't been to a party in years. She didn't drop in on neighbors. She didn't sit around plush living rooms listening to records and drinking alcohol. There were very few dates in her past. Any boy who wanted to ask her out had to go through Duke first. Not many had survived his scrutiny. There was one boy in high school who'd managed to persuade Amanda to go all the way. 3 times, and then she couldn't take it anymore. She'd been so terrified of getting pregnant that the whole ordeal was only slightly more pleasant than getting a tooth drilled. Evelyn was back. I know she's here. She knocked on the kitchen door this time. I don't know why she isn't answering. Amanda looked at her watch, praying she could think of a good excuse to leave. Standing next to Evelyn Mitchell only heightened her sense of mortification. She felt like an old maid. The clothes Amanda was wearing, a black skirt, short-sleeved white cotton shirt, heels and pantyhose, exemplified the difference. Evelyn looked like a carefree flower child. Kenny must have taken one look at Amanda and pegged her for exactly what she was, a square. Hello? Evelyn knocked on the door again. From inside the house, a voice called, Hold your horses, for God's sakes! Evelyn grinned at Amanda. Don't let her get to you. She can be nasty. The door swung open. An older woman dressed in a brown housecoat and slippers glared at them. Her face was a mess, broken lip, blackened eye. Why'd you knock on the front door, then run around to the side? Evelyn ignored her question. Roz Levy, this is my friend, Amanda Wagner. Amanda, this is Roz. Roz narrowed her eyes at Amanda. Duke Wagner's girl, right? Normally people said this with respect. There was something close to hate in the woman's voice. Evelyn said, She's a good gal, Roz. Give her a break. Roz was unmoved. She asked Amanda, You know they call you Wag, right? Always wagging your tail, trying to please. Amanda felt sucker-punched. Her stomach dropped. Oh, hush up, Roz. Evelyn grabbed Amanda's arm and pulled her inside the house. I want Amanda to see the photos you showed me. Doubt she can handle it. Well, I think you'll be surprised. Our gal can handle more than you think. She squeezed Amanda's arm as she dragged her through the kitchen. The house was nothing like Evelyn's. There was no coolness from a running air conditioner. As a matter of fact, it felt as if all the air had been pulled out. Heavy brown curtains lined all the windows, blocking the sun. The living room was sunken, 3 steps down, and decorated in more dark browns. Evelyn pulled Amanda past a large couch that stank of body odor. Beer cans were on the floor beside a reclining chair. Cigarette butts spilled from the ashtray. 3 steps back up, Evelyn forced Amanda to walk down the hallway. She only let go when they were in Roz Levy's spare bedroom. As with the rest of the house, the room was dark and airless. The closet door hung open. A red light bulb hung from a cord over various trays and chemicals. A rumpled daybed held cameras of all shapes and sizes. The desk was overflowing with paperwork. There were tennis rackets and roller skates in small piles around the room. She does yard sales, Evelyn explained. The first time Bill met her, he said she reminded him of the guy who works for Baroness Bombburst in Chitty Chitty Bang Bang. She saw Amanda's expression and said, Sweetie, don't be upset. She says awful things sometimes. That's just her way. Amanda crossed her arms, feeling exposed. Wag. She'd never heard the nickname before. She knew that people around the station considered her a goody two-shoes. Amanda had come to terms with the reputation. There were worse things they could call her. She wasn't trim. She wasn't bad at her job. She was helpful, courteous. They called her Wag because she was always trying to please people. Amanda's throat worked as she tried to swallow back tears. She did try to please people. Please her father by doing everything he told her to. Please Butch by typing his reports. Please Rick Landry by taking Evelyn away from Techwood. Why had Amanda done that? Why hadn't she told Landry to stop? He had practically assaulted Evelyn with her own flashlight. She was bruised on her chest and God only knew where else. And Amanda's response had been to grab her and run away like a puppy with its tail between its legs, wagging her tail. Roz Levy finally deigned to join them. Amanda saw the reason for her delay when she entered the room. She'd stopped to get a tab. So, Roz pulled the ring from the can. She dropped it into a mason jar on the desk. You gals playing cops and robbers today? I told you we're working a case. Evelyn's voice was surprisingly terse. Look at this one, Roz told Amanda. Thinks they're gonna let her work homicide one day. Amanda said, Maybe they will. Huh? She didn't really laugh. Women's lib, right? You can do anything you want, so long as you do exactly as you're told. Evelyn snapped. We're out there on the streets every day, just the same as they are. You gals just watch. Think you're hot shit because they let you go to the academy, gave you a badge and a gun. Mark my word, they only let you climb high enough so it breaks your back when you fall. She took a sip of her tab. Her next words were addressed to Amanda. You think your old man's gonna win his case? Amanda said, If you're curious, you should ask him yourself. I already got one black eye, thank you very much. She put the tab to her forehead. The can was cold. Sweat dripped down the sides. She glared at Amanda. What's your problem? Nothing. I'm just starting to understand why your husband beats you. Evelyn gasped. Roz glared at her. That's so. Amanda bit her tongue to stop the apology that wanted to come. She forced herself to stare the woman straight in the eye. Roz gave a sharp laugh. Ev's right. You're tougher than you look. She drank from the can, wincing as the liquid went down. There were yellowed bruises around her neck. Sorry about before. I've been having hot flashes all morning. Turns my bitch on. Amanda looked at Evelyn, who shrugged. The change. You'll find out for yourselves soon enough. Roz went inside the closet and started going through a stack of photos. Shit, I left them in the kitchen. Amanda waited until she left the room. Tell me what she's talking about. I think it's something old Jewish women get. Not that. Have you heard other people calling me that name? Wag. Evelyn had the grace not to look away. It was Amanda who couldn't hold her gaze. She stared into the closet, the stacks of photographs showing gory scenes in sharp Kodachrome. Photos, Amanda mumbled. Now it made sense. That's why Evelyn had brought her here. Roz was the crime scene photographer at Techwood yesterday. The pictures are bad, really bad. Lucy, jumped from the top floor. The roof, Amanda provided. She had all the details from Butch's report. There's an access ladder at the end of the hall. It goes up to a trap door in the roof. Lucy managed to bust off the padlock. Butch thinks she used a hammer. They found one on the floor at the bottom of the ladder. Lucy went to the roof and jumped. Where would she get a hammer? There weren't any tools lying around the apartment, Amanda remembered. Maybe the repairman used it for the broken skylight? I suppose you'd need a hammer for that. Evelyn sounded dubious. Can a hammer bust a padlock? Hammer? Roz Levy was back. She held a manila envelope in her hand. Those jackasses think she banged open the roof access with a hammer? Why not just jump out the window? She's on the top floor. They think she's so stoned she doesn't take the easy way out? She started to open the envelope, but stopped. Her eyes drilled into Amanda. If you throw up on my carpet, you're going to have to clean every inch. I don't care if you have to use a toothpick. Amanda nodded, even as she felt a wave of nausea building. Her stomach was already sour. She dreaded to think what the beer would taste like coming back up. Are you sure? Roz asked. Because I'm not cleaning up after you. It's bad enough I have to clean up after that jackass I married. Amanda nodded again, and the older woman pulled out the photographs. They were image side down. Roz said, "A fall that high, you land on your feet, your intestines squirt out your ass like icing from a pastry bag." Amanda pressed her lips together. Your ears bleed. Your face rips off your skull like a mask. Your nose and mouth and eyes. Oh, for goodness sakes! Evelyn snatched the photos from Roz's hand. She showed them to Amanda one by one. Breathe through your mouth, she coached. Nice and easy, in and out. Amanda did just that, taking in gulps of stale air. She expected to faint. Honestly, she expected to end the afternoon on her hands and knees with a toothpick cleaning Roz Levy's shag carpet. But neither of those things happened. The photos were unreal. What had happened to Lucy Bennett was too horrific for Amanda's brain to accept that she was still looking at an actual human being. Amanda took the photos from Evelyn. They were in vivid color, the flash so bright that every single detail was on display. The girl was fully clothed. The material of her red-checkered cotton shirt was stiff, glued to her skin. Her skirt was hanging down, the waistband broken. Amanda assumed this was subsequent to the fall, as was the girl's missing left shoe. She studied Lucy Bennett's face. Roz had been right about a lot of things, but none more so than what jumping from a 5-story building did to the skin on your skull. Lucy's flesh looked to be dripping from the bone. Her eyes bulged from their sockets, blood poured from every opening. It looked fake, like something out of a horror movie. Evelyn asked, "You okay?" Amanda said, "Now I see why you thought this was Jane Delray." Except for the bleached blonde hair, the Halloween mask of her face could have belonged to any girl walking the street. The track marks up her arms were the same, the open wounds on her feet, the red pricks along her inner thigh. Evelyn said, "I wonder if she has family." Roz stated the obvious. Everyone has family. Whether they admit it or not is an entirely different question. Amanda ran through the pictures again. There were only 5 of them. 3 were of the girl's face, left, right, center. One showed a close-up of her mangled body, probably taken from a ladder. The last was a more widely framed shot with the Coca-Cola building on the horizon. Lucy's hand was turned out, her wrists exposed. Amanda asked Roz, "Do you have any more photos?" The older woman smiled. One of her upper teeth was missing. "Look at the bloodlust. Who would have guessed it?" Amanda made her request more specific. "Do you have any close-ups of her wrists?" "No. Why?" "Does that look like a scar to you? There, along her wrist." She showed Evelyn the photo. Evelyn squinted, then shook her head. "I can't tell. What are you getting at?" "Jane had scars on her wrist." "I remember." Evelyn studied the photo more carefully. "If this is Lucy Bennett, why would she have scars on her wrists like Jane Delray?" "Whoring's not exactly something to live for." Still, Roz opened one of her desk drawers and found a magnifying glass. Each woman took turns holding the glass to the picture. Finally, Evelyn said, "I still can't tell. It looks like a scar, but maybe it's the light. That's my fault. Roz sounded uncharacteristically apologetic. My flash was acting up, and Landry was pushing me to hurry so he could clock into his other job. Amanda supplied, Butch didn't say anything in his notes about scars. That idiot wouldn't. Contrary to her words, Roz Levy seemed delighted. All right, Wag, time to see what you're really made of. Another wave of dread washed over Amanda. She felt as if she was on a roller coaster. Evelyn said, Roz, there's no need to. Shut your pie hole, Blondie. Roz cackled like a witch. Pete's cutting up your dead whore this afternoon. You hot-shot lady dicks want, I can make a call and get you a ringside seat to the autopsy. Amanda knew some of the patrolmen used the morgue as their crack or on-duty hiding place, especially during the summer. It was easier to sleep in an air-conditioned building, so long as you didn't mind laying up next to a dead body. She'd been to the Decatur Street building many times to pick up reports and drop off evidence, but she'd never before been into the back. Just the thought of what went on there gave Amanda the heebie-jeebies. Still, she kept her mouth closed as Evelyn led her deep inside the building, even though every step felt as if it was ratcheting down a clamp around her rib cage. The 2 beers Amanda drank on the drive over were not helping matters. Instead of relaxed, she felt both lightheaded and extremely focused. It was a miracle she hadn't driven her Plymouth up a telephone pole. Do you know Dina? Evelyn asked, pushing open a swinging door. They were in a small lab. 2 tables were shoved into opposite corners in the back of the room. There was a microscope on each. Various medical tools were laid out beside them. A large window took up the back wall. The hospital green curtains were pulled back to show what must be the autopsy room. Yellow tile ran along the floor and up to the ceiling. There were 2 metal sinks, 2 scales that seemed more appropriate for a grocer's produce section, and a body. A green drape covered the figure. A large light like a dentist used was overhead. One hand dropped down beside the table. The fingernails were bright red. The hand was turned inward. The wrist did not show. Evelyn said, I hate autopsies. How many have you seen? I don't actually look at them, she confessed. You know how you can blur your eyes on purpose? Amanda nodded. That's what I do. I just blur my eyes and say, and yes, when they ask questions or point out something interesting, and then I go to the bathroom afterward and throw up. That seemed like as good a plan as any. They heard footsteps in the hallway behind them. Evelyn said, Dina's got a bad scar on her neck. Try not to stare. A what? Evelyn's words got jumbled up in Amanda's brain, so they didn't make sense until a striking black woman came through the door. She was wearing a white lab coat over blue jeans and a flowing orange blouse. Her hair was in full afro. Blue eyeshadow adorned her eyelids. The skin around her neck was marred as if by a noose. Hey, Miss Lady, Dina said, setting down a tray on one of the tables. There were slides laid out, splatters of white and red sandwiched between the glass. What are you doing here? Evelyn said, Roz called in a favor for me. Why are you still talking to that nasty old Jew? She smiled warmly at Amanda. Who's your pretty friend? Evelyn looped her arm through Amanda's. This is Amanda Wagner. She's my partner now. The smile dropped. Any relation to Duke? For the first time in her life, Amanda felt the compulsion to lie about her father. Maybe if they'd been alone, she would have, but she confessed, Yes, I'm his daughter. She shot Evelyn a look and turned back around to her slides. She's all right, Evelyn said. Come on, Dee. Do you think I'd bring someone here who'd... The woman spun back around. Her lip trembled with rage. You know how I got this? She pointed to the ugly scar on her neck. Working at the cleaners down on Ponce, pressing clan robes nice and stiff for people like your daddy. Evelyn tried. That's hardly her fault. You can't blame her for her father's... Dina held up a hand to stop her. One day, my mama got her arm caught in one of the machines. Ain't no way to turn 'em off. Mr. Gunthersson's too cheap to pay for an electrician. I grab the cord and it swings back on my neck. Live wires. Boom! There's an explosion. One of them transformers gives out. Shut down the whole block for 2 days. Saved my life, but not my mama's. Amanda didn't know what to say. She'd been to that same dry cleaner's many times, had never given a thought to the black women working in the back. I'm sorry. Evelyn said, She can't control what her father does. Dina leaned back against the table. She crossed her arms. You remember what I told you about my scar, Ev? I said I'd cover it up the day it don't matter anymore. She glared at Amanda. It still matters. Evelyn stroked Amanda's back. This is my friend, Dina. We're working a case together, trying to find some missing women. Her words were rushed. Kitty Treadwell. Someone named Mary. They might be connected to Lucy Bennett. You check the dead nigger file? She was talking to Amanda. That's what y'all call it, right? The DNF. Got one at every station house. Ain't that right, wag? Amanda was too embarrassed to look at her. She told Dina, I think you probably know that I lost my mother, too. What had happened to Miriam Wagner was common knowledge around the force. With enough whiskey in him, Duke relayed the story with a heavy machismo. Amanda said, You're not the only one here with scars. Dina tapped her fingers on the table. The staccato started strong, then died down to nothing. Look at me. Amanda forced herself to look up. It had been so easy with Roz, but with the old Jew there had been a sense of righteousness. Now there was only guilt. Dina studied her for a bit longer. The anger that had burned so hotly in her eyes started to fade. Finally she nodded. All right, she said. All right. Evelyn slowly exhaled. She had a tight smile on her face. As usual, she tried to smooth things over. Dee, did I tell you what Zeke did the other day? Dina turned back to the trays. No, what'd he do? Amanda didn't listen to the story. She stared back into the morgue. Her mind was still clouded from the beer, or maybe just the traumas of the day. She felt as if something was shifting inside of her. The last few days had called into question the previous 25 years of her life. Amanda wasn't sure whether or not this was a good thing. Truthfully, she wasn't sure about anything anymore. Hello, hello! A man's voice boomed from inside the morgue. That's Pete, Evelyn supplied. The coroner was pudgy, with a ponytail and beard that looked days past washing, as did his tie-dyed t-shirt and faded torn blue jeans. His white lab coat was tight through the sleeves. A cigarette dangled from his lip. He stood at the window showing his yellow teeth. Amanda was not one to believe in vibes, but even with a thick piece of glass between them, she could almost feel the creepiness radiating off Pete Hanson's body. He said, Dina, my love, you're looking beautiful as ever this afternoon. Dina laughed even as she rolled her eyes. Shut up, fool. Only a fool for you, my dear, Evelyn supplied. They do this all the time. Oh, Amanda tried to pretend she heard white men flirting with black women every day. Come on, Dee. Pete tapped on the window. You gonna let me buy you that drink? Meet me outside at 10 after never. She snatched the drapes closed. Y'all go in, she told Amanda. When you throw up, aim for the floor drain. It's easier to hose down that way. Thank you, Amanda managed. She followed Evelyn into the autopsy room. The temperature was as cold as expected, but it was the odor that caught Amanda off guard. It was clean, like Clorox and Pine Sol mixed with apples. Nothing like what she expected. There had been 2 calls during her uniform days wherein she was sent out to take a missing persons report and found that person not far from the house. One had been a man who'd been locked in his trunk. The other had been a child who'd gotten trapped inside an old refrigerator on the family's shed porch. Each time, Amanda had taken one whiff and called for backup. She did not know what happened to the cases. She was at the station filling out reports by the time the bodies were removed. Who is this elegant lady? Pete Hanson asked, his eyes on Amanda. This is Amanda Wagner, Amanda told him. I'm Duke Wagner's daughter. He paused a beat. So you are, he finally said. Duke's quite a character, isn't he? Amanda shrugged. She was bruised enough about her father for one day. Pete? Evelyn put on her cheery voice again, but her fingers snaked into her hair, giving a telltale sign of her discomfort. Thanks so much for letting us watch. We were in Lucy's apartment last Monday. We never met her, but it was quite a shock to learn about the suicide. Lucy? Pete's brow furrowed. Where did you get that? It was in Butch's report, Amanda supplied. He ID'd her off her license. Pete walked over to a large, cluttered desk underneath the window. There were piles of papers stacked in a hodgepodge, but he somehow found the right one. Smoke drifted from his cigarette as he read the preliminary report. The paper was thin. Amanda recognized Butch Bonney's scrawl reversed on the back, where he'd turned the carbon paper the wrong way. Bonnie, Not the sharpest tack in the box, but at least it wasn't that jackass Landry. Pete put the report back on his desk. In a case like this, the license ID is a last resort. I generally prefer dental records, fingerprints, or a family member coming in before I feel comfortable signing off on the identity. He explained, Learned my lesson in Nam. You don't send someone home in a body bag unless you know the right family's waiting on the other end. Amanda found relief in his words. For all his eccentricities, the man was at least good at his job. So, Pete flicked ash off his cigarette. What's Kenny been up to? I haven't seen him around. This and that, Evelyn said. She was watching Pete's every move. The way he wiped his nose with a tissue from his pocket, the bobbing of his cigarette as he talked. Meanwhile, she pulled so hard at her hair that Amanda was certain she was going to yank some out. He's working with Bill on a shed at the house today. She chewed her lip for a few seconds. We're having a barbecue later. You should come. Pete smiled at Amanda. Will you be there? She got a sinking feeling. It was her lot in life to be attracted to the Kenny Mitchells of the world, while the Pete Hansons were the only ones who ever bothered to ask her out. Maybe, she managed. Excellent. He rolled over a metal tray. There were scalpels, scissors, a saw. Evelyn stared at the instruments. Her face was pale. You know, maybe I should give Bill a call. We dashed out without telling him when we'd be back. This wasn't actually the truth. Evelyn had been clear that they weren't sure what time they would return. Bill, unsurprisingly, had been very accommodating to his beautiful wife. I should go call, Evelyn repeated. She practically ran out of the room, which left Amanda alone with Pete. He was looking at her, but this time she saw the kindness in his eyes. She's a great lady, but this is one of the more challenging spectator sports. Amanda swallowed. Would you like me to take you through the process? She felt her throat tighten. Why do you have to do an autopsy if it's a suicide? Pete considered her question before walking across the room. There was a light box mounted on the wall. He flipped the toggle and the lights flickered on. The word autopsy means, literally, to see for oneself. He waved her over. Come, my dear. Contrary to rumor, I don't bite. Amanda tried to conceal her trepidation as she joined him. The X-ray showed a skull. The holes where the eyes and nose were supposed to go looked eerily empty. Do you see here? He asked, pointing to the neck on the X-ray. Pieces of vertebrae flexed apart the way a cat's paw opened when you pressed the pad. This bone here is called the hyoid. That's pronounced high-oid. It's horseshoe-shaped and free floats at the anterior midline between the chin and thyroid. He showed on his own neck. Here. Amanda nodded, though she wasn't quite sure she grasped the point of his lecture. The wonderful thing about your neck is that you can move it up and down and side to side. The cartilage helps make that possible. The hyoid itself is fairly fascinating. It's the only jointless bone in your entire body. Supports your tongue, jiggles when you move it. Now, as I said, it's right here. He pointed to his neck again. So if someone is choked with a ligature, you'll generally find bruising around the hyoid. But here, he moved his fingers up, is where you'll find bruising if someone is hanged, above the hyoid. That's a classic sign of hanging, actually. I'm sure you'll see it more than once in your career. You're saying she tried to hang herself first? No. He pointed to the X-ray of the neck. See this darker line here that bisects the hyoid? Amanda nodded. That indicates a fracture, which tells me she was choked, probably with great force. Why great force? Because she's a young woman. Your hyoid starts out as 2 pieces. The bone doesn't fully fuse until around the age of 30. Feel for yourself. She thought he meant for her to touch his neck. Amanda desperately did not want to touch him. Still, she started to reach out. Pete smiled, saying, I believe you have your own neck. Oh, right. Amanda laughed through her discomfort. She gently touched her fingers to her throat. She palpated the area, feeling things shift back and forth. The noise clicked in her ears. Pete said, You can feel there's a lot of movement in there. So you'd have to have significant pressure to fracture the hyoid. He motioned her to follow him over to the body. He stubbed out his cigarette in an ashtray on the table. Without preamble, he pulled back the sheet, exposing Lucy Bennett's head and shoulders. See these bruises here? Amanda felt her eyes blur, but not on purpose. She blinked, focusing only on the neck. There were deep purple and red marks around the woman's throat. They reminded her of Roz Levy. She was choked. "Correct," Pete agreed. "Her attacker wrapped his hands around her neck and strangled her. See the fingerprints here?" Amanda leaned in for a closer look. Now that he'd put the thought into her head, she could see the individual strands of bruises that formed the fingers of a hand. "Carotids," Pete explained. "Arteries, one on each side of the neck. They deliver oxygenated blood to the brain. Very important. No oxygen, no brain." Right. Amanda remembered the lesson from her police academy days. They got to watch the men learn how to do chokeholds one morning. Now, Pete wrapped both his hands loosely around the woman's neck. "See where my hands are?" Amanda nodded again. "See how pressing her carotid arteries in order to strangle her exerts enough force on the front of the neck to fracture the hyoid?" Again she nodded. "Which tells me that this woman was strangled into unconsciousness." Amanda looked back at the x-ray. The fall from the roof wouldn't break the bone. "You'll see when I open the neck that it's highly improbable." Amanda could not suppress the shudder that came. "You're really doing quite well." Amanda ignored the compliment. Could she live with a broken hyoid? Right. Could she live with that? Most certainly. A hyoid fracture or break isn't necessarily fatal. I saw it often in Nam. The officers were trained in hand-to-hand combat, which of course they loved showing off. You hit a man here, he chopped at his own neck, with your elbow or even an open hand, and you can stun him or, with enough force, break the bone. He cupped his hand to his chin like a Tweedy College professor. You feel a very distinctive sensation when you run your fingers along the neck, as if hundreds of bubbles are bursting under the skin. This comes from the air leaking out of the larynx into the tissue planes. In addition to the obvious panic, there's tremendous pain, bleeding, bruising. He smiled. It's a nasty little injury, almost totally incapacitating. They'll just lay there wheezing high up in their throats, praying for someone to help them. Are they able to scream? I'd be shocked if they could manage more than a hoarse whisper, but people surprise you sometimes. Everyone is different. Amanda tried to process all this new information. But what you're saying is that Lucy Bennett was choked. She remembered Pete's earlier terminology. Strangled to death. He shook his head and shrugged at the same time. I'll need to see the lungs. Strangulation causes aspiration pneumonitis, the inhalation of vomit into the lungs. The gastric acids eat into the tissue. This gives us something of a timeline. The more tissue damage, the longer she was alive. Was she strangled into unconsciousness and then thrown off the roof? Or was she strangled to death and then thrown off the roof? Why does it matter? Either way, Lucy had been murdered. When you catch your perpetrator, you're going to want to know the details of the crime. That way you can make sure you've got the right guy and not some nut looking for a headline in the newspaper. Amanda didn't see a scenario where she would be catching any perpetrator. She wasn't even sure why Pete was answering her questions. But why would the killer give details of the crime? That would just make the case against him stronger. He won't realize he's walking into the trap you set, Pete told her. You're a lot smarter than he is. Your perpetrator is a man who cannot control himself. Amanda considered the statement, which didn't strike her as wholly true. He was smart enough to try to cover the crime. Not as smart as you think. Throwing her off the roof was risky. It called attention to the crime. It opened up the possibility of witnesses. Why not leave her in the apartment and let a neighbor report the smell a few days, weeks later? He was right. Amanda remembered the Manson murders, the way the bodies were posed. Do you think the killer was sending a message? Possibly, Pete allowed. We can also assume that he knew the victim fairly well. Why do you say that? Pete gripped his hands around the top of the sheet. Remember to breathe. He pulled away the covering, exposing the rest of the body. Amanda put her hand to her mouth. Nothing rushed up her throat. She didn't pass out. She wasn't even woozy. As with Roz Levy's photos, she expected a violent reaction inside her body, but was met instead with steely resolve. That same locking sensation from Techwood ran up Amanda's spine. Her stomach actually stopped churning. Instead of fainting, she felt her vision sharpen. Amanda had never seen another woman entirely nude before. There was something sad about the way her breasts hung to the side. Her stomach was saggy. Her pubic hair was short, as if it had been trimmed, but the hair on her thighs was grotesquely unshaven. Blood and viscera leaked between her legs. Her body had been pummeled. Bruises blackened her stomach and ribs. Pete said, "In order to hurt somebody like this, you have to hate them. And hate does not come without familiarity. Just ask my ex-wife. She tried to strangle me once." Amanda glanced up at him. There was no suggestion behind his smile. He wasn't just creepy. He was downright strange. And polite. Amanda could not recall the last conversation she'd had with a man where she wasn't constantly interrupted or talked over. Pete said, "You could be very good at this." Amanda didn't know if that was much to write home about. It certainly wasn't conversation for the dinner table. "Can you tell me anything about the nail polish?" He took a latex glove out of his pocket. "Why don't you tell me?" Amanda didn't want to, but she took the glove. She tried to shove her hand into the stiff latex. "Wipe your palm first," Pete advised. Amanda wiped her sweaty hand on her skirt. The glove was still a tight fit, but once she managed to force her fingers into the tips, the rest of her hand easily followed. Gently, she reached out for Lucy's hand. The skin felt cold through the glove, or maybe Amanda was just imagining that. Instead of being limp, the body was stiff. "Rigor mortis," Pete explained. "The skeletal muscles contract, locking the joints. Onset varies depending on temperature and lesser factors. It starts in as little as 10 minutes and lasts for up to 72 hours. You can tell how long she's been dead by how stiff she is." "Precisely," he confirmed. "By the time I got to our victim yesterday afternoon, she had been dead approximately 3 to 6 hours. That's quite a window. Science is not as precise as we'd like to believe." Amanda tried to turn the arm. It wouldn't move. "Don't worry about being gentle. She can't feel pain anymore." Amanda heard the sound of her throat working as she swallowed. She wrenched up the arm. There was a loud popping sound that sent a knife into Amanda's chest. "Breathe in and out," Pete advised. "Remember, it's just tissue and bone." Amanda swallowed again. The sound echoed in the room. She looked at Lucy Bennett's fingers. "There's something under her fingernails." "Very good catch." He went over to the cabinet in the corner. "We can send it to the lab for analysis." Amanda wished she had Roz Levy's magnifying glass. It wasn't grime under the girl's fingernails. "What do you think it is?" "If she fought back, it's probably skin scratched off her attacker. Let's hope she managed to draw blood." Pete was back with a glass slide and something that looked like an oversized toothpick. "Hold her steady." Pete scraped the wooden pick under the fingernail. A long piece of skin came out. "If there's enough blood in this skin tissue and you find a suspect, we can analyze his blood and see if it's the same type, whether he's a secretor or non-secretor." "We'd need more than blood to convict him." "The FBI is doing amazing work with enzymes right now." He tapped the skin tissue onto the slide. "In 10 years' time, they'll have samples from everyone in America stored on thousands of different computers all around the country. All you'll have to do is send the sample around to each computer and bingo, within months, you'll know your perpetrator's name and address." "You should tell that to Butch and Rick. The 2 homicide detectives would probably laugh in his face. This is their case." "Is it really?" She didn't bother answering the question. "I guess I don't have to tell you how much trouble Evelyn and I would be in if they found out we were down here poking around." Pete put the slide on the counter. "You know, the GBI can't find enough women to meet their quotas. They're going to lose their federal grants if they don't fill up the slots by the end of the year." "I work for the Atlanta Police Department." "You don't have to." Pete obviously didn't know Duke Wagner as well as everyone else she'd met today. Forget Butch and Rick. Her father would have a canary if he knew Amanda was at the morgue, touching a dead person, talking to a hippie about leaving her steady job to be the token woman on the state's police force. In for a penny, she supposed. There was still the reason they'd come here in the first place. Amanda turned the woman's hand out, exposing the wrist to the light. There they were, the familiar white scars. She tried to kill herself before. "Maybe," Pete allowed. "A lot of young women cut themselves. Generally, it's for attention. Your victim was obviously an addict. You can see that from the track marks. If she wanted to kill herself, she would have doubled down with the needle and her old friend H. Amanda realized, You washed her. Yes, we took photographs and x-rays, then we cut off her clothes and washed her down in preparation for the procedure. She'd urinated on herself, an unfortunate byproduct of strangulation, though one could point out this pales in comparison to the intestinal prolapse. He added, I should point out that she was remarkably clean considering her occupation and addiction. What do you mean? There was the expected results of the fall. Picture a water balloon being dropped from that height. But in my experience, addicts don't favor bathing. The natural oil clogs the skin. They think it holds the drug in longer. I'm not sure if there's a scientific basis for that, but someone who injects drain cleaner into their veins isn't necessarily troubled by facts. You can see the trimming. He indicated the short pubic hair. That's unusual, but I've seen it before. Some men are drawn to women who appear more infantilized. Child molesters? Not necessarily. Amanda nodded, though her eyes avoided the area Pete was talking about. Instead, she studied Lucy's hands again. The fingernail polish was perfect, except for the chip. The strokes were even. It had taken a lot of time and patience to apply such a thick coat. Even Amanda, who buffed and clear-coated her nails in front of the television every night, couldn't manage such an expert job. Pete asked, Did you find something else? Her fingernails. Are they fake? I've been seeing a lot of those plastic ones out of California lately. It looks like... Amanda shook her head. She didn't know what it looked like. The nails were trimmed in a straight line. The cuticles were neat. The red polish was evenly within the margins. She'd never met a woman who could afford a professional manicure. She doubted a dead prostitute would be the first. Amanda walked around the table and looked at Lucy's other hand. Again, the polish was perfect, as if someone else had applied it for her. Amanda opened her mouth to speak, then stopped herself. Go on, Pete said. There are no silly questions in here. Can you tell if she's left or right-handed? Pete beamed at Amanda as if she was his star pupil. There will be more muscle attachment to the bone on the dominant side. From holding a pen, among other things. Why are you asking? When I paint my fingernails, one side always looks better than the other. With her, both sides look perfect. He smiled again. This, my dear, is why more women should be in my field. Amanda doubted any sane woman would ever do this job, at least not one who ever wanted to get married. Maybe she has a friend who painted her fingernails? Do women really groom one another? I assumed Behind the Green Door was taking cinematic liberties. Amanda ignored the observation. She carefully put Lucy's hand back down on the table. It was so easy to focus on the parts rather than the whole. She'd let herself forget that Lucy Bennett was an actual human being. This was to be blamed in part because Amanda had not yet looked at the girl's face. Amanda forced herself to do so now. She felt her early steeliness, but there was a tandem emotion of what could only be called curiosity. With the blood washed from Lucy's face, she looked different. As in Roz's photo, the skin still hung loosely to the side, but something beyond the obvious was not right. Could you... Amanda didn't want to sound morbid, but she pushed through it. Can I see her teeth? Most of them were broken in the fall. What are you getting at? The skin on her face. Is it possible to move it back to... Oh, of course. Pete went to the head of the table. He gripped the loose flesh of the cheek and forehead and pulled it back over her skull. Lucy had bitten her lip in the fall. Pete returned it to the proper position. He used his fingers to tack the skin into place around the eyes and nose, like a baker kneading dough. What do you think? Amanda realized it was exactly as she had expected. This woman was not Lucy Bennett. The scars on her wrist weren't the only indication. The open sores on her feet had a familiar pattern, like a constellation of stars. Barring that, there was the face, which clearly belonged to Jane Delray. I think we need to get Evelyn back in here. How intriguing. Amanda left the room through the swinging doors. The lab was empty, so she pushed open the other set of doors leading into the hallway. Evelyn was several yards ahead, close to the entrance. She was talking with a man wearing a navy blue suit. He was tall, over 6 feet. His sandy brown hair touched his collar. The tailoring of his clothes was obviously professional. The jacket curved into his back. The flared pants hovered over his white loafers. He was finishing a cigarette when Amanda joined them. Evelyn shot her a look, her eyes practically bulging from their sockets. She was talking to Mr. Bluesuit. "Mr. Bennett." Evelyn's voice was pitched higher than usual, though she was doing a good job of hiding her excitement. "This is my partner, Miss Wagner." He barely glanced at her, keeping his eyes on his white loafers as he stamped out the cigarette. "As I said, I just want to see my sister and leave." "We had a few more questions," she began, but Bennett cut her off. "Is there a man I can talk to? Someone in charge?" Amanda thought of Pete. "The coroner is in the back." Bennett's lips twisted in distaste. Whether at the thought of the coroner or what he saw in Amanda, she wasn't sure. And it really didn't matter. The only thing she could focus on was how arrogant and unlikable he was. Amanda said, "Dr. Hanson is preparing the body. It'll only be a few more minutes." Evelyn picked up the lie. "You won't want to see her how she is now, Mr. Bennett." "I don't want to see her, period," he snapped back. "As I told you, Mrs. Mitchell, my sister was a drug addict and a whore. What I'm doing here is a mere formality so that my mother can have some peace at the end of her life." "His mother has cancer," Evelyn explained. Amanda let a few seconds pass out of respect for the man's mother, but she couldn't stop herself from asking, "Mr. Bennett, can you tell us when was the last time you saw your sister?" He glanced away. 5, maybe 6 years. He looked down at his watch. It was a furtive movement, as obvious as Evelyn tugging the back of her hair. "I really do not appreciate your wasting my time. Shall I go back to the coroner?" "Just another minute." Amanda had never been good at spotting a liar, but Bennett was as easy to read as an open book. "Are you sure that's the last contact you had with your sister?" Bennett took a pack of parliaments from his breast pocket and shook out a cigarette. A large gold college ring was on his middle finger. UGA Law School, class of 74. The Georgia Bulldog was etched into the red stone. Amanda asked, "Mr. Bennett, are you sure about the timing? It seems like you've had contact with Lucy more recently." He showed a flash of guilt as he jammed the cigarette between his lips. "I mailed her a letter to the Union Mission. It was perfunctory, I assure you." "On Ponce de Leon?" Amanda asked. The Ponce Union Mission was the only homeless facility that allowed women. Bennett said, "I tried to find Lucy when our father passed away. My mother had it in mind that she'd joined the hippie movement, just dropped out for a while. She thought Lucy would want to come home, go to college, live a normal life. She could never accept that Lucy chose to be a whore." Evelyn asked, "When did your father pass?" Bennett flicked his gold lighter, taking his time to light the cigarette. He didn't speak again until he'd blown out a stream of smoke. "It was a few years after I graduated from law school." "Last year?" "Yes. July or August. I can't recall." He inhaled deeply on the cigarette. "Lucy was never really a good girl. I suppose she fooled us all, right up until she ran off with some greaser to Atlanta. I'm sure you've heard this story more than a dozen times." He exhaled, smoke curling from his nostrils. "She was always too willful, stubborn." Amanda asked, "How did you know to mail the letter to the Union Mission?" Bennett seemed irritated that she wouldn't let him change the subject. "I made some calls to some people. They said that Lucy probably would have ended up there." Amanda wondered who these people were. She took a chance. "Are you a litigator, Mr. Bennett?" "No, I do tax abatement. I'm a first-year associate at Treadwell Price downtown. Why do you ask?" So Evelyn was right. He'd obviously gotten his boss to make a phone call. "Did you hear back from your sister?" "No, but the man working there assured me that he gave the letter to Lucy, for whatever that's worth." "Do you remember that man's name?" "Trask, Trent." Bennett blew out a plume of smoke. "I don't know. He was very unprofessional. Dirty clothes, hair unkempt. Frankly, there was an odor about him. I imagine he's a marijuana smoker." "You met him in person?" "You can't trust these people." He sucked on the cigarette. "I thought I might find Lucy there. What I found was a bunch of disgusting whores and drunkards. Just the sort of place I knew Lucy would end up." "Did you see her?" "Of course not. I doubt I would even recognize her." Amanda nodded, though this seemed like an odd statement coming from a man who was about to identify his dead sister's body. Evelyn asked, "Do you know a young woman named Kitty Treadwell?" He narrowed his eyes. Smoke drifted from the tip of his cigarette. "What do you know about Kitty?" He didn't let them answer. "You two ladies should mind where you stick your noses. They're liable to get cut off." The front doors slammed open. Rick Landry and Butch Bonney walked into the hallway. Both men scowled when they saw Amanda and Evelyn. Finally, Bennett mumbled. Landry was visibly furious. He stomped forward, demanding, "What the hell are you two slits doing here?" Amanda was standing beside Evelyn. It didn't take much to get in front of her, blocking Landry in the process. "We're investigating our case." Landry didn't bother responding to her statement. He turned, his shoulder bumping into Amanda's so hard that she had to step back. "Hank Bennett?" Bennett nodded. "Are you in charge?" "Yes," Landry said. "We are." He crowded out Amanda, forcing her to step back again as he inserted himself between her and Bennett. "I'm sorry about your loss, sir." Bennett waved his hand as if it was nothing. "I lost my sister a long time ago." Again, he checked his watch. "Can we get this over with? I'm late for supper." Landry walked him down the hallway. Butch took up the rear. He glanced back at Amanda and Evelyn. He gave Amanda an unwelcome wink. She waited until they disappeared behind the door. Evelyn hissed out air between her teeth. She put her hand to her chest. She was shaking. "Come on." Amanda grabbed Evelyn's hand. The other woman was resistant. Amanda had to pull her down the hallway. She pushed ajar the door to the lab just as the three men were walking into the morgue. Amanda waited until they were inside before opening the door. She kept her knees bent as if she was sneaking around. The curtains on the large picture window were still drawn. Evelyn whispered, "Amanda." "Shh," Amanda shot back. Carefully, she parted the drapes a few inches. Evelyn joined her as they peered through the window. Pete Hansen stood with his back to the far wall. His arms were crossed. He had struck Amanda as a very easygoing fellow, but there was something in his posture that indicated he was very unhappy. Landry and Butch had their backs to the window. Hank Bennett stood opposite, the dead girl between them. He was looking down at the victim's face. Apparently, Evelyn was too. She whispered, "That's Jane Delray." At the same moment, Hank Bennett said, "Yes, that's my sister." Chapter 11. April 15th, 1975. Lucy Bennett. There was another girl in the next room. The old one was gone. She hadn't been bad, but this one was awful. Constantly crying, sobbing, begging, pleading. She sure as hell wasn't moving. Lucy could guarantee that. None of them moved. The pain was too excruciating, too unspeakable. It took your breath away. It blacked you out. At first, it was impossible not to try. Claustrophobia took over, the unreasonable fear of suffocation. It started in the legs like the cramps from withdrawal. Your toes curled, your muscles ached to contract. It worked its way through your body like a violent storm. Last month, a tornado had hit the governor's mansion. It started in Perry Homes, but no one cared about that. The governor's mansion was different. It was a symbol meant to show businessmen and visiting dignitaries that Georgia was the heart of the New South. The tornado had other ideas. The roof had been torn off, the grounds damaged. Governor Busby said that he was saddened by the destruction. Lucy had heard him say so on the news. It was a special bulletin cut between the replay of the Top 40 countdown. Linda Ronstadt's "When Will I Be Loved?" Then the governor saying they were going to rebuild, a phoenix rising from the ashes, hopeful, certain. Back when it got really cold, the man had started to let Lucy listen to the transistor radio. He kept it turned down low so the other girls couldn't hear. Or maybe he kept it low, special for Lucy. She would listen to the news, tales of the whole wide world spinning by. She would close her eyes and feel the ground moving underneath her. Lucy didn't like to think too much about it, but she could tell she was his favorite. It reminded her of the games she and Jill Henderson used to play in elementary school. Jill was good with her hands. She'd take a sheet of notebook paper and fold it into triangles. What was it called? Lucy tried to think. It didn't help that the other girl was sobbing so hard. She wasn't loud, but she was consistent, like a kitten mewing. Cootie catchers, that was it. Jill would slide her fingertips into the folded sections. There were words written on the inside. You asked who liked you, who was going to marry you. Were you going to be happy? Were you going to have 1 kid or 2? Yes? No? Maybe? Keith? John? Bobby? It wasn't just the radio that made Lucy feel special. The man spent more time with her. He was gentler with her than he was before, than he was with the other girls, because Lucy could hear it. How many other girls had there been? 2? 3? All weak, all familiar. The new girl in the other room should stop fighting back. She should just give in and he would make it all better. Otherwise, she would end up like the girl before and the one before that. Nothing would get better. Nothing would change. Things had changed for Lucy. Instead of the pieces of Vienna sausage and stale bread he'd shoved between her teeth in the early days, he was letting her feed herself. She sat on the bed and ate McDonald's hamburgers and French fries. He would sit in the chair, knife in his lap, watching her chew. Was it Lucy's imagination, or was her body healing itself? She was sleeping more deeply now. Those first weeks, months, she'd had nothing to do but sleep. But back then, every time she found herself nodding off, she'd jerk awake in panic. Now, oftentimes when he came into the room, he had to wake her. Gentle nudge of the shoulder, stroke along the cheek, the warm feel of the washcloth, the careful tending of her body. He cleaned her. He prayed over her. He made her whole. Back on Juice's corner, the girls would trade stories about the bad Johns out there, who to watch out for, who you would never see coming. There was the one who stuck a knife in your face, the one who tried to put his whole fist inside you, the one who wore a diaper, the one who wanted to paint your fingernails. In the scheme of things, was this guy really that bad? Chapter 12. Present day. Tuesday. The morning sun was just winking open its eye when Will raked back the passenger's seat in Faith's Mini. A body had been found, probably the missing Georgia Tech student, and he was wasting time adjusting knobs on a clown car so that his head wouldn't press against the roof. Faith waited until he was putting on his seatbelt to speak. "You look awful." Will glanced at her. She was wearing her GBI regs, khaki pants, navy blue shirt, and her Glock strapped to her thigh. "Thank you." Faith backed the car down the driveway. The wheels bumped over the curb. She didn't say anything else, which was unusual. Faith tended to chat. She tended to pry. For some reason, she was doing neither this morning. Will should have been worried about this, but there were only so many burdens he could take on at once. His useless night in the basement, his argument with Sarah, the fact that his father was out of prison, whatever Amanda was hiding from him, that there was a dead body at Techwood, that he had kissed his wife. Will put his fingers to his mouth again. He'd wiped off Angie's lipstick with a paper towel, but he could still taste the bitter chemical residue. Faith said, "There's an accident on this side of North Avenue. Do you mind if I take the long way through Ansley?" Will shook his head. "Did you not get any sleep last night?" "Off and on." "You missed a place on your—" She touched the side of her cheek. When Will didn't respond, she flipped down the visor in front of him. Will stared at his reflection in the mirror. There was a small strip of beard he'd missed with the razor this morning. He looked at his eyes. They were bloodshot. No wonder people kept telling him he looked bad. "This Techwood murder?" Faith began. "Donnelly was the first responder." Will flipped up the visor. Detective Leo Donnelly had been Faith's partner when she worked homicide with the APD. He was slightly annoying, but his greater sin was mediocrity. "Have you talked to him?" "No, just Amanda." She paused, as if to give Will the opportunity to ask what Amanda had said. After a few silent seconds, she told him, "I know about your father." Will stared out the window. Faith had taken more than the long way. There were better routes to bypass North Avenue on the way to Techwood. She had navigated the back roads to Monroe Drive. They were skirting Piedmont Park and heading toward Ansley. It was 6 o'clock in the morning. There was no accident on North. She said, "Mama told me last night she needed me to make a phone call." Will watched the houses and apartment buildings go by. They passed the vet's office where Betty got her shots.
"There's a guy I used to date way back when. I think you met him once. Sam Lawson. He's a reporter for the AJC,
the Atlanta Journal-Constitution. Will didn't want to think about the why behind Evelyn Mitchell's request. He assumed Amanda was making some kind of Machiavellian move, trying to get ahead of whatever the paper was going to print. Sarah read the AJC every morning. She was the only person Will knew who still got the paper delivered. Was this how Sarah was going to find out? Will could imagine the phone call, if she called. Maybe she wouldn't. Maybe Sarah would see this as an easy opportunity to get out of whatever they had started.
Faith said, "That's how Amanda found out about your father's parole."
She paused, again anticipating a response.
"Sam called her office and asked for a quote. He wanted to know how she felt about him getting out."
Faith stopped at the red light.
"He's not going to run the story. I fed him some details on a biker gang APD busted for running crank out of a charter school. It's a front-page story. Sam won't circle back."
Will stared at the darkened strip of Ansley Mall. The upscale stores weren't open yet. Their lights glowed in the low dawn. He felt a strange sensation, like he was being driven to the hospital for surgery. Some part of his body would be removed. He would have to recover from that. He would have to find a way to acclimate his senses so they did not feel the gaping hole. Faith asked,
"What did you do to your hands?"
Will tried to bend his fingers. It hurt just flexing them. His ankle throbbed with every beat of his heart. His basement excursion was being felt by every joint in his body.
"Anyway,"
Faith swung through the steep curve that took them up 14th Street.
"I looked up his case."
Will was more than familiar with his father's crimes.
"He dodged a bullet. Furman versus Georgia was in the early 70s.
72, Will provided. The landmark Supreme Court case had temporarily suspended the death penalty. A few more years either side, and Will's father would have been put to death by the state of Georgia. He said, Gary Gilmore was the first man executed after Furman.
Spree killer, right? Up in Utah?
Faith loved reading about mass murderers. It was an unfortunate hobby that often came in handy. Will asked, "Is it a spree if it's only 2 people?"
"I think 2 qualifies so long as the timing is close."
"I thought that it had to be 3.
"I think that's just for serial killers."
Faith took out her iPhone. She typed with her thumb as she waited to make an illegal turn onto Peachtree. Will stared up 14th Street. He couldn't see the hotel from his vantage point, but he knew that the Four Seasons was 2 blocks away. That was probably why Faith was making the turn. She knew that his father was staying at the hotel. Will wondered if he was still in bed. The man had been in prison for over 30 years. It was probably impossible for him to sleep late. Maybe he'd already ordered his breakfast from room service. Angie said he used the gym every morning. He was probably running on the treadmill, watching one of the morning shows and planning his day.
"Here we go. 2 or more qualifies as a spree."
Faith dropped her iPhone back into the cup holder and turned against the light.
"Can we talk about your father now?"
Will said, "Did you know that Peachtree Street is Georgia's Continental Divide?" He pointed to the side of the road. "Rain that falls on that side of the road goes to the Atlantic. Rain on this side goes to the Gulf. Maybe I've got the sides mixed up, but you get the gist."
"That's fascinating, Will."
I kissed Angie. Faith nearly ran up onto the sidewalk. She jerked the car back into the lane. She was silent for a while before she muttered, "You fucking idiot." That felt more like it.
"What are you going to do?"
"I don't know." He stared out the window again. They were heading toward the thick of downtown. "I think I have to tell Sarah."
"No, you most certainly do not," she countered. "Are you crazy? She'll kick your ass to the curb."
She probably should. There was no way that Will could explain to Sarah that the oldest cliché in the world happened to be true this one time. The kiss meant nothing. For Will's part, it had been a reminder that Sarah was the only woman he wanted to be with, maybe the first woman he'd ever really wanted to be with. For Angie's part, the kiss had been tantamount to a dog raising its leg on a fire hydrant. Faith asked,
"Do you want to be with Angie?"
"No." He shook his head. "No."
"Was there anything else?"
Will remembered he'd touched her breast. He wasn't going to get into specifics with Faith. There was no contact between.
"Okay, I get it."
She turned onto North Avenue.
"Jesus, Will."
He waited for her to continue.
"You can't tell Sarah."
"I can't hide things from her."
She laughed so loud his ears hurt. Are you kidding me? Does Sarah know about your father? Does she know that he— No. Faith did not bother to hide her incredulity. Well then, don't let this be the one thing you tell her the truth about. It's different. Do you think Angie will tell her? Will shook his head. Angie's moral code wasn't easily decipherable, but Will knew she would never tell Sarah about the kiss. It was much better to use it to torture Will. Faith cut straight to the point. If it's not going to happen again, and it didn't mean anything, then you're just going to have to live with the guilt, or live without Sarah. Will couldn't talk about this anymore. He stared out the window again. They were stopped at a red light. The lights were on at the varsity. In a few hours, the curb men would be out sweeping the lot, slapping numbers on cars and taking orders. Mrs. Flanagan used to bring the older kids to the varsity once a month. It was a reward for good behavior. Faith asked, Have you ever tried to talk to the detectives who worked your mother's case? One disappeared. Somebody thought he moved to Miami. The other died from AIDS in the early 80s. Did either of them have family? No one I could find. Honestly, Will hadn't looked that hard. It was like picking out a scab. There came a point when you started to draw blood. I can't believe how many conversations I've had with you over the last 2 years, and you never told me about this. Will left her to wonder why on her own. Faith crossed the interstate. The athlete dorms that had been built for the Olympics had the Georgia Tech logo on them now. The old stadium was being remodeled. The streets were freshly paved. Brick inlays carpeted the sidewalks. Even this early in the morning, students were out jogging. Faith turned at the next light. She was more than familiar with the area. Her son was currently enrolled at Georgia Tech. Her mother had gotten her doctorate here. Faith had finished her 4-year degree at the university so she could qualify for employment with the GBI. Faith slid a piece of notebook paper out from her visor. Will saw that she'd scribbled directions on it. She slowed the car, mumbling, Centennial Park North. Here we go. Finally, she turned onto a side street, downshifting as they went up a hill. The area was filled with upscale brick apartment buildings and townhouses. The cars on the street were nice, newer Toyotas and Fords with an occasional BMW thrown in. The grass was trimmed. The eaves and windows were painted a crisp white. Satellite dishes dotted every other balcony. The compound was designed to be mixed income, which meant a handful of poor people lived in the less desirable units, and the rest went for top dollar. Will imagined that some of the better-off students lived here rather than the dorms, where Faith's son resided. Zell Miller Center, Faith read from the sign. Clark Howell Community Building. Here we go. She slowed the car to a crawl. The directions weren't really needed anymore. 2 cruisers blocked the street. Police tape cordoned off a group of residents. Most were in pajamas and robes. A few of the joggers had stopped to find out what was happening. Faith had to drive down several blocks to find a space. She pulled up onto a berm and jerked up the parking brake. She asked Will, Are you okay? He was going to ignore the question, but that didn't seem fair. We'll see, he managed, then got out of the car before she could say anything else. The streetlights were still on, supplementing the rising sun. 2 newscopters hovered overhead. Their whirring blades chopped the air into white noise. More reporters were camped out down the road. Cameras were set up on tripods. Reporters were checking their makeup, scribbling their notes. Will didn't wait for Faith. He headed back toward the crime scene, where he could see Amanda Wagner was waiting. Her arm was in a sling, the only indication that she'd spent the night in the hospital. She stood on the sidewalk dressed in her usual monochromatic skirt, blouse, and jacket. 2 burly patrolmen were looking down at her, nodding as she gave them orders. They looked like football players huddled before a snap. As Will and Faith approached Amanda, the patrolmen jogged off toward the bystanders, probably to get names and photos so they could run them through the database. Amanda was old school with all her investigations. She didn't rely on a blood sample or a stray hair to sway a jury. She worked the case until she got a resolution that no logical human being could ever doubt. She also didn't bother with small talk. I don't want you here. Then why did you call me? Because I knew you wouldn't stay away. Amanda didn't wait for a response. She turned on her heel, heading toward the community building. Will easily matched her brisk pace. Uncharacteristically, Faith kept her distance, trailing several feet behind. Amanda said, We're covered up in red tape. As you know, this whole area used to be a slum. The state emptied it out for the Olympics. The city got its finger in the pie. Tech got a piece of it. The Parks Department had its say, the Housing Authority, the Historical Register, which is a joke if there ever was one. We've got more jurisdictions than news vans. APD is supplementing for now that it's our techs and our ME handling the evidence. I want to sit in on the autopsy. It'll be hours before. I'll wait. Do you really think that's a good idea? Will thought it was a terrible idea, but that wasn't going to stop him. You need to bring him in for questioning. Why would I do that? The fact that her voice sounded so reasonable made Will want to punch her. You read my father's file. She stopped, looking up at him. Yes. You think it's a coincidence that he got out of prison and a dead student was found dumped at Techwood? Coincidences happen all the time. Her usual certainty was showing some cracks. I can't bring him in without probable cause, Will. Due process, the Fourth Amendment, any of these inalienable rights ringing a bell? That's never stopped you before. I've found it's within the purview of rich white men to avoid such unpleasantries. Will realized that she'd backed him into a corner. Still, there's nothing more to say. Amanda continued walking. We have a tentative ID on Ashley Snyder. They found her purse in the dumpster. Her credit cards were there, but her license was missing, so was her cash. That sounds familiar. Bless the Sunshine Laws. Georgia's Freedom of Information Act was one of the most liberal in the country. Inmates were especially fond of the law. Will said, He's staying at the Four Seasons Hotel. I'm aware of that, she acknowledged. We lost track of him for 2 hours yesterday afternoon, but I've made certain that won't happen again. He's been out almost 2 months. Amanda didn't immediately answer. I've never understood time off for good behavior. It's prison. Shouldn't you be on your best behavior at all times? No one told me when he got out. That's the thing about having a sealed juvenile record, Will. They aren't allowed to notify you unless you ask them to. He was supposed to die in there. I know. One of the patrolmen called out. Dr. Wagner? Amanda said, You two go on. She waited for the cop to join her. Will kept walking. Faith had to jog to keep up. She asked, What was that about? He could only shake his head as they entered the mouth of the parking lot. The ground sloped downward. In the back of the lot, a group of detectives formed a half-circle around the body. The woman was in front of a large dumpster area. Brick walls horseshoed the metal container. The tall metal doors stood open. The lock was hanging off the latch, the ring broken. Someone had already marked it with a yellow tag so it could be catalogued as evidence. Will glanced around, feeling watched. Or maybe he was just being paranoid. He scanned the area. The community center was on the opposite side of the parking lot. More apartments edged the perimeter. Their white garage doors were like teeth against the gum of the red brick. There was a playground in the distance with brightly colored tunnels and swings. The Coca-Cola building loomed on the horizon. If he squinted at the view back across the interstate, he could pick out the familiar salmon-colored facade of the Four Seasons Hotel. Another case solved by the glorious GBI. Leo Donnelly laughed around the cigarette in his mouth. As usual, the homicide detective was dressed in a tan suit that was probably already wrinkled when he picked it up off the floor this morning. His new partner, a young guy named Jamal Hodge, nodded at Faith. Leo winked at her. Looking good across the chest, Mitchell. I guess you're still nursing? Fuck off, Leo. Faith took her notebook out of her purse. When'd the call come in? Leo pulled out his own notebook. 4:38 in the cheery a.m. Janitor comes on shift, Caesar and freaks. His name's Otay Kehoe. Utay Kehoe, Jamal corrected. Look at Poindexter here. Leo shot him a nasty look. Utay is a student at Tech, 24 years old, lives with his baby mama, no priors. Faith asked, How's he look for this? Jamal supplied, Not likely. Leo made a show of closing his notebook. He took a drag on his cigarette, staring at Jamal. Janitor's 2 years out of Cambodia, works off his student visa, voluntarily submitted to fingerprinting and DNA. No record, no motive. I'm sure he's popped a few whores in his day. Who hasn't? But he doesn't even have a car. Took the bus here. Will asked, You ID'd the victim off her credit cards? Jamal held out his hands, indicating Leo should answer. We're pretty sure it's Snyder, Leo said. Face is a mess, but the blonde hair is a giveaway. Will asked, Have you notified the family? Mom's dead. Daddy's flying back from a business trip in Salt Lake. Should be here this afternoon. Jamal added, We asked for dental records. Great, thanks.
Faith mumbled. She was probably thinking about the father's long flight home, the moment at the morgue when his life would forever be changed. They all turned back to the dumpster. The crowd had dispersed, so the crime scene techs could begin the arduous process of cataloging the scene. Will looked down at the woman's twisted body. Long blonde hair draped across her face. She was on her back. Her arms were turned, wrists open to the sky. Her face was a bloody pulp, probably unrecognizable to even her closest friends. Her fingernails were painted bright red. Blood glued her clothes to her skin. Will could guess what was underneath the tight t-shirt and flowered skirt. Leo said, "Here's something you don't see every day. Guy pummeled her gut until her intestines shit out. You can't find that kind of thing on YouTube." He chuckled to himself. "At least, not until I figure out how to work the camera on my phone." "Lord help us," Jamal muttered. He headed toward Charlie Reed, the GBI crime scene investigator. "Come on, Hodge," Leo called to his back. "It's funny." Faith said, "Smart, Leo. You really want to piss off the deputy chief's grandson?" Will glanced at Faith. Her voice sounded a little shaky. She had never been good around bodies, but through sheer determination she held her own. One crack in her shell, and Leo, or someone like him, would turn Faith into a joke every squad room was laughing about by morning roll call. Faith had once told Will that working with Leo was like watching a wind-up monkey that couldn't quite get the cymbals to meet. Will knew better than to ask if she was okay. Instead, he knelt beside the body, keeping his distance so he wouldn't taint the area. Crime scene photographers weren't waiting for the sun. Their digital cameras and computers were laid out on a folding table. One of the women turned on the diesel generator. The xenon lights flickered. The victim's hand showed stark against the asphalt. Her red manicured nails glistened as if they were still wet. Faith asked Leo, "What's this building? Is it still a community center?" "Dunno," Leo shrugged. "Guess they named it after that guy on the radio." Will stood up too quickly. He fought a wave of dizziness. "Clark Howell was the publisher of the Atlanta Constitution." "No shit?" Leo asked. "He's chock full of fascinating trivia today," Faith said. "Do you have any leads?" "What's it to you?" Faith put her hands on her hips. "Don't be an asshole, Leo. You know this is a state case. Do you have any leads, or should I ask Jamal?" Leo reluctantly offered, "I made some calls. Checked with downtown. There's nobody on our books that would knock the shit out of a girl like this." He laughed at his own joke. "Literally." "She have any enemies?" "Y'all should know more about that than me." "What about a drug problem?" Leo sniffed, rubbing his nose. "Nothing serious, from what I've heard." "Coke or meth?" "She's a student. What do you think?" "Meth," Faith said. "And watch the generalities, Leo. My kid goes to tech. He doesn't hit anything harder than Red Bull." "Sure." "Faith," Amanda called. She was at the edge of the parking lot, waving them over. Faith shot Leo a nasty look as they headed toward Amanda. Leo yelled at their backs, "No, don't thank me, officers. It was my pleasure." Amanda was digging around in her purse when they joined her. She pulled out her BlackBerry. The case was still cracked from her fall. She scrolled through her emails while she talked. Patrol found a jogger who saw a suspicious green minivan circling the area shortly after 4 this morning. "He just came forward?" Faith looked at her watch. "Was he jogging for 2 hours?" "That sounds like a good question to start with. He lives there, apartment 2620. Amanda indicated the building across the street. "Make sure you get him on paper. All the T's crossed and I's dotted." Will said, "I'll talk to him." He made to go, but Amanda stopped him. "Faith, you do this." Faith gave him a look of apology before heading toward the apartment building. Amanda held up a finger, silencing Will. She read a few more emails before dropping her BlackBerry into her purse. "You know you can't work this case." "I don't see how you're going to stop me. This has to look good on paper. We can't have it falling apart in court." "It held up in court the last time and he still got out. Welcome to the criminal justice system. I rather thought you were familiar with it by now." Will stared across the interstate. Rush hour was gearing up. Cars were starting to clog the 14 lanes. He saw a sign for one of the Emory hospitals. Sarah had gone to Emory University. Grady was part of their teaching system. She would be getting ready for work right now, showering, drying her hair. Will usually walked the dogs before he left. He wondered if she missed that. Amanda said, "Give me time to do this right, Will. It has to be done right." Will shook his head. He didn't care about the means, just the end.
We need to work his case from the beginning."
"What do you think I've been doing?" she asked.
"I've had 2 teams on this since I found out. We're dealing with a 30-plus year time gap in a city that tears itself down every 5 years. His old stomping ground is currently a 12-story office complex. I'll check it. Faith can go with me. It's already been checked top to bottom, not by me."
She wasn't looking at him. Like Will, she was staring over the interstate. Motive, means, and opportunity. It was Amanda's mantra.
Will said, "You know he's got all 3.
She gave a tight nod of her head. If Will hadn't been watching, he would have missed it. He studied her profile. She seemed to be as tired as he was. There were dark circles under her eyes. Her makeup was caked into the creases around her eyes and mouth. She said,
"I have to say, I love what you did with the basement."
Will's hands clenched. The cuts opened up along his fingers.
"Did you find what you were looking for?"
His jaw popped when he opened his mouth to speak.
"Why were you there?" "That's a very interesting question. How long have you known about my father?"
"You work for me, Will. It's my job to know everything about you."
"Why did that reporter call you?"
"It makes for a good story, I suppose.
Your chosen path of law and order, your rise from the ashes. Atlanta's symbol is the phoenix. What a fitting dovetail."
He turned and headed toward North Avenue, the bridge over the interstate. Amanda's stride was half as long as Will's. She had to work to match his pace. She asked,
"Where are you going?"
"To talk to my father."
"To what end?"
"You've read his file. You know he has a pattern. He kills one, he keeps one. He's probably already picked her out."
"Shall I put out an APB on a missing prostitute?"
She was mocking him.
"You know he's looking for another girl." "I told you we've got eyes on him. He hasn't left his room.
Except for yesterday afternoon." She stopped trying to keep up.
"You will not talk to him."
Will turned around. Amanda never raised her voice. She didn't scream. She didn't stamp her foot. She never cursed. She managed to scare everyone by reputation. For the first time in 15 years, he saw through her. She was nothing, really. An old woman with her arm in a sling and secrets she would carry to her grave. She said,
"I've issued a standing order to have you arrested the minute you step 1 foot in that hotel. Understood?"
He stared his hate into her. "I should have left you to rot in that basement."
"Oh, Will."
Her voice was filled with regret.
"I have a feeling that by the end of this, we're both going to wish you had."
Chapter 13. Present Day. Susanna Ford. She missed Dancing with the Stars. She missed Bobo, her little dog who'd died when she was 10. She missed her grandmother, who'd died when Susanna was 11, and her grandfather, who'd died a few months later. She missed Adam, the goldfish, who'd died the night they brought him home from the store. Susanna had found him in the tank, just floating on his side. His eye was blank. She could see her reflection in it. Susanna called the store to complain.
"Just flush him down the toilet," the manager said. "Come by tomorrow, and we'll give you a new one."
Susanna had felt uneasy at the prospect. It felt wrong. Did Adam mean nothing? Was he that replaceable? Just plop another fish in the tank and forget he even existed? Call that one Adam, too. Feed him Adam's food. Let him swim through Adam's secret treasure box in Pink Coral Castle? In the end, there was nothing else to do. Susanna flushed him down the toilet. As the water circled around the bowl, she saw his fin flip up. The glass orb of his eyeball turned to her, and she had seen something like panic. In her dreams, Susanna was the fish. She was Adam 1, because of course the temptation was too great. They had gone back the next day and gotten a free Adam 2. That was the entirety of the dream. Susanna 1, helpless, staring up at the ceiling as she spun quickly down the drain. Chapter 14. July 14th, 1975. Monday. Amanda leaned against her Plymouth as she waited for Evelyn in the parking garage of the Sears building. The air did not move in the underground facility. The coolness afforded from the poured concrete walls was no match for the scorching heat. Even at 7 in the morning, Amanda could feel sweat dripping down her neck and into her collar. Neither she nor Evelyn had been up for the barbecue after leaving the morgue on Saturday evening. Hank Bennett, the misidentified girl, the red fingernails, the broken hyoid bone. It was a lot to process, and neither of them seemed up to having a coherent conversation. They'd both talked in monosyllables. Amanda because of the things she'd seen with Pete Hansen, and Evelyn, most probably, because she'd been unsettled about seeing Rick Landry again. No matter their reasons, Evelyn had gone home to her husband, and Amanda had gone home to her empty apartment. If Sunday brought anything, it was a welcome sense of normalcy. Amanda had cooked breakfast for her father, they'd gone to church, she'd cooked Sunday dinner. All the while Duke had been notably more cheerful. He'd made a few jokes about the preacher. He was feeling bullish on his case. He'd spoken with his lawyer again. Lars Oglethorpe's reinstatement was definitely good news for the men Reginald Eves had fired. Amanda doubted it was good news for her. Evelyn's station wagon made a tight turn, the tires squealing against the concrete. She backed into the space beside the Plymouth, calling through the open window, "Did Kenny call you yesterday?" Amanda felt a shock of panic. "Why would Kenny call me?" "I gave him your number." For a few seconds, Amanda was too flustered to do anything but stare. "Why would you give him my phone number?" "Because he asked for it, silly. Why do you sound so surprised? And why are you just standing there?" Amanda shook her head as she got into the car. Men like Kenny Mitchell didn't ask for her phone number. "That's very nice of you to put him up to this, but let's not waste time on something that's not going to happen." "You can—" Evelyn stopped, but only for a moment before she blurted out, "You can wear Tampax, right?" Amanda pressed her fingers into her eyelids, not caring whether or not she smudged her makeup. "If I say yes, can we please change the subject?" Evelyn wouldn't be daunted. "You know, Pete's a real doctor. He can write you a prescription, no questions asked, and if you slip the guy at the Plaza Pharmacy a few extra bucks, he won't be a jerk about it." Amanda fanned her face. The heat was even more stifling inside the car. She tried not to think about her telephone ringing in her empty apartment yesterday. "It's legal now, sweetheart. You don't have to be married to get birth control anymore." Amanda's laugh was genuine this time. "I think you're jumping to a lot of conclusions." "Maybe, but it's fun, isn't it?" It was humiliating, actually, but Amanda tried to hide that fact by looking at her watch again. "Did this consume your entire Sunday, or did you manage to think at all about what we've been doing?" Evelyn rolled her eyes. "Are you kidding? It's all that's been on my mind for the last week. I was so distracted this morning I put salt instead of sugar in Bill's coffee. Poor man drank half the cup before he realized what I'd done." She paused for a breath. "What about you?" "I've been going over Butch's notes." Amanda pulled the homicide detective's notebook out of her purse. "See this here?" She pointed to the page for Evelyn's benefit. The letters C.I. were circled twice. "Confidential informant," Evelyn said. She flipped back through the notebook. "Does he say anything else about it? A name, maybe?" "Nothing, but a lot of Butch's cases rely on C.I.s. Most of them did, actually. The man was very good at finding criminals and lowlifes who were willing to parlay information into a get-out-of-jail-free card. He never names his sources." "Oh, that's sneaky." She scanned the pages, stopping on a crude drawing of the apartment where Jane Del Rey had lived. "He left out the bathroom. Did he even search the place?" She answered her own question. Of course he didn't. Why would he? Amanda checked the time again. She didn't want to be late for roll call. "We should go over what we're doing today. I can call my friend at the housing authority when I get to work. Maybe we can find out who rented that apartment." Evelyn paused for a moment as she switched gears. "I'll call Cindy Murray at the 5 and see if she has time to check the confiscated license box for a Lucy Bennett. At least we'll have a photograph of her." "I don't know what good it'll do. Pete will have to sign off on the ID. It came from her own brother." Neither she nor Evelyn had the nerve to contradict Hank Bennett's identification of his sister. "Bennett hasn't laid eyes on her in 5 or 6 years. Do you think he knew it wasn't Lucy?" "I think all he cared about was not being late for his dinner date." They were both silent. Amanda felt a ping-pong sensation inside her head. Thoughts kept bouncing around, getting lost. It was just too much to keep up with. Evelyn was obviously feeling the same. She said, "Bill and I started a puzzle last night, Bridges of the Pacific Northwest. Zeke picked it out for Father's Day last month, and I thought, this is exactly how I've felt all week.
Like, there are all these different little pieces to a puzzle floating around out there, and if I could only put them together, maybe I'd be able to see the full picture.
I know what you mean. All I do is ask myself questions, and I can't seem to get a satisfactory answer to any of them.
Hey, I've got a crazy idea.
You cannot imagine my surprise. Evelyn gave her a sarcastic grimace, then leaned into the back seat of the station wagon. What are you doing? She snaked her body around into the back seat. Her legs went up. Amanda swatted the woman's feet out of her face. She scanned the parking lot, praying they were not being watched. Evelyn, she said, what on earth?
Got it.
Finally, she shimmied back into her seat. She had a pack of construction paper in her hands.
Zeke's crayons melted into the carpet. Bring your pan.
She pushed open the door. Amanda got out of the car and followed her around to the front of the wagon. Evelyn took a piece of paper off the top of the pack and, using Amanda's pen, wrote Hank Bennett on the page. Next, she took out another page and wrote Lucy Bennett. Then on another put Jane Delray. She added Mary and Kitty Treadwell into the mix. Then Hodge, Juice/Dwayne Matheson, and finally, Andrew Treadwell. What are you doing? Amanda asked.
Puzzle pieces.
She spread the multicolored pages out on the Falcon's hood.
Let's put it together.
Amanda took in the disparate words. The idea wasn't so crazy after all. We should do it chronologically. She moved the names around as she spoke. Hank Bennett came into the station, and then Sergeant Hodge sent us to Techwood. Make a new one for Tech. Evelyn scribbled the word onto a new sheet. We need to subcategorize these. Amanda took the pen and started filling in details. Dates, times, what they'd been told. The Fury's engine clicked in the heat. The metal hood singed her skin. Evelyn suggested,
I'll make a timeline.
Amanda handed her the pen. She pointed to the different pages as she called out the sequence. Hank Bennett goes to Sergeant Hodge last Monday. Hodge immediately sends us out to Techwood to take a rape report. She looked at Evelyn. Hodge won't tell us why he sent us in the first place. Obviously, there wasn't a rape. Why did he send us there?
I'll ask him again this morning, but he wouldn't tell me the last 4 times.
Amanda felt the need to tell her. You were very brave to do that.
Fat lot of good it did.
Evelyn waved away the compliment.
Juice, the pimp, doesn't belong in here.
Unless he's the one who killed Jane.
That doesn't seem likely. Juice was probably in jail when it happened, or having the crap beaten out of him for resisting arrest.
Okay, let's push him up here as a remote possibility. Amanda moved Juice to the periphery. Next, we're at the apartment in Techwood. Jane tells us that there are 3 girls missing. Lucy Bennett, Kitty, who we later find out is Treadwell, and a girl named Mary, last name unknown.
Right.
Evelyn wrote down the information, shooting their names off Jane Delray's. Then, a few days later, Jane is murdered.
But she was misidentified as Lucy,
Evelyn corrected.
I'll put an asterisk beside her name, but we should keep it this way just for clarity's sake.
Right. A person who is thought to be Lucy Bennett is murdered.
I wonder if the brother had a big life insurance policy on her.
Amanda supposed being married to an insurance man put these ideas into Evelyn's head. Is there a way to check? A registry?
I'll ask Bill, but just talking it out, I think given Lucy's life, why murder her when she would eventually kill herself with drugs?
Evelyn looked down at the timeline.
It's not much of a motive.
Motive. There was something they hadn't considered. Why would someone want to murder Jane?
Are we assuming the killer knew it was Jane whom he was murdering?
Amanda's head was starting to hurt. I think we have to assume that until we find out otherwise.
Okay, motive. Jane was very annoying.
True, Amanda agreed. But the last person she annoyed other than us was Juice. And if there's one thing I know about pimps, it's that they don't kill their girls. They want them working. Their product.
I'll call the jail and see when Juice got out, just to make triple sure.
Evelyn tapped the pen against her chin.
Maybe the murderer was someone who saw Jane talking to us at Techwood. The whole compound lit up when we arrived. There's no way it wasn't broadcast to the rooftops that Jane was talking to 2 police officers.
Amanda felt unsettled by the thought that she might have been partly responsible for the girl's death. Write that down as a possibility.
I hate to think we had anything to do with it. Then again, she wasn't exactly baking cookies for the PTA.
No, Amanda agreed, but Evelyn had only seen the pictures. Have you ever had a manicure?
Evelyn looked at her fingernails, which were clear-coated, just like Amanda's.
Bill treated me to one last Christmas. I can't say that I enjoyed having a stranger touch my hands.
Jane's fingernails were perfect. They were filed and polished. I couldn't have done a better job myself.
That manicure was ridiculously expensive. I can't imagine Jane having the money.
No, and if she did, she'd spend it on drugs, not getting her fingernails polished. Amanda remembered. Pete said something interesting about the attacker. He said the man was angry, uncontrolled.
How in the world can he tell that?
From the way Jane looked, she was beaten all over. Amanda tried to think it through, but she found it was easier to talk it out to Evelyn. I guess we should be asking ourselves what kind of person is capable of this, and then ask how he would do it. He obviously used his fists, but he had the hammer, too. He busted open the lock on the access door to the roof, but then we need to consider how he was able to get the better of someone like Jane. She wasn't bright, but she was street smart.
Who, how, and why, Evelyn summarized.
Those are very good questions. If juice isn't the answer to them, then who is? Someone Jane has seen before. A regular customer who knows where she lives. Evelyn tapped the pen again.
But then, this is what we're saying. He knocked on the door. He gave her a manicure, then he threw her off the roof.
He strangled her before he threw her off the roof. Evelyn asked,
Pete told you that?
Amanda nodded.
That seems like a more plausible scenario. Jane screamed like a stuck pig when you kicked her, and that was barely a tap.
You didn't say that at the time.
I was scared, Evelyn admitted. I'm sorry.
It's all right, Amanda told her. Maybe we could ask around and see if any Johns are into choking.
I know a gal who works undercover downtown. I'll see what she knows. But even if there is a guy out there who likes choking women, and something tells me there's more than one, how are we going to find his real name? And if by some miracle we do find his name, how on earth would we link him to Jane?
Amanda offered. Pete scraped some skin out from under Jane's fingernails. He said he could match the blood type against a suspect, see if he's a secretor or a non-secretor.
80% of the population has secretor status. Nearly 40% is type O positive. That's hardly narrowing it down.
I didn't know that, Amanda admitted. Evelyn was much better at statistics than she was. Let's go back to the puzzle before we're both late for work. Amanda picked up where they'd left off in the timeline. Next, we met Mr. Bluesuit, a.k.a. Hank Bennett, at the morgue. He admits he hasn't seen his sister in years, which might explain why he couldn't identify her.
Or he's just too arrogant to admit that he can't.
That seemed far more likely. I still find it odd that Lucy Bennett didn't have a record. She's been on the game at least a year, probably more.
Neither does Kitty Treadwell.
Evelyn looked sheepish.
I radioed dispatch on my way here. They ran through all the variations for me. There was no record for a Kitty Treadwell.
How about Jane Delray?
She had 2 pickups several years ago, but nothing recently.
Then her fingerprints are on file?
Evelyn frowned. No, they're not. I asked. A lot of the older records have been purged.
That's convenient. Amanda updated the information under each girl's name. We need to work on Andrew Treadwell. He's a lawyer. He's a friend of the mayor's. What else do we know about him?
Jane intimated that he was Kitty's uncle. She point-blank said that Kitty was rich, that her family was connected.
Amanda said, that article in the newspaper listed Andrew Treadwell as having only one daughter.
He's one of the top lawyers in the city. He's politically powerful. If he has a daughter who's been pimped out on the streets by a black man, do you really think that's something he'd advertise? He'd more likely use his money and influence to keep her hidden away.
You're right, Amanda allowed. She stared down at the diagram. Don't you think it's odd that Lucy and Kitty are both out on the street and one of them has a brother working for the other's uncle?
Maybe they met at a self-help group, Evelyn smiled. Whores Anonymous?
Amanda rolled her eyes at the joke. Are we still assuming that Andrew Treadwell is the one who sent Hank Bennett to talk to Hodge last Monday?
I am. Are you?
Amanda nodded again. Which may support your theory that Andrew Treadwell doesn't want it to get out that he's related to Kitty. We could be looking at it wrong. Who does Treadwell want to hide the relationship from if not his buddies at City Hall?
Bennett is quite a piece of work, Evelyn mumbled. He's one of the most arrogant asses I've met, and that's saying a lot considering the guys we work with.
Amanda tried to recall Hank Bennett's terse answers to their questions outside the morgue. She should have written them down. Bennett said he sent his sister a letter at the Union Mission. Do you remember him saying when? Yes, he mailed a letter to the mission when his father passed away this time last year. Which reminds me, Jane said Lucy has been missing for about a year. Amanda wrote down this information under Lucy's name. When you asked Bennett if he knew the name Kitty Treadwell, he told us to watch where we put our noses. Trask, Evelyn remembered. That was the man he talked with at the Union Mission. He said Trask or Trent, Amanda corrected. The exchange stuck in her head because her mother's maiden name was Trent. We have to call him something for now, Evelyn pointed out. Trask, Amanda suggested. Okay, Trask told Bennett that he gave the letter to Lucy, which means he must know Lucy. If he works at the Union Mission, he might know all of our girls. Oh, Amanda, she sounded devastated. Why didn't we think to go to the Union Mission in the first place? All the hookers go there when they need a break. It's their Acapulco. The mission is just up the street, Amanda reminded her. We can still talk to Trask, see if he remembers anything about Lucy or Jane. If we're lucky, they'll tell us Lucy's alive and well and on such and such a corner, and why are people saying she's been murdered? Evelyn looked at her watch. I have to check in at Model City, but I could meet you there in half an hour. That should give me enough time to call the housing authority and figure out what I'm going to do with Peterson. I'm sure Vanessa won't mind taking him. Amanda tucked her pen back in her purse. I feel that's a bad situation brewing. Maybe. Listen, I'll try to question Hodge again, but I doubt that'll get me anywhere. She scooped up the pieces of construction paper and stacked them together. I just have such a bad feeling about all of this. What do you mean? I think Lucy Bennett's dead, either way. Possibly, but it could be drugs, not malfeasance. Have you read about all those girls in Texas who disappeared around the I-45 corridor? What? A dozen or more, Evelyn told her. They're not even sure where the bodies are. Where do you hear these things? There was no shame in her smile. True Crime Magazine. Amanda sighed as she watched Evelyn climb into her station wagon. I'll see you at the mission. Deal. Evelyn slowly pulled out of the parking space. And I wouldn't worry too much about Vanessa, she called through the open window. Who do you think told me about the guy behind the counter at the Plaza Pharmacy? Mandy, Vanessa called as soon as she walked into the station. Amanda pushed her way through the crowd. The station was full. Roll call was a few minutes off. Amanda glanced into the sergeant's office, but it was empty. Hurry! Vanessa was sitting in back again, practically bouncing in her chair. She was wearing slacks and a flowery blouse. Her gun was holstered on her hip. She was dressed in men's shoes. Amanda was beginning to wonder if she was worried about the wrong sex where Vanessa was concerned. At least she was still wearing a bra. Look at what I got. Vanessa held up a credit card as if it was a bar of gold. Amanda recognized the logo of the Franklin Simon department store. And then her jaw dropped at the punch-typed gold letters spelling out Vanessa Livingston underneath. How did you? Amanda sank down in her chair. She was almost afraid to touch the card. Then she did. Is it real? Yep, Vanessa beamed. Amanda could not stop staring at the card. Is this a joke? She glanced around to see if anyone was watching. No one seemed to care. How did you get this? Rachel Foster over in Dispatch told me about it. All you have to do is show them 6 months' worth of pay stubs. Are you kidding me? Amanda hadn't been able to get her apartment without Duke guaranteeing the rent. If not for the city providing her a car, she'd be on foot. They just gave it to you? Just like that? That's right. They didn't ask to speak to your husband or your father or... Nope. Amanda was still dubious. She handed back the card. Franklin Simon was all right, but they were doomed to bankruptcy if they were handing out credit so freely. Listen, can you do me a favor today and ride with Peterson? Sure. Don't you want to know why? The guttural sound of someone vomiting filled the room. It was joined by other men making similar disgusting noises. Butch Bonney walked into the station, his fists held up as if he was Muhammad Ali. Amanda had forgotten how ill he'd been at the crime scene last Friday. Obviously, the rest of the squad had not. People clapped and laughed. There were even cheers from the black side of the room. Butch did a sort of victory spin as he made his way toward Amanda. He leaned on the table. Hey, gal, you got my stuff for me?
Amanda reached into her bag for the typed report. She dropped the pages on the table beside him.
Why you being so cold? He asked. You on the rag?
It's what your partner did to Evelyn Mitchell. Amanda shot back. He's an animal.
Butch scratched the side of his cheek. He looked rough. His clothes were wrinkled. His face was unshaven. There was a distinct odor of alcohol and stale cigarettes sweating from his pores. Amanda stared straight ahead. Is there anything else?
Jesus, Mandy, cut him some slack. His wife's been giving him enough crap at home. He don't need to come to work and catch lip off another skirt.
She forced herself not to soften.
Your notes had a factual error.
Butch tossed a cigarette into his mouth.
What are you talking about?
You said you ID'd Lucy Bennett off a license in her purse. The evidence receipt didn't list a license of any type.
Shit, he mumbled, then, excuse the language. He skimmed his notebook, compared it to her typed report.
Yeah, I see it.
How did you ID the victim? He lowered his voice.
Off the CI.
Who?
Never you mind who, he told her. Just fix the report.
You know they can't change the evidence receipt. The carbons are in triplicate.
Then change the report so it says someone recognized her.
He handed back the typed report.
There was a witness on scene. Call him Jigaboo Jones. I don't care. Just make it work.
Are you sure? She asked. You're the one whose signature goes at the bottom.
He looked nervous but said,
Yeah, I'm sure. Just do it.
Butch.
She stopped him before he could leave.
How did Hank Bennett find out his sister was dead? You usually specify that in your notes, but this time, there's nothing.
Amanda pressed a bit harder.
Lucy didn't have a record, so it seems strange that you and Landry were able to locate next of kin so quickly.
He stared at her, unblinking. She could almost see the wheels turning in his head. She didn't know if Butch was just now asking himself the question or wondering why Amanda had posed it. Finally, he told her, I don't know. She studied him, trying to detect duplicity.
It seems like you're telling me the truth.
Jesus, Mandy. Hanging around Evelyn Mitchell's turning you into the wrong kind of gal.
He pushed himself up from the table.
Get that report back to me first thing tomorrow morning.
He waited for her to nod, then went to the front of the room.
Wow, Vanessa said.
She'd been strangely quiet.
What's going on with you and Butch?
Amanda shook her head. I need to make a phone call. There were 2 telephones in the front of the room, but Amanda didn't want to make her way through the crowd, nor did she want to run into Rick Landry, who'd just walked into the station. The clock on the wall was straight up at 8 o'clock. Sergeant Woody was still not here. Amanda wasn't surprised. Woody had a reputation for hitting the bars before work. She might as well use his office. Nothing much had changed since Luther Hodge had vacated the space. Paperwork was scattered across the blotter. The ashtray was brimming over. Woody hadn't even bothered to get a new mug for his coffee. Amanda sat down behind the desk and dug into her purse for her address book. The black leather was cracked and peeling. She thumbed to the C's and traced her finger down to Pam Canal's number at the housing authority. They weren't close friends. The woman was Italian, but Amanda had helped Pam's niece out of some trouble a few years ago. Amanda was hoping the woman wouldn't mind returning the favor. She checked the squad room before dialing Pam's number, then waited while the call was transferred.
Canal, Pam said, but Amanda hung up.
Sergeant Luther Hodge was heading back toward the office. His office. She stood from the desk so fast that the chair hit the wall.
Miss Wagner, Hodge said, has there been a promotion about which I am uninformed?
No, she said then. Sir, Amanda scuttled around the desk. I'm sorry, sir. I was making a phone call. She stopped, trying to appear less flustered. The fact was that she was stunned. Did you get transferred back here?
Yes, I did.
He waited for her to move out of his path so that he could sit down.
I suppose you think I'm holding water for your father.
Amanda had been about to leave, but she couldn't now. No, sir, I was just making a phone call. She remembered Evelyn, her boldness in confronting Hodge. Why did you send me to Techwood last week? He had been about to sit at his desk. He paused mid-air, hand holding back his tie. You told us to investigate a rape. There was no rape. Slowly, he sat down. He indicated the chair.
Have a seat, Miss Wagner.
Amanda started to close the door. "Leave that open." She did as she was told, sitting opposite him at the desk. "Are you trying to intimidate me, Miss Wagner? I realize your father still has many friends in this department, but I will not be intimidated. Is that clear?"
Intimidated?
"Miss Wagner, I may not be from around here, but I can tell you one thing for sure. One thing you can take straight back to your daddy. This nigger ain't going back into the fields." She felt her mouth working, but no words would come out. "Dismissed." Amanda couldn't move. "Should I repeat my order?"